Started our Cassie Games stream for Wars of Liberty patch 1.1.3b. Yeah, second stream exactly. Well, it's our second stream of just this patch. The patch 2 the stream 2 streams ago was a combination of 3 different patches in one, which was a pretty interesting mess for my file system, but thankfully that's over now. So, yeah, just back to doing one patch. That's always good. But I wouldn't mind doing some Middle East casting at some point for this Wars of Liberty. That'd be pretty fun. Looking forward to that. I'm going to just share the stream with everybody, and then we can get going. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to share with the most probable servers first, and then I might do some bit later after the stream, just so we can get into the action a bit faster. Okay. Yeah, how you doing today? Doing good? Yeah, it was definitely an interesting work day today for me. It's getting a bit warmer up here now. You know, days in the 60-degree Fahrenheit range. Not quite as wintry anymore. And you know, 60 degrees is pretty good, definitely. So yeah, that's definitely a good thing. Wars Liberty server, make sure we definitely share with that one. There we go. So, anything interesting in the week for you? Anything fun? Any interesting stories or anything? Love to know while I do this. Well, I did that really good map last night, that Aztec Capital City one, and I did the preview on it. That was pretty good, you know. I think these Age of Pirate maps are getting really, really good, like really high quality stuff, you know, and I've always said that, but that Aztec one was quite different. Mainly because it was finally a city that wasn't in Europe. You know, they're actually doing some of the Native American cities. I'd totally love to see a Machu Picchu, or maybe one in the Mayan territory, perhaps something with the Mississippians. That'd be pretty fun, right, with the mounds? Oh yeah, definitely. Would be really interesting in seeing something like that be invented by them. And then, of course, some good Middle East and African maps, too. Asian ones. Do maps everywhere, even Antarctica. That would be good. I wouldn't mind an Antarctican map full of penguins. It'd be totally something completely new and unheard of. And I would absolutely be into it. Big time. Yeah. Making sure I hit all the important servers with the stream links they know to come and watch us. And then after that, we can count out how many recordings we have to work with today. I think we have about 3 from last week, and then we got about, I believe, 21 to 22 more from this week. So we got a lot of content to do, which is pretty cool. Yeah. That's a call for somebody else, so we don't have to worry about that. We can just keep going from here and chugging along. How many more servers till we can start the downloading process? Not too many. Nah. We're making pretty good breakaway here, honestly. So that's good. Just looking through. Maybe I'll try the Chinese server this time, just as an experiment to see if they might like Wars Liberty casting, you know. They don't usually spam too much stuff in their server unless it's Chinese mod creation type stuff, because I know they probably like Fire and Reform, the IU Castle, and all the new ones in DE. So I always go to the Chinese AoE server for that sort of thing. Yeah, how many more till we're done? Oh, the Sunbros might like this. It's a legacy game. You know, it's the opposite of World's Edge, so they might like it. How many more? I think about 2 more. 2 more and we're done. This one. And this one. There we go. All finished now with the sharing process, and now we can just worry about downloading the games, actually. Rex sent me a message. It must be messaging you at bad times. Yeah, unfortunately that happens. Got work during the start of the day, and then at the end of the day I'm recording and streaming and stuff. It's very hard for me to... Best time usually for me to talk is when I'm like eating or late at night when I'm uploading and publishing stuff usually. Yeah, I got a pretty tight schedule with this whole YouTube and computer programming job dual thing going, yeah. But let's see how many games we got to download today. I've sort of gotten in the habit of re-downloading games I've already downloaded from previous weeks, so I don't have to remember if I have it or not. That way we don't actually miss anything. Alright, so we're going to start from where we left off and go down. So, last game we did was that 4 versus 4. So we're going to start off with a game with Waludo. It's a 2 versus 2. That should be 1, 2, and 3. These are all the ones from last week, I believe. This one from Rommel. This one, I think, I don't remember if this is from last week or this week, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to download it anyways. This is Quattro 4, 5, and 6. So, got 6 games here so far. And then we got 3 from Cap, which would be 7, 8, 9. So 9, 9. And from here, we got Diaz, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So already we've jumped from 9 to 15. That's pretty big. That is pretty big, actually. All Gilder games, by the way. So yeah, quite a lot of stuff there. And then we got DS6, DS7, DS8, some more Rommel games, and DS9. Yeah, so we're already at 19. And then we got about 5 Viringo ones. So would that bring us to 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So got all those going. That's good. Alright. So quite a lot. I'm going to make sure in my file explorer we got about 24 files linked together. 24 items. Yes, exactly. Perfect count. That's why it's always important to count. You know, even if you're not the count, because sometimes you miss game files. That's never good. Then you're the sad Juanito that didn't have the game covered, and you know, it's the worst moment in the world. Sometimes, yeah. Oh, there we go. All the games recorded. How long has the stream been? So about 9.5 minutos. Looks like Wool Academy, otherwise known as Rommel, has given us a good afternoon. Good afternoon, gringo. Good afternoon, Juanito Bonito. It's always welcome to see you here. If you're looking for some good information on Wars of Liberty unit stats, as well as important updates in Wars of Liberty, Rommel's channel also covers a lot of stuff. He's been making all sorts of good comparisons between skirmishers, archers, cav archers, grenadier units. He's been doing a pretty good job at setting those up. sort of in the style of Spirit of the Law almost. So, yeah, definitely check out his Wars of Liberty stuff too if you ever have time. I think we can probably get started now. It's about that time. So, what is the first match going to be called? It's going to be called Record Game 1. Why do people always name their stuff Record Game 1? You know how hard it is to, like, find that? It's, like, uber difficult every time they name it Record Game 1, because then I have to climb through, like, a million files. I'm going to show you how many Record Game 1s I have here, recorded over the centuries. It's not going to be pretty. 18 Record Game 1s. We can do better than this, people. We can come up with some more creative names like taco, burrito, tostada, quesadilla, or something. Nacho, cheese, and tortilla chip. Anything would be good. If my memory serves me correct, it would probably be Record Game 17. But I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong here. Yeah. Could totally be wrong. Oh yeah, we made a file addition to our Wars of Liberty directory, which is pretty 200 IQ. So basically, Maston this morning gave me a suggestion. He said, because you're worried about the copyright with all the Civ themes, why don't you just delete the Civilizations folder in your Wars of Liberty directory, so you don't have to keep playing with the music options in-game while you're trying to cast and stuff. And I'm like, boy, is that a good idea. Like, I always kept in the back of my head, maybe I should do that, but get that little bit of advice from Maston sort of just clicked something in me, and I said, it's about time I do this finally. Because people don't want to look at your options screen like 20 million times. And to boot, sometimes there's actually errors that can occur when you open your options. It ruins the resolution, and then you have to, fix that. And you definitely don't want that happening during the stream, because that can be very disruptive. So, yeah, definitely fix that. Either way, though, we got a really good 2 versus 2 here. We got Kaiser and Rommel versus SOG and Eternity. All very highly experienced and skilled Wars of Liberty players here. No sort of noobs, no beginners. All experts. Players that I have experience with for many years. Or within the span of 10 years or whatever. Yeah, so quite a long time. A lot can change in a decade, A lot can definitely change in a decade. And I can definitely say that about Wars of Liberty. Started out very basic, and then it got really complex over the years between the adding a Great War Age, new factions, rework after rework, and so forth, yeah. Back in those days, these sort of ESOC maps like Tassily, which you're seeing here, were not default. You actually had to download them from the ESOC website and add them to your folder on your own time, Now it's like an automatic thing because world devs realize people are looking for competitive maps that are fair and balanced, and the ESOC map's one of the best ones for that. Yeah. So let's check out these decks. First one will be Rommel's Canadians. And he is using a pretty strong 1v1 style Canada deck that can translate into team games because Canadians have a lot of team cards. Team 2 Pioneers gives everybody 2 Villagers. You got Team Forest Laws. This basically gives everybody more gather rate on their wood. You got Team Frightened Manifesto. This gives everybody on the team more multipliers against villagers with their military. Team Red River Rebellion gives everyone 4 skirmishers early on the team from Canada, from Quebec to be in particular. Team Dominion gives everybody cheaper town centers and houses. Any other team cards here? Yep. Team Mounted Police Combat. This helps all your dragoons. And then, of course, Team Squash Plantations helps you with your gather rate on food and coin buildings. So Canada's a really strong team player, Civ, even when they're just sort of building a 1v1 deck, which is pretty cool. It makes the deck super flexible and doesn't require you to change around as much stuff. The teammate is running the Koreans, currently the best rated Civ in Wars of Liberty, at least by me. And their deck is I'd say this is still a pretty strongly 1v1 deck, We see a lot of crates, a lot of military, particularly for Fast Fortress here. We do see the Infinite Huacha card for Age 4, so there is an infinite shipment that can be used in the late game. That's always good to see. Lord of the Mounds is always a good pick, as well as this one here for your Spearman Splash Attack. This one here, this one is basically a copy of the Japanese isolation technology Bushido principles. It allows you to train units in blocks of 10. So if you like that with Japan, you'll like it with the Koreans probably. It's sort of an alternative to fencing school in a sense, and definitely helps you save on the wood costs and more production billings. Also, we have whatever cards we got here, they're important. This is good for Huachas. Definitely, we're probably going to see a push towards Age 3 from Koreans, I'm assuming. On the other side of the world, we got Eternity Plain as India. And what wonder did he get? I wonder. Nope, he hasn't even started constructing a wonder yet. He still needs a bit of food. Yeah, the thing I find with the Indians in Wars of Liberty, they're not quite as formal and clean sometimes as the Indian Civ into 5th edition in terms of their age-up timing. You have to pay a little bit more attention to macro, I feel like, with the older Legacy India than you do with the newer one. But that's totally fine, because in some ways Wars of Liberty India is a bit stronger because their consulate options are a lot more spicy, I would say, and powerful. Alright, so you do go for the Agra Fort right here. I just hope you'll get it up in time before Korea really starts to pound on you. I think you should, though, because basically with Korea, it takes a little bit of time for them to get all their infrastructure and strategy built down. Once they do, then you have to watch out. And who's the last one? The last one will be Brazil. And Brazil appears to be running I would say a 2v2 style deck. You know, you definitely have your military options from your towers, your early skirms and the Voluntarios de Patria and the Conscripto muskets, also your 2 artisanal cannons. But you do get a bit of eco. You know, you got Casa de Moneda and Gran Coco for your coin gather, and then you have Virgin Forest for your wood chopping. Yep, definitely. And how is that going to work with the Indian push? Let's see. Also, German immigrants for the Brazilians. Important side note there. And what's Eternity Run for a deck? So is there any sort of... Yep, we could potentially see some sort of a Fast Fortress by India, but more than likely it's going to be a semi-Fast Fortress, because that tends to be the most solid play for India. Like, train a few sepoys, really pressure the opponent, or at least get a defense together, and then go for the age up. And then you can reap all the rewards for it. It's a much safer option than just blindly going into Age 3 with no military, especially against Korea. The one thing I will say, though, you got to be careful with Korea. Their best unit is a longbow-style archer. So if you go Sepoy, there's a good chance they're gonna get sprayed by those multipliers, and you don't want that. Just be aware of that. Looks like Kaiser starts with the Lord of the Mountains card for Korea. If we check this deck real quickly, basically what it does is it cuts your Tiger build limit in half to about 5, but it makes it so your church can train them for free over time. Your monastery, that is. So it's kind of a permanent addition to your military that doesn't cost any population. And you know what they're good at shredding is weak units like Voluntarios. These early skirms better get out of there really fast with these Tigers. They do a monster amount of damage for an animal unit. They do about 19 hand damage. That's comparable to like a Coyote Runner. That's pretty significant, actually. And they're not heavy infantry, obviously, so no multipliers from these guys. You gotta be really careful. Looks like Eternity does pull in over here with the sepoys. Takes out a building. Very powerful. He is going to get some shots on these villagers. He's going to get one Koreanville. Does he get the Canadian one? Nope. But now Rommel has sent the Red River Rebellion, so now you got some Metis rebels here, as well as some trained Tropa de la Marines. Also, those Tigers from the Lure of the Mountains card are starting to add up over here. Thankfully, though, the sepoys are a bit more immune to them because of their higher HP and then their hand armor being line unit. Line unit basically being a synonym of heavy infantry used in War's Liberty to describe muskets and pikes and stuff, yeah. Alright, looks like right now the sepoys are the main contender here for this position, trying their best to deal with all those skirmish units, which are normally not good against, so it's going to be an uphill battle. Voluntarios, not a lot of stats on the field, not a lot of tempo from them, so they're really not going to be that huge of a help against skirmish units. When you really want Voluntarios is when you're fighting like pikemen or muskets, so they'll certainly give a little bit of range support, maybe might be a good piece of cannon fodder, but they're not going to win over this battle at all. It's going to be whatever Eternity does at this point that's probably going to decide it. So, as of right now, looks like the main assault has failed. But it does look like Eternity does ship in the Salwar shipment from India, the 4 Salwars. Salwars will change this battle up quite a bit since these are anti-skirmish. Right, you can see it in their hand multiplier here, 2x against skirmish units, leading to a total damage per hit of about 40 against these infantry units labeled as skirmish ones. Both these archers, these skirmishers, as well as these naval skirmishers even are considered skirmish. So all these units are under direct threat from Salwars, making it the preferred unit for India to probably switch to at this point. Obviously being careful of potential spearmen. Yep, just like those ones. Yeah, Korean spearmen can be quite dangerous and very easy to stack. That's because the Korean economy is very well established. You get a lot of extra free villagers from this wonder here, the Grand Palace that Korea started with. It basically pumps out free villagers over time, just like an Ottoman town center would. Also, Korea can research the level 1 market tax of Europe from this thing too. So gangs, hunting dogs, that sort of thing. So you can basically double dip on your market, your gather rates from natural resources, which is quite big. We do see a few Gurkhas here from India as well, so a bit of skirmish. Eternity does opt for the Ottomans from the consulate. This can be quite a powerful option right now, namely because the Ottoman consulate in Wars of Liberty does not indeed make the hand cavalry. Yeah, pretty shocking. What it actually makes at this point in the match is a group of Abbas guns. So you can pump out Abbas guns from an Ottoman consulate, which you see right here, some of the Abbas. The Abbas are going to be particularly good against spearmen, good against the tigers, good against the Korean archers. The one thing they might actually have a bit of an issue with is these Troupes Marines because of their crush armor. Right, see, these are naval skirmishers, so they're more attuned to dealing with siege troopers and artillery compared to the stuff skirms are normally good against. So, in this sort of a scenario, the Abbas gunners are going to struggle a little bit, at least in terms of raw damage, dealing with a naval skirmisher. The one thing, though, to offset it in Eternity's favor, Troupes Marines are classified as sort of more of like a glass cannon type of a naval skirm. So the damage overall is quite good. Damage of about 32, in fact. But the hit points, as you can see here, pretty low, 90 HP. Yeah, even these Gurkhas have more HP, so yeah. If you got like a concentrated targeting on one of these troopers by the Abbas, I don't think you'll have too much of an issue, but definitely if you got them split up, that might make a bit of a difference. Also, what is Brazil doing? What is Brazil going to offer to this push? Or is it all going to be Eternity? So it looks like Sog is actually raiding up here. I see Mosqueteiros coming over here, Mosqueteiros coming from over here. These are considered assault units, which means they are good against infantry in general, particularly heavy infantry, because they have hand armor to fight them. So, yeah, in addition to being good against infantry, Mosqueteiros can be great for raiding, because they deal splash attack with their machete weapons, about a splash attack of 1, which is not a whole lot, but it is something, you know. It can damage multiple vills in a closely enclosed area, pretty much, yeah. Looks like India does make some Rajputs as well. I don't know what the Rajputs are for. I will always say when you're facing up against Korea, probably don't make any spearmen. because Korea really has no way, unless they go for a specific wonder, to access hand cavalry in Age 2, which is kind of shocking, you would think. But no, they're kind of the opposite. They get a cav archer in Age 2, and then they get an armored assault cavalry in Age 3, which means the only cavalry you would potentially deal with here is the Canadians. So it kind of makes any sort of unit like that really not useful unless you're going for the siege part. Looks like Musketeers do take out a villager here, putting down the consulate. I don't think you got too much you can use here, so probably should just go back to the front lines here and join Eternity. What consulate option does Kaiser go with? Does he go Russians? Does he go USA? Does he go Chinese? Does he go Japanese? All of them with their own specific benefits. I prefer the Russian consulate. Russian consulate gives you... Actually, we can see it right here. Japanese. Now, Japanese can be a pretty solid option. Japanese consulate at this stage will let you train samurai. Pretty strong unit. And will also make your units 5% cheaper to train, your military, including consulate armies, too. So, your consulate armies will cost slightly less export as Japan, which is pretty cool. You know, it's not a huge difference, but yeah, it does mean that you're going to get those consulate armies a bit earlier than with the other consulate allies, which is a neat little perk. Yeah. Musketeers coming right here. Up, they're going to snipe the Explorer and take out one villager there, but let's see what's going on over here. Musketeers making a move on the naval skirms, the Troupe d'Arméniens. Gurkhas trying to get as many long-range attacks in as possible. Do note the Gurkhs have a range of about 18, so not a full 20 range like Age 3 skirm would be. Still pretty good, though. They can outrange this, and they can outrange that. They cannot outrange the Myung archers, though. These, similar to British longbowmen, have a range of about 22, so they can fire a pretty long distance, which can be upgraded later in Age 4 with a particular card. It's actually a team card for archers, so watch out for these things. These things can be quite dangerous to deal with. Looks like Korea's picking up the diplomatic intrigue right now. They could probably put in about two batches of samurai into their army with this, which might be pretty good. Yeah. India is going to Age 3 with their Shamanar Gate now. Now they'll be able to ship in some Mahouts probably, particularly the 2 Mahout shipment here, which is pretty strong. Followed probably by Rumis or Gurks, depending on what he needs. You might want to go Siege Elephants if you want to take down those buildings from long range, but I doubt that. You probably want to go here in either this or this. Just saying. You could do the consulate too. You know, the consulate would let you ship in about 4 Humbarsi bombardier-style grenadiers, so ones that just throw explosives. Yeah. So that could be very powerful. Sawars, where are those going? Oh, bro, look at this. Look at this wonderful scout work here. Look at that. Very smart move by Eternity. This could have been a huge disaster right here. A big disaster. See, what Kaiser was going to do, he was going to put a castle here to secure this mine first, and he was probably going to start making fire cal to start bombing the fort and the barracks and the consulate here. That's one of the tricks Korea can do. Oh boy, we got a fight here. Samurai will completely shred Musketeers. See, Musketeers are a type of hand cavalry, an assault hand cavalry in particular, so Samurai very good at shredding those, as you can imagine. So yeah, that was pretty big, and now the Samurai will be able to retreat back to this line over here. For some reason, the Samurai from the Korean consulate don't have area of effect damage, which I think is a bit strange, but it is what it is. I mean, I've talked about it a few times, and they never seem to undo that sort of thing, but so I'm guessing it's intentional. Yeah, whatever. But yeah. What do we got here? We got 3 Sawars, about 5 Rajputs, Abbas, Sepoy, and Gurks. Veteran discipline upgrades are on the way right now, so these will be a bit more upgraded in a few moments. Another raid attempt by Brazil there, but the Troopas are right there to counter it. Oh, the Mahout Hamna. The free Mahout from the Wonder. Very nice. That will basically occupy all these archers now and distract them. And now the Musketeers are going to sort of do the same sort of thing and keep the archers occupied so they can't deal with the infantry pushing on them. Yep, more Musketeers coming in from the north there, and these archers will be completely cooked. Very good. Very good push there by Eternity in particular, but definitely Sog, with his support with the Musketeers, has been pretty good at keeping their economies at bay and keeping them on their toes. So that was really good. We do have a line of Troubadour Marines here, though, that could potentially guard this choke point. We'll see, though. Let's see if the low HP of the Troupas kind of hinders them in this fight. Definitely from a damage standpoint, Rommel's getting it done. It's just a question of how long can he hold up here. Does he have any production in his base? Any barracks? No, he does not. How much wood does he have? He's got wood, but unfortunately, timing attacks. The timing is very dangerous. Rommel was actually going to try to age up right now. Very bad timing for Rommel. Yeah. Probably wanted to switch Defensible or Metis Rebel to try to overcome Eternity's infantry. But yeah, not the best time for that, you know? Yeah, you kind of have to be ready for that with India. Eventually, they're going to go for that Charminar Gate and start shipping in between... they're going to come in with an army of at least 3 to 6 Mahouts, depending on if they have the more expensive card and the cheaper shipment, or just one of them. So you definitely have to be ready for that possibility. Definitely. Yeah. Good battle, though. Very good battle. Good push in particular by Eternity there with the mix of ranged infantry and hand units. Made a huge difference there. They were able to push the forward base and also mitigate the potential fire cal situation on that side. Looks like Kaiser was going to about to age up too rather quickly there, so good thing they were able to intercept that in time. That was a really good play by the both of them there. Let's boot into the second game right now. Should be fun and interesting. Yep, and once we do that, I'll check what the game is actually called, so we can figure that out. And then we should be able to get right into it, yeah. Very good. Let me check what the game is called in Discord. What is the recording called? Hopefully something better than Record Game 1. That would be really appreciated. Ooh, the Battle of the Pastures. The Battle in the Pastures. So is that an Argentine game? Playing as the Args? Maybe. We'll see. Just a few moments here. A Battle in the Pastures by Gilder. Looks like it's loading in right now. About halfway there. Here we are. Looks like we got Gilder and Bondar versus another and Senor Viringo. Really cool. And on Esoc, Arizona, too. Very nice map. This map has a pretty good trade route with about 4 trading posts on it. And this cool sort of replica Grand Canyon thing in the middle here to sort of divide this section from this section. Also, in terms of natives, you got Navajo and you got the Apaches. So some good Native American gunpowder units. Yeah. So what are the civs? So over here we have Central America. Gilda's playing Central America or CA. Bondar is playing the Haudenosaunee. And then on the opposite side, we have Viringo playing Peru. You know, it's like a 5-year-old kid with mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. He can't seem to put the civ down. And then another playing is Argentina. So this is where the pastures thing comes in, I think. Yeah, definitely. Some very strong civ picks by both sides. And I will say in general, if I was to bet money on this match, I'd probably put it on probably the Gilder and Bondar team, just because I know Bondar's Haudenosaunee Fast Fortress is very formidable, And Gilder, he can do a pretty good job with Central America too. Or can he? I can't remember if I've ever seen Gilder play CA. I think I've seen it at least a few times. So I'm putting my money on that team, but certainly another strong player, and Viringo with his years of experience could cause an upset. We'll see. Haudenosaunee going for a trading post right here. This is the standard of any Haudenosaunee build in either Legacy or Definitive Edition, so that's pretty standard. Now we're going to have to check these decks and see if there's any anomalies here and sort of just gauge what the strategies might be by both teams. So this is the Gilder deck. Look at this man. So bold and arrogant, he actually deliberately didn't put cards in his deck. Running a 19-card deck in a competitive game. What are you doing? Well, it's not really competitive, but still, I mean, look at this man. He thinks he's so good and so useful that he can forget to put 6 cards in his deck and still win. That's a trooper right there. He really knows what he's doing. Big time. For what is in his deck, though, we see lots of artillery, villagers, and crates. Well, crates in age 2, no crates in age 3. He at least has the Pulaneka Ford. That's good. That's their ultimate building, which they use to basically do a really strong push with eventually. As well as some good immigrant-based cards here, like Isinema, Wyke Treaty. Immigrant workers gather resources extraordinarily faster. I don't know how much extraordinarily is, but it's a lot. And then Central American Expo makes your immigrant military units stronger, too. So a lot of different things going on there. Haudenosaunee, I think this will be pretty normal. Yep, we got Town Destroyer here, as well as the other Explorer upgrade card, the High Chief. And yeah, this card is a pain to deal with. I don't know if Bondar's actually going to run it or not. If he does, the other team's really going to cry and scream about it, I think. They're going to get really upset. I mean, very, very upset. Like, so upset they might not be able to sleep without nightmares tonight. Type of sad. So we'll see if that ends up being called. Also, we got a lot of support cards here. We got the Oneida support for 10 Vills and the TC. We got the Onondaga support with about 500 wood and 14 tomahawks. And then we have the Mohawk support with 5 elite mantlets and about 6 rams. So a lot of very expensive but powerful cards here by Bondar. And National Unity to actually make them cheaper. So it's got that part covered as well. What's this? Town centers are cheaper and inflict more damage when garrison. So a bit of turtle right there. 9 deer. A lot of interesting cards. I mean, you still got your normal 8 force powers at least, and then your 4 light cans in H4. But yeah, a lot of interesting picks there by Bondar. What's another running in his deck? He's sent Cimilones so far, so he's sticking to the normal recipe of Args. He does use Advanced Mill. This is totally optional for Argentina, but you can do it. It will essentially have your pastures costing about 100 wood. Very, very cheap, about the same price as a house. It's totally optional. You don't have to do it because, honestly, the pastures do cost 200 wood, which is about the cost of a barracks, so not too bad. But yeah, I mean, if you really want to get like 10, 20 pastures out really fast to really get a lot of free cows, Args, you can do this. And Butchers as the one that allows you to eat the cows very quickly, and then Solidaros, which has all the free cows coming out as semi-fattened, which basically cuts the waiting time in half. Quite good. Yeah, the principle with Args is just gradually get yourself into a position where you're getting all your food from pastures and the cows, and not so much the hunts anymore. Once you do that, all you have to worry about is coin. Yeah. As for Viringo, he goes with the Chinese immigrants here with Peru. He is running his standard Peru deck as of right now. He does have some interesting cards here like Prosperidad Feliz. All units grant more XP. Chordos gather faster, and buildings have more hit points for a handful of minutes. It's a temporary card that has a bunch of weird little perks. It can be good inserted in situations where you need more res, your buildings are under siege, and you need some quicker shipments. This can be good. Now, this is an interesting one we might see, is Pandienda. It allows your military to move faster and have more hit points for a period of time. And it's an infinite card too, so depending on how well you macro this, you might be able to get some really good favorable battles out of it. Just figured I'd point that out. Looks like Bondar has managed to collect 2 Cougars from the Treasure Guardians using his Nature Friendship ability, which is a neat little perk of using War Chiefs in, Age of Empires 3. It's currently available to the Haudenosaunee, the Tupi, and the Lakota right now, since the Aztecs are no longer in the game. Yeah, sad. Quantum Oak very upset. So let's see what the grand strategy is. So it looks like Gilder goes for a forward base, double barracks. And what units? Ships in 2 artisanal cannons from the TC. So it will take a bit of time for that to arrive, mind you, which gives these guys enough chance to actually counteract that. Looks like, though, Gilder is already making some conscriptos here, trying to fight Viringo's Legion Peruanas, his Grenadier infantry. So basically how these Grenadiers work in Wars of Liberty is they throw a grenade as their charge attack, and then they'll go into musket combat right after. So yeah, kind of a bit of a different tactic of them. And you might be thinking, oh, that sounds so horrible. Why did they only throw 1 grenade? Well, it's because now they're 1 pop units. So you can actually stack lots of these Grenadiers, Instead of having a handful of Grenadiers, you can have like a whole army, whole squad of like 100 of them if you want. And just do a lot of overall damage. If you time it, obviously. You have to time those charge attacks really well. Otherwise, you just don't get the results you want, pretty much. Looks like Viringo's just going to keep stacking tons of piranhas. Does look like Gilder's raiding with the conscriptos reaches the opposite side of the map, so that's really impactful here. I think what's going to happen is Gilder's going to keep pressuring these 2 with the conscriptos and distracting them. And then Bondar's going to come in with the fast fortress and bring in the forest prowlers, come in with some of those big support cards, and really help them win. Particularly that battering ram and Madlib one. The Mohawk support, that's the one I'm mostly going to be looking at there. Big time. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. From right here, it looks like... Okay. 1 little conscripto there left alone. And 2 more over here. Yeah, these 2 must be having a fun time with all these distractions. It makes it really hard for them to come up with a cohesive push-out. And now the artisanal cannons are in play by Gilder, which means there's a bit of anti-infantry here now, which is going to make it much harder for dealing with these conscriptos. One thing you can do as Grenadiers, you could save your charge attacks up to throw at the artisanals, because it deals crush damage and it'll eat through their HP a lot better. But it looks like Viringo does get a few Mushateros to act as the hand unit against these cannons, which should be able to clean these up now. Looks like that part is done. Bondar is in Age 3 now, so he is going to start sending some of those dangerous shipments in. He right now has about 10 forest prowlers, and he's going to ship in about 8 more from the home city. He's going to get hunting dogs, followed by steam machinery for mining. Steam machinery is basically Wars of Liberty's version of placer mines. Good for mining, pretty much. Getting coin. That'll definitely help with the production of forest prowlers here. Let's see what these forest prowlers can do now. I guarantee you they're going to have a real easy time here against piranhas. And a real easy time, too, with these patricios from Argentina. We need to check on Argentina to see where they are in terms of their herdable stuff. So they got Simonones, Advanced Mill, butchers, and saladeros. So they got all the essential researches for that done. And I also saw they upgraded the pastures with the first upgrade too, which means at this point, another's going to be maxing out his food eco very soon. Once he does that, then he can go into full military mode to help his ally out. Let's see, though, if Viringo can survive long enough that Argentina will be able to bail him out here. Looks like another comes with the first batch of Patricios to try to clean up here. Patricios, a very high hit point type of musket, you know. Quite expensive, but very high in stats. About 200 hit points, so they're very tanky. But the cost is almost that of a Janissary, so that's the thing. Once you get that really good full Kawakami as Argentina, the 95 food or the 90 food of the Patricio actually becomes a really reasonable price at the end of the day, and you really take advantage of that, you know. But it's all going to depend on if he can get the numbers he needs, because obviously forest prowlers are going to eat your hit points regardless. Yeah, so we'll see if he ends up doing something there. Because right now, it looks like they're just working to pin down Viringo and prevent him from sending any cards in or anything that might be able to help. Ooh, we see Team Assault Cavalry. Very big card here. What this card does, it allows you to get armored assault heavy cavalry in Age 2. So if you're a European civ, you can start to train Cuirassiers in Age 2. If you're Argentina, you can get your Escoltas in Age 2. So we're going to see some Escoltas add in with these Patricios now. That might make a huge difference, you know. The Escoltas have a multiplier of about 3x against these Conscriptos being line units. And then the Escoltas being a assault type cavalry actually have some immunity to these forest plowers, and at the Age 3 skirmishers actually have a malice against assault units, as you can see right over here in this little section. So technically the Escoltas will be really good for tanking the stuff for these forest prowlers. So we'll see. Probably if you're Argentina, just focus on massing up the Escoltas and then go for a huge push. Yeah, and you told it, yep, you could certainly add in a few more Patricios as well, but the main thing you need is a huge army of Escoltas, and be able to back that up with the army of Patricios to deal with potential musket riders. That's what you need to mainly do is the ARGs right now. It's also going to add in cavalry hand attack to add some more damage to his Escoltas, so they're doing really as much damage as they can to these Conscriptos. As you can see, the Conscriptos right now have hit points of about 140, so pretty tanky. And these Escoltas are going to be doing about, right now they do about 75 damage to them. But once this comes into effect, it's going to be a bit higher. So it'll take about 2 to 3 strikes, I think, to take out a Conscripto. You can see right now, so it's 28 times 3. That would bring it up to good amount of damage. You know, I think they'll probably be able to deal with the Conscriptos in about 2 hits, maybe if lucky. How many has he got though? He's got about 9, and he's queuing up more now. So probably he's gonna have to watch his food eco here a lot more and eat up those moo-moos. And how's he doing on housing space? Is he doing good in housing space? Yeah, he's doing somewhat good with that. Looks like Gilder did walk into that a bit and took some free casualties there from another. Now the Escoltas are added in. Escoltas are going to force these conscripts into retreat. One thing you need to make sure you do is the assault cavalry. Make sure you're getting maximum damage. You cannot have these units colliding with each other. You want to take some over here, surround them over here, put some over here. Get the most maximum damage if possible. I do think, though, that these conscripts are effectively countered now, and he will be able to move on to the force powers very soon. Yeah, it seems plausible. So well, it does look like it takes about 3 hits right now for these Sculptas to down the Conscripto. So yeah, it wasn't 2 hits, it was actually 3. Makes sense though. These aren't veteran upgraded as Sculptas. These are just age 2 ones since it's age 2. Once you go into age 3, they pick up that Shadow Tech and they get a bit stronger from that. Also, another gets the cavalry hit points, the hand cavalry hit points. So now these Sculptas are a bit tankier now, thanks to that. Getting stonewashing, because really at this point you got all the food you need as Argentina. Just focus on the coin. You know, get your first mining upgrade. Probably you're going to want the second mining upgrade right after that, so you can just really get lots of these Sculptas, which are very heavy in coin. Patricio's very cheap in coin. The Sculptas is what you're really going to need all that coin for. Yeah, at this point, Gilder's just going to keep spamming Conscripto Sam to act as a big wall of infantry against his heavy cavalry. Does decide to ship in some Polish Danubian grenadiers from his Polish immigrant colony. That's pretty good. Also, the ARG player also got the Polish. Polish are strong for herdable plays, because every Polish worker you train at the colony comes with a free cow. So it really helps your herdable economy, which is really important for both ARGs and sometimes Central America, based on their card tech tree. As of right now, there's just a lot of infantry there. These Sculptas, even with the infantry upgrade, the cavalry hit point upgrade, still aren't surviving all these infantry. You're going to need a huge army of these Sculptas, I think, to really tank all that. Just doesn't look like you have those types of stats on the field, namely because Viringo got completely cleaned out. You know, he got completely washed out there. He is going to build a barracks, though. Let's see where his resources are. He could add a few musketeers to help out, but even then, it's still going to be an uphill battle. And nothing's really stopping Bondar from adding in musket riders. You know, musket riders would probably shut down this entire game right now. Be it they have multipliers against the assault units. Yeah, that would basically guarantee a GG right here. If we see any sort of musket riders from Bondar, is the Haudenosaunee. He's actually getting Oneida support right now, so focusing on the eco. Adding in about 10 bills in the new TC. Trying to max out his eco since this team seems to have the advantage right now. Does look like, though, since Gilder is going in alone down here, he's probably going to get cleaned up over here, which is totally fine. You know, because now the Haudenosaunee are sieging onto the town center with their forest prowlers, which is good. More Conscriptos and Danubians coming in from the side here by Gilder as well. You got 2 fully stacked players going into your base, and you don't have a lot of units left. You're also losing your gauchos here trying to eat the cows. It's never good. So it looks like Viringo does do some Brineros, those early Peruvian skirms. Probably because he can't really macro into anything but wood right now. Thankfully, these Brineros cost only wood, so they're very easy to manage in terms of training. Definitely. The one downside of the Brinero, it's one of the only early skirms that does not have a multiplier against heavy infantry for some reason. So, yeah, just plain old base damage against infantry for the most part, yeah. Looks like the Brineros take out that unit there. Yep, we see the Escoltas trying to break through all these forest prowlers. It's very daunting, you know, just so much infantry there. Yeah, at this point, if I was ARGs, I would almost consider going into trample mode against that. Take advantage of their close proximity and just get the trample mode going. Trample mode recently has been updated in Wars of Liberty to no longer deal damage to the unit doing it. So it could be could potentially be a win-win just going with trample when you see that many units clumped together. Yeah, we never ever see people go with trample attack, is what some of the arena players like Rev said before. It would definitely lead to a lot better results sometimes if people did that, even when it's the older version that does damage to the cav. Yeah, just for some perspective there. Looks like the Escolts are doing quite good at cleaning up all that stuff. Very good, in fact. What's the next step, though? It looks like Gilder's already coming over here, though, with his conscriptos. Viringo's going to at least be able to stall him a little bit with Bernieros, but now the Escoltas are going to have to come down here. Down to this side. Args did lose their town center, so now they're going to have to build one in the back over here. It should make things a little bit more manageable, and it should force the enemy attackers to siege their way through all this building stuff before they get there. So, in that sense, it's a more tactical position. But we'll see. See if it ends up holding. Yeah, now we got the finishing touch of the musket riders from the Haudenosaunee, and that should be able to end the match. How much coin is Args on, by the way? So they're on about... Their coin is almost drained. Do they have any mines nearby? They got copper here, copper up here, and a few coppers over here. But these are in direct space of the Central America. So what's the safest mine for Gaucho? Probably over here until the Haudenosaunee get involved, I would say. Also, Args are going to pick up Riding School now with its new icon and portrait for War's Liberty. Shipping in about 5 gauchos, so recovering some of the Ville numbers lost and all that pressure. Yeah, but you're going to need some Skults. And Infernals. I would switch to Infernal with Skulta right now. Especially considering, Haudenosaunee is definitely thinking about musket riders now. Musket riders, if you've never played Arena before, musket riders are a real tanky mess to deal with in Arena. And in this particular battle, I don't think Bernieros and Patricios alone are going to be able to clean up the musket riders if they come in a huge number. They're going to completely swamp out Argentina, who right now has about 10 musket riders, tomahawks up to elite, and then the forest prowlers. I just want to see what these musket riders are going to be up to here. Will these actually end up winning the match or not? We'll see. Also, Central America. Central America is adding in some Lanceros, so a bit of scout. Probably as a counter to Viringo's Bernieros. Smart move on his part. Add in just a little bit of scout. Could make a huge difference there, yeah. Also, great for raiding, too. Great for hitting the villagers with all that hand damage. Also, some Danubiles and Grenadiers again from the Polish colony. So a bit of Grenadier in there, a bit of anti-infantry. I think we see both the Haudenosaunee and the Central America players getting ready to go for the final push. It's now or never, Still got the Peru player on their heels, barely able to produce much. And Args, they're really struggling for coin right now. Now would be a great timing attack to just get it over with, They've essentially burned through all the coin resources in their base. And at this point, all Argentina can do is try to trade off coin at their market here, which they should be doing. But we don't see that, though. We don't see that. Argentina is one of the few civs there. You can burn through a lot of the market and just get a lot of coin. But we don't see that, though. That's kind of an issue. Because that's something that totally needs to happen here if this is going to go well. Because right now you see Central America really growing. And then you got Haudenosaunee here getting ready to clean up the last of your Skultas. Looks like Args are going to start making Escopeteros mixed in with potentially cavalry. I also saw some potential Infernals that the Args made. Or am I maybe hallucinating? I don't see any Infernals, actually, so that's not good. Because I would love to see a few Infernals now from the Arg player to counter the Musket Riders and the Lanceros. Since Infernals are like mounted pikemen. They're great at fighting anything that's on a horse, a bicycle, an elephant, a camel, a moose, or just really good at running class and gym class, yeah. All the fast or cav style units the Infernals have a multiplier against. Yeah. So here we got the Escopeteros. Let's see if they can hold the line here with the Patricios. Not really, especially once these Lanceros are right in. Do we maybe see use of a choke point here with the barracks to wall off most of these scout units? I think the Lanceros here are going to be a huge problem. They really don't have any counter to Lancero or scout in general. The only thing really we see here is about a few Ulans, about 4 Ulans from the Polish colony technology. So yeah, that might eat into some of their HP. But if Gilda really wants to target these Ulans down, you're going to lose that very easily, since Ulans is, a very low HP cavalry. That high damage comes at a price, balance-wise, and that's it. Looks like they do beat through the Lanceros, but doing that, they kind of just lost their whole army just trying to do that. And now the musket riders and force prowlers prowl right onto them. And it's looking very irreversible at this point. I don't think you're coming back from this. Especially as more Lanceros come in and continue to push the Bañeros further and further away from these gauchos, so they're no longer protected. Escobateros continue to be popped out of the Arg's base, though, against the Conscriptos. Look at that Lancero, though, being completely ignored. Yeah, it looks like he just resigns. Says, yeah, I'm out of here. Yeah, I can't blame you. I'd feel that way, too, about big time. Good match. That was a really good one. It's a good demonstration of Argentina can be a very strong civ, but also very weak civ. Right, in the right situation, ARGs are just the thing you need. But sometimes that army comp really doesn't help you out sometimes. Particularly in these type of battles when you got really 2 strong pressure points. You got a strong Central America Russia, and then you got a good Haudenosaunee fast fortress player that you're contending with there. So now we're going to boot into game number 3 now. So we got some pretty good games today. Some really good team ones so far, 2v2s. We're also going to see some 1 versus 1s today from some very skilled players like Cap and Gilder, I believe. So stay tuned for that as well. That's going to be really fun today. So what's this next one going to be called? This next one we're looking at is going to be called 2 versus 3 without Omar XD. So did Omar take a nap during the game or something? It's from Fierro, of course. Fierro with his wonderful titles there and descriptions. Argento Muy Loco. Let's see what he's got for us for a game. 2v3 without Omar. What are we going to do? Roast Omar for the whole game, maybe? Oh, that could be fun. This one right here. Let's see what Omar does or doesn't do here. Alright, so it looks like Fierro and Gilder are going to do a Giga Chad 2v3 while Omar plays SimCity in his base. At least that's the gist I'm getting from the game title. And who are they fighting? They're dealing with another, Bondar, and Viringo. So that can be very daunting, Another's very strong. Bondar. What civs are they doing first? So Omar is playing France. Gilder will be doing Paraguayans, using his Paraguayan build you've seen on my channel before, going for the double food work Sage 1. And Fierro's going Argentina because, Fierro's Argentina is just almost as significant as Viringo's Peru. It's hard to separate them from their native civs. Yeah. But what are they dealing with, though? They're dealing with Bondar going as Haiti, so he is not playing Haudenosaunee. I feel like if Bondar did his Haudenosaunee here, things would get really ugly real quick. So that's kind of good that he's sticking to one of his still very strong civs, but not quite as strong, I would say in terms of tier lists, I'm much more scared of a Haiti than I am a Haudenosaunee, because the Haiti has more synergy in age, too, which can be really powerful. Also, you got a Dutch another S tier civ. And then you got Viringo playing Peru. Yeah. I don't even have to say Viringo playing Peru. I'll just say Viringo playing Viringo. Viringo just doing his thing. That's about it. That's all you have to say with that one. Yeah. So, what could we expect out of this type of a situation? Probably we're going to see some really big massing here by Gilder. And we're going to see Fiero do some sort of Infernal and possibly Infernal and Patricio setup. Yeah, that seems most likely. I don't know if Omar's going to send in anything, if he's going to send a few Grenadiers. Yeah, I mean, look at the idling right here. I mean, and the hesitation. Like, you can tell this is going to be a 2 versus 3. Just from the game title, you know? Just looking at this. It's like, oh yeah, I could totally see the man falling behind. Yeah. So Peru getting Naturalist Expedition. By the way, this is just the same card as Furrier, just changed to fit the Wars of Liberty time period. So, yep, good for hunting and berries, which on this map you get quite a few hunts and you get some berries, yeah. It's important to eat your fruits so you avoid scurvy, right? Yeah. And same deck as the last game, right? Yep, same deck, everything the same here. Viringo usually makes a bigger emphasis on late game cards because he's pretty well seasoned as a player. He can sort of do that. Other people, they might not be so good at a later game deck in a 1v1 or 2v2 or 3v3, but Viringo can certainly do it. Yeah, and then for another, what's his deck going to look like? So he's got Contractor Bead for booming. He's got Shore Leave in case he wanted to go Marines, any sort of naval skirm. He's got the Schutzliege Mobile to make his flankers faster. Uperhoofd to help with his resource building costs. Yeah, so definitely a lot of late game here, you know. Like if the Dutch gets to like age 3 and gets out all these ego cards, yeah, you might have some problems there as the enemy team, just saying. Because here's the thing about Dutch. You'll notice with Dutch they have about 3 different vills. They got the Settler. It's a food crossing vill. It's a little bit more expensive. It's 110 food. But that's because these settlers have 30% better gather rate on berries and on mill gathering. So they're really good at farming at their base stats. Refridge and all those cards, they're going to make them really good gatherers. And then also you got another vill here, the Slave. The Slave costs about 90 coin. And they, kind of similar to the Settler, have a really good ability in gathering 30% faster from mines and plants. Plantations, that is. And then the Javanese Villager costs about 80 wood. And very similarly is really good at chopping wood. 30% better chopping rate on wood. So yeah, we see a Contractor Bead card send is card number 2. This is a very greedy setup here for Dutch. Basically, you're sacrificing crates or units in age 2 to get faster training villagers. In particular, Contractor Bead, if you look at the deck, allows the Javanese as well as the slave villagers to train 30% faster. So it's a good way to cycle through your wood and coin economy that you're going to need very fast. And then you just have to worry about the food afterwards. Yeah. I think in this situation, in a 3 versus 3, greedy Dutch is acceptable. It is viable. He would not really be putting himself in too much danger by doing that. So I gotta say, yep, totally fine there. Yep, notice how he's going to only stick to slaves and Javanese laborers for now until he burns through their build limit. Yeah, because for the Dutch, since they have 3 different vills, the build limits for the vills will be about 33 apiece. So 33 settler, 33 slave, and 33 labor. So it's divvied down equally, like 3 equal slices in a pizza or a pumpkin pie or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I like pumpkin pie. I like apple pie too, and blueberry and all those, but pumpkin pie is good, particularly on the holidays. I've even had pumpkin pies on Easter as well when growing up. Yeah, just because I like the texture, consistency, the spices they add to it, the cinnamon and everything. It's really tasty. Yeah. So where does that start? That will start with Grenadiers, so anti-infantry. Bondar is going to... Is he going to do a military, or is he going sort of semi-fast fortress? So it looks like he sent the wood so far. He has sent the card here called Rum Industry. This allows you to get 2 coin works, is Haiti. So a bit of extra coin trickle you can work with, which is pretty cool. And yeah, doing that. He went for Polish immigrants. I bet in age 3 he's going to go German immigrants, so he can have up to 5 coin works, because they get a technology called breweries. The ones that get 3 more of these. And considering the trickle rate right now, which is about 1.20, you can multiply that times 5 on top of upgrades you can get. You can get up to 3 upgrades on these too. Yeah, but as you can see here with the Paraguay, the Paraguay is definitely building lots of works buildings, because the Gilder build is centered around getting your 2 food works in age 1. And not through the, well actually you get 1 food works from the home city and then you build one using macro. That's sort of what Gilder sort of figured out there. And then from there he is able to branch very quickly into, again, food works number 3. Woodworks here, coin, wood. So he's doing very well in that. He's setting up pretty quickly. And I do find this age up method is a bit slower, so it's not the best for 1v1. But in a team game like 2 versus 2, and particularly 3 versus 3, it can be very promising to you to do that. Another thing that Paraguay decides to do on this map, which is very smart, do some fish booming. This is Malaysia, and this body of water is all yours, right? It's very hard for an opponent to, say, put a dock here and attack your fishing economy. They can either do that, or they would potentially like move their home city water flag into this water and ship in a Kara War deck card with that. But in this case, on Malaysia, I find that's pretty rare to see, you know. I mean, I could check these decks for that right now. I don't think we're going to see anything. Nope. Fiero? Nope. Nope. About the others? Nope. And another nope. And the last player here, which would be Viringo. Nope, he's just using his snare deck. So, yeah, basically these fishing economies for both sides are going to be totally safe. Right now we see Grenadiers from another and Viringo's Brineros. But we do see Gilder doing his 2 artisanal cannon ship in here to protect. Also sent out his emergency unit Selenos here to act as a bit of a buffer to maybe protect the cannons a little bit longer. Are these Grenadiers recharged yet? I would like to know. Because once they're recharged with their charge attack, he can sort of just like lob the grenade at them and really finish them off. Yeah. Looks like he did finish them off though. Here comes Fiero going into hand attack to try to charge down those Grenadiers, which sometimes, sometimes can work to your benefit. Particularly, up, another. Look. That would have been a good throw right there too. I think he lost a huge opportunity right there. Like, he should have gotten him right at that stage. He would have, like, completely cleaned out Fiero. Well, he cleans up this army really well. Looks like the Artisanals return on this side. I thought they were wiped out for some reason, but no. Does look like Bondar's Conscriptos, though, doing all the hard work on their own there. Quite insane, actually. It's funny seeing these Conscriptos doing so well on that. Brineros are finishing off these Patricios. So yeah, a lot of hard pressure right here. And where is Omar in all this? Yeah. Omar, where are you? What are you doing? Playing SimCity right now? Thought you were playing Age of Empires 3, not SimCity. He's certainly... Yeah, he's idling. Cool. Log flume. Oh, this is weird. So he's gotten Dance Hall to make his outlaw units cost less pop. Okay. What is Omar thinking about here with this? I would love to know. Is he gonna go for like Wokow smugglers or dacoits or thuggies or whatever you get on this map? That'd be kind of crazy, actually. Also some Fiero Infernals right here to help protect the cannons further, as well as some Premier de Lignes from the barracks. Sort of one of Paraguay's trash units. They changed it to the Petit Lai, which is a new name of it now, the Petit Lai. Previously called the Premier de Ligne, now it's the Petit Lai. Yeah. Looks like Omar does go to age 3. Any unit cards? 2 Falconets, that could help. Could do this or that. I'd totally consider sending Schutzen or Mamluks to help the team out, though. Could use a little bit of assistance. Just a little bit of help. Bondar. Got a lot of coin. What's he going to do with it, though? Is he going to get cannons, or... He should consider getting some artillery with that much coin. He should get like a bunch of artisanals. Just come out with like a line of cannons and just hold the line, just blast through them. Yeah. I will watch the video tomorrow. I hope you will have a fun cast. That's Bonda right there, actually, man. So, yeah, Bonda really loves watching these casted game streams. He told me one time, if you don't do the casted game stream on the day I'm going to do it, you're not going to get any Juanitas Bonitas for the whole month. And I was, like, really distraught and upset about that. Like I said, I'm busy, You cannot be taking away my Juanitas muy Bonitas that easily. It's really bad. So yeah, thankfully we resolved it, and the Juanitas Bonitas were delivered on time, so that's good. But anyways, pretty dicey situation up here. These two are really gonna have to protect. Looks like Viringo, being Viringo, decides to go it alone and try to harass their units. Not keeping a good distance, though. It could be caused by lag, so I'm not holding that against Viringo. It just seems like he's getting way too close of a shave to be, doing that kiting with. Yeah. He's going to end up luring them right into the Grenadiers, though. But what might happen here is the Infernals might actually disrupt this entire grenade volley. Well, looks like some of the grenades are tossed into the Infernals, shredding them. Yep. Ooh, it looks like some of them missed, though. One of them went flying off the horse, which is always funny when I see that. Yeah. Hussars in a really bad spot. Ooh, horrible spot for the Hussars. But Conscriptos are going to come in from Haiti and hopefully try to push on them. Some Grenadiers did not get their volley in yet, so they're going to throw some grenades into these Pardos. And now the Conscriptos come in, adding a whole other layer to this attack. Or counterattack, I should say. Yeah, I think probably they can do this. The Hussars are going to get shredded, but they are going to distract all this infantry and allow the Conscriptos and Grenadiers to do their job, really. Yep. Also, some Brignoles did remain from Viringo, so yeah, triple threat there. Hopefully they can survive this. Yeah. And Omar is nowhere in sight right now. I don't even know what Omar's doing. Let's see. Let's see if he can get a good charge throw into those artists. Yep. Very good. That was a good assault there by the Grenadiers. Was able to deal with both cannons very quickly. Dutch does come in with some Hussars off to the side here. Is going to try pressing on some of these gauchos, perhaps, or decide to try to flank. Some of the units here, looks like the Grenadiers are currently being pressed, so they gotta kind of retreat. Got a big army of conscriptos there to protect. Oh yeah, Omar finally sent some assistance. He ships in his 5 Mamluk card and his 10 Hessian Jaeger card, yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's always cool. Hessian Skirmisher Mercenary. Very nice. Shouldn't this be the Schutzen? I thought this was the Schutzen, but I could be wrong. No, he actually trained that from the tavern. Wow, I didn't even know you could still make these at the tavern. That's pretty wild, actually. Yeah, he might be able to, yeah, he'll probably ship in his 10 Schutzen right after that, which would be pretty cool. Yep. Infantry making a maneuver over here now. Unfortunately, the Infernal's in the wrong place at the wrong time. You are going to get somewhat battered up over there. Oh, looks like Omar does get his 2 Falconets, though. Let's see if he can use his Falconets with the Paraguayan Artisanals to set up a good defensive line there to shred these infantry. That'd be pretty good. Unfortunately, though, Bondar is now in age 3, so he'll get probably the veteran upgrade on these conscriptos very fast. So I thought. He's actually getting his spiritual reclamation card. So building his what is it called? The Lacau. It's this pretty cryptic voodoo building that lets you convert enemy units. And then you can basically train your Royal Dalmat Ultimate unit from it, which is pretty neat. It's like the Grenadiers are just going full pelting on the Falks. Bondar could actually use his Lacau to convert this last Falconet and maybe shoot down 1 or 2 infantries on their side, which would be super low. Yeah, we rarely ever see the conversion of that ultimate building in a casted game. So I would love to see some really tactical use of that thing here. Big time. Where is the Lacau going? So the Lacau is going... Oh, these are Coinworks. The Lacau is going to go... hopefully somewhere very soon so we can see some fun use of that. My thing would be to convert one of their cannons, like a Falconet or something. Like, convert this Falconet. You can do that. That could be very powerful. He's going to put the Lacau right here. In that spot. Pardo's sieging through stuff very quickly. They're going to try and move very fast here, I can imagine, right? Yeah. Big time. Still don't know why we don't see veteran upgrade on the conscriptos just yet. Would be a good add, I think, on Bondar's part. Viringo is in age 3 now, so he is going to be able to do some more stuff here. He does have his Berneros up to veteran. Conscriptos holding the line against the Pardos. But we'll have a bit more of an issue with this range stuff going on up here. A lot of food being floated by Viringo. I would strongly suggest he, get some houses down, gets a few stables, does some escoltas. Escoltas would be a good move here by Viringo, and I've seen him usually go for that before. Yeah. Dutch also goes to age 3. Omar goes to age 4. So we might see some substantial shipments there by Omar. Before we check that, though, let's see what happens here. So, our big army of conscriptos there should be enough to clean this up, right? Right, yeah, I think so. I think you should be able to do this. But here comes the reinforcements from the Allies. So you got Grenadiers and Berneros up to veteran. Also some Hussars. some hussars. So these spearmen are going to have to, sort of pay attention a bit and help. Otherwise, you could totally lose that unit. Hussars slice into that cannon. Grenadiers blast into that one. Here comes the Infernals, though. The Infernals will add to the battle here. Viringo's trying to maneuver around here and sort of gain the attention of the Infernals. I do think, though, with all this moving around and stuff and not enough attacking, it gives the Conscriptos defending here a huge edge. It does look like Omar does get about 3 Falcons here, though. Let's see if the Wakao is used. If the Wakao is used, that would be awesome. Like, convert one of these Falcons and just shoot one of these other Falcons with it. You'd be so brutal, actually. Then you're just getting rid of 2 cannons for free there. Absolutely insane. Yeah. Oh, he converted one of the Mamluks. Look at that. He just converted one of the Mamluks using the voodoo ability at the Wakao building. Absolutely brutal. Target the cannons. Get the cannons. If you're gonna pull it back, but don't do the. Man, you could have taken out these cannons with that. That's a tanky unit. What a waste. Still a good move because you took out one of the mercenaries, but you could have done so much more with that. That was a huge waste right there. Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, that's his Explorer. His Explorer's doing some massive damage there. The Haitian Explorer actually does a hand attack with the sword. So it does damage multiple units. So that is kind of an interesting aspect of it. Maybe if Viringo can pepper these cannons a bit and whittle their HP. Maybe Bondar can convert a Falconet and take out the other 2. Which would take Omar out of the fight effectively. Yeah. Another's upgrade his Grenadiers to Veteran at this point, which is totally good. Bondar still not upgrading his Conscriptos. I don't know why. It's a very reasonable price technology, unless he's going for that revolution. That's what I think, because I've seen Bondar do this before in games against me. He will stave off going with any sort of upgrades so that he can basically pick them up for free with the revolt. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see here. We're going to see a Haitian revolt take place with all these Conscriptos getting upgraded, and then all these Civites turn into revolutionary, militia. Bondar does ship in about 2 Volantes, which are land American culverins, good against artillery. They don't quite have as much range as Culves, but they have a better rate of fire, so they fire very quickly for a cannon. That is, they fire very quickly. So you can target things very fast with them. Would love to see them in arena and see how they sort of perform in like a real game, like a real battle of units. That could be something worth looking into. But yeah, maybe Rommel could figure that out in like with some of his uploads with the Wool Academy. Compare the Volante to other sort of culverin type cannons and see how they do. Here they are right here. Now we see Veteran Pardos. Petirais not upgrade. Some Juanitas Bonitas for healing. Juanitas muy bonitas for healing. Las Vivendetas. For Fierro, he's doing mostly Escolta with some Infernal. We do see some Dragoons from the Dutch, so that'll be good against these Escolts. I would like to see some more, though. And then Bondar just does the revolt right now. The Conscriptos are up to Imperial upgrade. Right, and Dragoons? Dragoons need to be connecting to the Escoltas right now. Which they are now. They're going to take out some of them. Bernudos coming in as well. And here we see a big march of the Conscriptos to join the army here. Very big. Very big move here. And where's Omar in all this? Is Omar... He's stacking Haitian Jaegers over here. So he's not doing too much. Yep, looks like now let's see how well they defend here, though. Bondar pushing in alone might be risky, but he does manage to target one of the artisanals. Alright. Let's see if they can break this bubble here. Burst this bubble of infantry and get the soft, squishy cannons in the middle. Alright, so the Dragoons not doing the best that they... Are the Dragoons targeted onto the cannons? Yeah, they should either be targeting the heavy cavalry or the cannons. Ooh, Gatling guns! He's got the Maxim guns. He's got the Maxim guns, people, from the revolt. This is a mercenary Gatling gun, so this is really high damage rapid fire. So he's basically cut through that cannon now, and then he could go through some more stuff. He's going to blast some Patricios here with that. We rarely ever see these Maxim guns be used, so it's always fun when they appear. Yeah, it's simply a mercenary upgraded Gatling gun. And one way you can gain access to these is through the Haitian Revolt from the home city, and you can ship them in, which is pretty neat. Also, you can ship in these maroon archers, too, with the Haitian Revolt, which is a native archer unit. That's pretty neat. Yeah, they're blasting through the Gilder Works buildings there. Yeah, Omar just coming in at a weird time, right? Yeah. He's got a lot of Hessians there with some Mamluks and Falks. So maybe he can make it work. No field gun upgrade on these Falks, which I find is a bit odd. Oh yeah, definitely. The Haiti does get a fort, probably to protect his team there, which is good. Because even if he loses his army and he has no reds, at least he can protect his team with forts situated in their base, yeah. Looks like Bondar did get the German immigrant colony too, so we can make their Uhlans, their Kulvs, and their skirmishers on top of Danube Legion Grenadiers from his Polish colony. So even if he loses all his resources, he can still ship in some stuff, yeah. And he's got so much coin coming in from all these works buildings too, which is really neat, yeah. Looks like Grenadiers basically making it against these heavy cavalry. Now the Berneros are coming in from this side to make a move on them, yeah. Quite good. Now these Berneros are going to move forward, probably to press onto the artillery. Yep, exactly. Just good at doing that. Thing is, once you get some good wood, Berneros are just a really good trash unit that you can just ram into their cannons, press their vills with, kite them. Berneros could be really flexible, just because of their very straightforward costs. As you can see right here. And as you can see too, Viringo added the last cartridge to replace their speed on death bonus with an attack one, making them even stronger. Yeah, very good performance there. I mean, unfortunately, Omar didn't deploy fast enough. I think if he came in a bit sooner, probably could have saved this whole thing. But I guess Omar wanted to play SimCity and Mercenary Builder. Yeah. It's alright though. It's alright. It was still a good match. Still a good match. So now we're going to boot into game number 4. Game Quattro. Bondo said the Juanitas are occupied. All the other Juanitas are scared of me. They think I am unstable. And Viringo said, Bondar entra a jugar. So enter the game. Angel Bustamante Calle is Senor Viringo. Yeah. Our Juanita Peruana. So what's this game going to be called? Let me check the Rex here. I think this will be the first game from... Or not. I can't remember exactly. Did we get this... I don't even know if I download this. Well, I think this is the first one from this section. But it's called Argentina versus Peru. Argno is Rota. Para vs. Rommel. Let's see what that one's all about. Argentina versus Peru. Let's see. Let's look through here. I'm trying to find it. What's the chars say on the... Oh, so it should be Argentina. That should be the first word in the thing there. Let me see. Let's see. Where is A for Argentina? You are... Here it is. Arg no is rota. That's the one we want. Alright, so in this match, we're going to see a 1 versus 1. The first one of the day. Right, so the map is Isac High Plains. It's Viringo versus Viringo. One Juanito versus another Juanito. So Juanito Wars. We love Juanito Wars, right? Yeah, Juanito Wars are fun. So, yeah, this is High Plains. This is an Isac map. Basically, the main part of this map is it's a big trade route that starts up here and goes snap down the middle and sort of exits over here. So each side sort of gets a trade route to, sort of a horizontal position from their town center, and then they get one that's straight up ahead like this. Also, off to the side, you got these sort of desert portions as well, where the natives are. So you got Navajos there that you can ally with for skirmishers, and then you got Klamath too. So you got a Klamath site over here, and a Navajo site over here. If it's a big team game, then if I recall correctly, there's more Navajo and Klamath sites as well. So yeah. Alright, so Argentina versus Peru. In this matchup, it really depends on who's the faster moving player. Viringo has been very strong lately in pressuring Argentina very well using Peru, so I think Viringo might have a good shot here. He might be able to press this really well. I mean, I've even tried to do the 6 Patricio shipment. The 5 to 6 Patricio shipment is the ARGs early on to set up that defensive. But Viringo really doesn't give you a lot of time to do stuff, He's sort of like in your face with the Legion Piranhas and going all anti-infantry on you from the get-go. So I think Fierro's going to have his work cut out for him here. He's going to really need to reserve numbers, keep things alive, keep his houses up. He's got a lot of work, is what I'm saying. And he might be able to do it, but we'll see. It all depends on how Fierro sets up his game here. So in terms of his deck, he's got about a good amount of decks here, actually. So which one is he going to do? We'll see. As for Viringo, yeah, I think I know what deck he's going to do. He's going to do his standard deck. Starting out with Naturalist Expedition. This will improve his hunting rate by about 15%. No berries on this map, right? No berries, so yep, that's not a non-factor, so 15% better hunting is always good. And eventually he'll probably add in his hunting dogs to boost that too. He's got the Campaña de Restauración to improve his Legion Piranha's damage attack in general by 15% and its hand attack by an additional 15%. So if you're in hand combat as these Legion Piranhas, after you send this card, they're going to be 30% stronger in melee combat with their bayonets. So really good at close quarters type stuff. And then even then, if you don't do that, yeah, it's just another boost to the range attack, which is pretty good. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if these Legion Piranhas end up becoming a real menace for Viringo. So that's why I think it's going to be the most biggest danger for him there. Yeah. Also, we see Benya Combat be added into Viringo's deck, so a bit more emphasis on the Mosquiteros and Bañeros, which are 2 favorite units of Viringo, and then the Sierra Combat for the Lanceros and Las Vivenderas Bonitas. He does have Guanero ship here with no water, so this is a wasted card slot. I mean, sometimes it can be a bit hard when you don't have time, but I would totally suggest you get a totally land-based deck to avoid this conundrum. Because you totally could have put in like another infinite unit shipment here or something, you know. Something you really miss out on, because let's say you need infinite 7 Vivinderas or 4 Lancero infinite card. Now you can't do that. So, even the 7 Legion Piranha one, you know. Because there's going to be those stalemates where you're stuck in age 3, and you wish that you could ship in some units and actually make those shipments work, and you can't do it. Yeah. Big time. So we got the first Chinese wave over here. And yeah. Should be good. Basically, with the Chinese wave, you can make the coolies, which is a good siege trooper for taking down buildings. Whereas Fiero, he's going to go with probably the Italians, right? Or the Polish. He's going for the Polish. Smart move. So similar to another, Fiero is doing the advanced mill card. So this is gaining a bit more traction now, going with advanced mill. So you can turn those pastures into 100 wood pastures instead of 200 wood ones. I mean, honestly, the 200 wood is a pretty reasonable price. I'm definitely going to say that. But, oh yeah, big time. It's quite a big, greedy economic move to do, pretty much, yeah. Alright, and what does it go for card number 3? I'm curious. Yeah, just know too, when you go with advanced mill like that, you're building lots of pastures, and you're getting a lot of build bounty. You're getting like about 40 XP from each pasture you're building. So just look at the shipping requirements. He's already basically grown his way towards card number 3 very fast. Yeah, which is pretty big, you know, it's pretty big. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, he's got so many pastures going. Depending on how well he can stall, he might not need the Solidaros for a while, or he can hold off on entirely, depending on what the match brings, you know? Because he'll have like 20 pastures pumping out moo-moos and stuff, and it's going to be really efficient at that point, yeah. Big time. So we'll see how that ends up going here. Yeah. So let's see where the Polish wagon ends up going. So the Polish wagon will be going where? Donde está? So Polish colony ends up going into that spot, which is pretty good. And yeah, should be a good tactical decision. Fiero ends up getting the Butcher's card now, before getting Solidaros. So I think he's kind of looking to bypass the Solidaros card for at least a good portion of the game. He's also going to make sure he gets his barracks up here and his Mercado up over here. Going up against the Viringo Peru is never good. Yep, see, Viringo's got his forward barracks off to the side here, so his opponent doesn't see it. Does he know about it? Nope. See, surprise! Surprise! He's going to get surprised by it. He's going to come out of the gate from nowhere with a bunch of Legion Piranhas. And this is where people get into trouble with Viringo. Eventually, Viringo has so many of these Piranhas that your Patricios start to really fall to him. Because all it takes is for these Piranhas to get a really good charge attack, like volley with the grenades, like a well-distributed throw in enough numbers, that your Patricios end up getting drained of their HP, and then the musket just finishes them off. Yeah. Because here's the thing, these Piranhas have some pierce armor too, so they can actually tank a few bullets from the Patricios, no problem. Yeah. And their HP, as you can see, is about 165, so it's not shabby, you know. When it comes to like musket versus musket type warfare, you know, the Piranhas can even out pretty well against the Patricios, just due to their decent HP and their slight amount of pierce armor, yeah. Viringo looking to get 600 wood now. That should be good for setting up population, maybe getting a few market technologies that he might need. Just getting set up in other ways. Maybe taking some of this trade route too would be great. But we'll find out. So, he's going to add some partisan. So, adding a bit of anti-cav. Yeah, against Argentina, you always have to have that backup option. In case Fierro does Infernals or something, that you at least have a little bit of Spearman to deal with that. Yeah. Fierro, however, starts to get his Solidaros card. His card number 4. So he's already going pretty greedy into his setup. Yeah, big time. I think the reason why he got the Butchers first is because, see, you can eat CZ and the cows now. Basically, in case if he needed to eat the cows very quickly, even before they fattened, he would be able to eat them and do that. But now that he's got all 4 of his herdable cards, Fierro's sort of food economy is near completed at this point. You know, he just needs to make sure he has enough units to be able to dedicate to the eating of the meat. And then he should be able to just focus on coin and wood. And focus on military numbers, right? Yeah, but unfortunately at this stage, Viringo's already got his Pardos and his Piranhas into place. Gaucho, vamos, out of there, yeah. No, the Pardos got that one. Now the Pardos are going to push in the front, and all these Lucian Piranhas are going to come in right after him. Poor Fierro, he overextended his economy, and he has no military. Such a common mistake against Viringo. Yeah, Viringo, when it comes to going up against Args, knows how to go super aggro on them. He does not give them time to take advantage of that food thing, because he knows if the Argentine gets like 2 or 3 barracks worth of Patricios, the Piranhas do indeed have an issue there. So you kind of have to deal with it early. And that's what he did. He's already taken out about 2 houses, 2 casas, and now the barracks is under direct assault. And now Fierro can barely even add in any more Patricios, not only from lack of pop space, but also lack of resources, because he was so bent on getting his food eco going. He did not have any bills really on the silver mine there to deal with that. And now at this point, too, you got so many Pardos there that sieging will be quite simple. You know, barracks goes down, probably take out this house, and then no more military from Fierro. Like that's like done. What a total fumble there by Fierro. He fumbled that so badly. But I've honestly fumbled from Viringo's thing as this Civ too, so he wouldn't be the first one to completely mess that up. I mean, yeah, I've done it probably at least 3 or 4 times. I still haven't really perfected how you're really supposed to go about Argentina against Viringo's Peru. Because, yeah, it's just not one of those less favorable matchups I found. Yeah. Some people would say Argentina is like the most OP Civ in the mod, and it's like, no. There's just certain matchups like Viringo's Peru and stuff where Argentina just never really does well. Just because Viringo knows how to set up the forward base well and does horrible stuff like this. I mean, the town center's already down. Polish colony would be the next thing. Yeah, and the villas back here are basically forced into retreat perpetually. Yeah. So, yeah, that was a good match there. Very, very quick and simple 11-minute match. Now we're going to go into game number 5. Game number 5, I think, is going to be a bit more meaty and juicy in terms of content. We'll see. Oh, yep, it looks like Cap is posted me a question as well. What accent do you prefer from Latin America? Mexican, Argentine, Peruvian, etc. OP Cas bonito, gringo, muy rico y caliente. I mean, I would say probably Mexican is the one I'm most familiar with, but I've also heard some pretty good Arg, and I've heard a lot of accents from Latin over the years. I've heard a lot of Arg, I've heard a lot of Mexican, I've heard some Chilean, Peruvian. They're all pretty good, you know. Colombian before. So yeah, I guess it's really up to what you prefer, I guess, from the region. So what's this game going to be called? So this one is going to be called Granjetas. Granjetas. So it's going to be Args versus Colombians. A 1 versus 1 by Rommel, and then he's going to do another 1 versus 1 after that. So let's see what that one's all about. This one right here. Ooh, we're on parallel rivers. I like parallel rivers. Yeah. I remember doing this map a lot in the old days of Wars of Liberty before the lab rework. It seems like the map is so big, but it's also so small. Because it's not that hard to get across the river and start pounding your opponent on this map. It really isn't. And who are the players going to be? So we got Ungers playing Colombia. And we got Rommel playing Args. Rommel's going to have his work cut out for him against Ungers. Ungers is a very powerful opponent. Very strong opponent. Not just in Wars of Liberty, Ungers is like a really strong contender in even the professional tournaments in the 5th edition. Yeah, I've done production for some of those ESOC tournaments where Ungers was playing on DE before. He's a masterful opponent that can do a lot of damage pretty much, yeah. So we'll see if Ungers completely dismantles Rommel from the seams here. I wouldn't be surprised, you know. I feel like also from a matchup standpoint, Colombia kind of falls into the same category as Peru in the last game. Colombia is really good with their forward basing, even more so than Peru. It would not take a lot of work for Colombia to set up forward basing here and start really pounding on Argentina before they get their food economy established. In particular, for Colombia, they don't even need to involve any vills in it, mind you, because the explorer of the Colombians, as well as their infantry and cavalry, can actually... where is that explorer, by the way? Where are you? ¿Dónde está? There you are. All right. See, Mr. Explorer here can actually build tents. Not just any ordinary tents, but he can build a tent barracks for infantry, a tent stable for cavalry, and a tent for housing space. So and it only costs about 100 wood. Very cheap. Yeah, the downside of tents, though, it's a weaker building, and you can't upgrade the units there. So if you want to, like, upgrade your infantry and cav and stuff, you need like a real barracks or stable for that. It's fine though, you know. In this sort of a matchup, playing as Colombia, you can afford to just go with the forward tent and just win in Age 2. Yeah, big time. So yeah, totally possible Colombia shuts us down in Age 2. Would not be surprised at all. So what deck do they have? So this is the deck that Ungers uses, you know. Ungers is a very skilled player in Age of Empires 3, so I would pay attention to this deck. So if you're thinking of playing Colombia, this is sort of what you want to do, or at least one possible solution. So he has a 3 Juanas card here. This is your villager. He does have Virgin Forest in Age 1 for wood economy. Probably because Colombia does have a lot of wood units you have to consider, like escopeteros, musketeros, pardos, artillery. You might need a lot of wood. Also setting up your tents. That can cost a lot of wood. And then in terms of Age 2, we see double resource crates in coin and wood. The 5 Juanas card, as well as the infinite 4 Juanas card. So... the way Ungers has it figured out, if he's going to send villager cards, he wants to have the more stronger one, but if he is bogged down in Age 2, he does give himself the booming potential in Age 2 to surge with huge vill numbers. In terms of military, 3 Llaneros for anti-skirmisher, and then 2 artisanal cannons for just general anti-infantry. And then for upgrades, gunpowder infantry hit points to make all his conscriptos, voltageros, escopeteros more tanky, as well as his immigrant gunpowder units. And then here is hand infantry hit points to make the pardo and musketero a bit tankier. Yeah. Moving on to Age 3, you got your Grito de Independencia. So basically, the place you go to not only have a defensive structure, but also to train and upgrade your ultimate units, the ultimate unit experience. Yeah. So the way Colombia works is basically you can choose between immigrants and Colombian member states. Your first stage up as a civ is always going to be a Colombian member state, but after that you sort of have a choice. You can keep getting Colombian member states to get more ultimate units, or you can opt for immigrants to go for an immigrant colony to bring new techs, workers, battalions, all that. Yeah. Yeah, so it's totally possible to do an immigrant-free Colombia if you really like the ultimate units a lot. The ultimate units are 3/4 shock units, so cavalry, so just be aware of that. So if you're dealing with any sort of anti-shock unit-based build, it can be a bit risky. You might want to go more the immigrants in that case, but that's fine. So he starts with Ecuador. Ecuadorian mistress will give him access to the Granadero Turquís later in the game. Basically horse grenadiers, but Ecuadorian. So they throw a grenade and then they act sort of like a cavalry unit and go into melee after that. Whereas Rommel is starting to age up with the Polish wave. Yeah. Polish wave is usually recommended for Argentina because, as I mentioned before, when you train the Polish butcher villagers out of the colony, they come with a free moo that you can put right on your pastures, actually, which is really good for your eco. Yeah. Now, one thing we do see from Rommel, which is pretty interesting, he's going for pasture construction without the advanced mill card. So Rommel goes for Cimilones, followed by the Saladeros, but does not have butchers. And that's a huge blunder on Rommel's part. If he's not going with the butcher's card, it's going to take him a long amount of time to eat those moo-moos up. Or at the very least, it's going to force him to use more villagers to do that. Yeah, because what butcher's card does, it allows you to gather the cows 300% faster. It triples the gather rate. It's huge. Why would you give that up? I don't know. It's like a huge eat up of those moo-moos. Plenty of steak for every night type of thing. Because now he's going to have to dedicate more vills onto the cows and less vills he can put on the coin and wood to facilitate patricios, escopeteros, that sort of setup. Yeah. In terms of units here, he could send his patricios in. He also has 5 sailors, naval skirmishers. So depending on what Ungers is doing, you might be able to do that. Oh, interesting. So this time Ungers starts and opens with Llaneros. Wow, that's pretty big. A pretty aggressive move, because at this point Ungers is going to be going mostly with raiding. He's going to raid like crazy here. Look at that. Yep, tower gets siege down, gets a bit of XP from that. Man, he's going super pressure base here with these Llaneros. Yeah. What sets the Llaneros apart from, say, the Lanceros? The Llaneros are sort of like the Yulon variant of the Lanceros. So they do more damage, but they have less hit points. So if you look right here, they do a whopping 60 hand damage to skirmishers. 60 hand damage. That's like an Imperial Hussar. That is huge. That is big if you're dealing with an army of skirms. That is significant, actually. But the hit points, about 245. So, not much stronger than a Patricio. Yeah, no. That's the only area I'd be concerned about. But what he does now is he has a 10 barracks there with his 10 stable. So he's popping out Pardos from his 10 barracks. And then he's going to make Llaneros out of his 10 stable. So he's going Pike and Lancer. This is a very old school Columbia build. This is like a old baby boomer type of build for Columbia. I have not seen this sort of setup for Columbia in about 3 or 4 years. Like ever since the Latin rework came out, I've never seen anybody go spears and lances with Columbia. This is like a really special setup there. Really good. Yeah. I'm going to check that call right now. 1 second.
Patrón, que más jefe, patrón, que más jefe, patrón, jefe, que más jefe, patrón, jefe.
¿Qué me ordena? Sí.
Finally made it back. In the meantime, I was able to put the light on in the room too, so I don't have to do that later, which is pretty convenient. As we see here, it looks like Ungers is focusing down the tower. Because if he really wants to make Rommel suffer in this push, he's going to take away any sort of building he can use to protect himself, including the tower. So he does take out the outpost there. Fortunately, he will be chased off by these protecting Serlenos, as well as this remaining Danublichen Grenadier. Yeah. So it looks like Rommel is definitely really being pressed here. Big time. Yeah. And for what it's worth, while he isn't getting quite the same gather rate if he had butchers, He's at the very least has a full supply of cows to eat, which is good. Yeah. He will ship in about 700 wood, because this man needs some production. He needs to produce some units. He needs patricios, he needs infernals, he needs some sort of protection. That's what he needs. Any sort of protection in his base would be good right now. Whereas Ungers is going to take the advantage and go to age 3 with the Panamanian investor. So he's going to be sticking with another Colombian member state civ. So now he's got the Ecuadorians for Granadero Tarquis, and now he's going to have the canal police from the Panamanians. The canal police from the Panamanians is basically a dismounted dragoon, so like an Eagle Runner Knight. But instead of multipliers against scout assault, they have multipliers against scout. So instead of being better against heavy cavalry, they're going to be better against the lighter cavalry like these Llaneros. They're going to be good at wiping out Hussar type stuff. But their hand attack still indeed has multipliers against assault. So yeah, not totally defenseless against assault. Just they're going to be better against, your Hussar type stuff. Which, it could come in handy here. Could come in handy here. In particular, canal police will be great against horse grenadiers that Argentina makes. If we see any of that from Rommel, definitely the canal police will really shine against that. But what we could also see is we could see the development of voltageros here by Ungers. That's one really good unit you get in age 3 is the Colombians regardless. The voltagero is a unique skirmisher that Colombia gets that actually uses its gun attack as a charge attack. So it fires the rifle, does its damage, and then it pulls out a machete and starts hacking through the enemy with it. And that machete attack has an area of effect of about 1. Yeah, so it's like really good for shredding through infantry. Quite good, actually. Yeah, and I'm also watching too for units to see what he might be training here. I don't see any units being trained by Ungers yet. He's going industrial. He's going super greedy. He's going up with the second Arab wave. So he's going to mix some immigrants in with this. He's going to get the second Arab wave. I believe he's going to get about 2... I think he's going to get XP crates for this, right? I think so. I think he's going to get XP crates for this. And then from that, he should be able to ship in 4 Volantes, 8 Llaneros. He's going to get some pretty big stuff there. Yeah. I was expecting him to go like Venezuelan member state or Colombian member state. So he could get, the Independentistas or the Rompilleñas. It's a third one. Yeah, this is a really special way to play Colombia, I guess. All the while, though, it gives Rommel more time to recover. Yeah, which is really important here. Rommel really needs that time to recover his stuff. Big time. Town center. Take out the Pardo there. He's going to start to train conscriptos now, yeah. That's good. So, conscriptos and what? Because surprisingly, in this fragile state, Rommel could potentially push back. Maybe. Depends on how much resources he has. Nah, he's still pretty battered here. Now, see, this is where I think he wishes he had the butcher's card, because he would already have like 5,000 food right now. He'd be a Juanito muy gordo right now. He'd be pretty big at this point. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so definitely I think it would have been much better for Rommel if he had the butcher's card, because now he's really going to suffer the price for it, having to stick all these vills onto food and everything. Yeah. What I'm more interested in is seeing what Ungers is going to do to win this. So he's going to get veteran conscriptos. He's going to ship in about 4 Volantes, So anti-artillery cannons. I mean, they can siege somewhat decently, particularly because they have some good rate of fire, so they can shoot constantly. Go pew, 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 and do some good damage. So maybe that's good enough, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, he's getting some good numbers here, so I don't know. I think, honestly, just a few veteran conscriptos with some 4 volantes might be enough to win this. But I'm not too sure yet. Also, he could ship in some Gallegos from his Arab colony, too. Does he have the Arab colony out yet? Yes, it's right over here. This is the Arab colony, right in this spot. And we'll see. Oh, now he's going to start to train in some of the Turkey's Grenadiers, the Grenadier Turkeys. So these essentially assault units. As I mentioned before, they throw a grenade and then they go into melee. These particular ones are considered assault units, so once they throw the grenade, they pull out a lance and they do lance combat, so they have multipliers against infantry. So they'll be good at dealing with grenadiers, muskets, skirms, anything that's dismounted. They're great at just shredding through them. Yeah. So already we're seeing a pretty good setup here by Ungers, yeah. Also the shipping of about 8 Llaneros, which is always good, yeah. Oh, interesting use of the volantes there, yeah. Surprisingly, 4 volantes is doing some pretty good damage. I mean, 45 crush with 1 splash. Getting the job done here, particularly because these units are not even upgraded. Yeah. Volante is exactly just as good as any normal artillery would, yeah. And in particular, their rate of fire is just really benefiting them here quite well. And Colombia continues to gradually add in more Turkey Grenadiers too, which is pretty neat, yep. And for whatever reason, if he does go to Imperial Age, he'll be able to add in probably the Rompelieñas too, as another heavy cavalry unit to add to the mix as well, to the Venezuelan member state. Yeah, it looks like a GG there. Well played. Good setup, yeah. Yep, and just see through those pastures, yeah. Yep. Funny enough, these firemen actually have multipliers against the Granaderos because they have the siege trooper tag since they throw grenades. Yeah, so technically the firemen can actually somewhat counter these in proper numbers. That was an interesting fact to bring up, definitely. Because there's going to be certain times in a match where that might actually be really useful for you to know. Like, you might be in a situation when you're dealing with Horse Grenadiers or Tarkis, and you have a lot of emergency units. You can actually run those into them and completely shred them at range with it in that particular matchup. Yeah. Quite funny, isn't it? Yeah, things you learn. But now we're going into game number 6. Is that right? Game number 6. What's going to be in game number 6? It's going to be Orlecho Istapana. So it's going to be a Danish versus Zulu. I'm assuming Rommel's going to play the Zulu here, because I've seen Rommel play the Zulu before, but it could potentially be Gilder or somebody else. Who knows? I can't remember if I've ever seen Ungers play Zulu before, either. So that's kind of making me scratch my head a bit. I can't quite remember that off the top of my head, if I've ever seen Ungers play Zulu before. I know I've seen Geronimo play it, who is another high-level Wars of Liberty player, Geronimo. I've seen him play that, but Yeah, so it looks like Rommel's going to play the Zulu, and Ungers is going to play the Danish. Very interesting. So, yep, here's Ungers Danish, and then here is Rommel Zulu. In this matchup, I would normally put Zulu miles ahead of the Danish, just because Zulu aggro is totally insane, and with the proper setup, you can completely shred the Danish. You know, the Danish, for what it's worth, the early game, kind of sour, you know. All they got is early skirms of volunteers. They got pikemen and the Lansoldatar muskets. Massable, but utter garbage. Like, the stats are even worse than the Russian musketeers. Takes the rusket concept to the extremes. They do get grenadiers, though, too, and those are normal statted. So, yeah, I just feel like when you're dealing with the Danish, it's not always a standard fight, and it can go really tough for you, depending on what the civ is. I think Zulu in particular, it's really tough. Namely because Zulu Impy, they have a good rate of fire. You know, their damage is clearly not anything comparable to a musketeer, but they throw really fast those spears. They're like, woo, 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 throwing one after another. And I think in that sort of a situation, you might be able to mass a lot of infantry as the Danish, but if the MP are throwing the spears that fast at you, they can make up for all that time and just clean their way right through them. Yeah. That's exactly what I think is going to happen here. Unless, of course, Ungers has a special move for us, which he probably does. There is the option of Danish to go with the early artillery card and be able to make falconets in age 2. Falconets in age 2. Falconets in age 2. Did you hear? You need to hear again. Falconets in age 2. Yeah, it's a really powerful team card they get, where everybody in the team gets access to their primary anti-infantry cannon in age 2. It's really good, you know. Yeah, basically, if you're European, you'll get falconets. If you're Anglophones, you'll get the Whitworths. If you're Japanese, the Kanao cannons. And a few other instances like that. Now, if your Civ does get artillery in H2, like if you're Latin America with the artisanals or the Balkan Civs with the mules, those will just train a bit faster now. So it benefits them too to have that card in your deck. Yeah. Does Ungers have that card in his deck? And it does look like Rommel's starting with library blue number 1 from his library there. Ungers, yeah, he has the card here. I think he sent it too. He absolutely sent it. He absolutely sent the team early artillery card in his deck. He's gonna do it, man. He's gonna do H2 Falcons on him. It might be the only thing that works against Zulu here, if you can set it up on time. If you can set it up on time. There's no guarantee that he's gonna set it up on time, but it's a very greedy but very high reward setup. Yeah. Yeah, because he could get easily shut down with this. You know, if he's trying to put up his foundry, it could put him into a real conundrum. Yeah, big time. Looks like here for the Koreans it also unlocks their Hwachas in age early too. Yeah, pretty interesting. And then for Haudenosaunee it gives them access to the Rams. Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. And for Africans it makes their firebrands train faster. Interesting. Didn't know that fact either. It should do something with the Boca Fuegos for the Native American civs, though, the South American natives. In theory, yeah. So, Danish aging up with the Enlightened Quartermaster for 400 wood. And Rommel, he's going the double blue library, blue 1 and blue 2. This way he can get the cheapest price, saving up the most food, and then he can cap it off with Red King's weaponry to gain access to military training now. So, yeah, that's sort of one way you can do the Zulu that, I've started to do a bit myself. Start with blue 1, blue 2, and then do red 1 right after that. So that way you can get the faster age up time for more shipments of military, and then go for red. And at that point, your macro should already be set up so you can actually afford to make some military to support it. Yeah. And at that point, you have about 3 of the Akandas up, so you have already 100 population. Sort of sticking you in sort of the semi-state that the Lakota get to enjoy, where they don't really need any more houses, right? You already got about 3 of them, covering like half your population space, which is really neat. So where's he going to train? He's going to make Umpakites, which are clubmen that the Zulu can do. These are clubmen, so these are going to be good against skirmishers and artillery. Essentially your scout unit. Yeah, so like a hussar or a coyote runner. And combined with the Impy, that can be a pretty fierce combination to use, yeah. Ungers in age 2 is going to start to train his Lansoldatars. And I'm presuming once he gets enough crate resources, he's probably going to get a foundry down and back up his Lansoldatars with the Falconets. And that's going to trap Rommel thinking that he has the advantage, but not realizing that Ungers actually has Falconets, and he's going to completely shred his infantry. And then the Lansoldatars would act as sort of the massible protection against the clubmen. Yes, this could be a very tense situation very fast. Yeah, big time. All Ungers really needs to do now, just cover his base, have enough Lansoldatars to hold off whatever sort of pressure Rommel is doing, and then come in with the Falconets, backing them up. And at that point, Rommel's really not going to have any options, Falconets will shred his infantry, they'll blast his buildings down. It's a big surprise moment when you're dealing with the Danish. Yeah. Not everybody can pull it off, though, so I will warn you this. While we might see it be successful for Ungers, and he's getting his foundry now, so it's exactly what he's doing, while you're going to see Ungers probably do this successfully, it's a very hard setup. And you could just as easily get rushed out of the gate by your opponent and never get it completed, I also like how Ungers has kept up with his technologies, getting hunting dogs, steel traps, and now steam machinery for the coin. So he is really leveling out and balancing his economy to do this. Making sure that he can get enough food to make infantry and still have enough wood and coin to get the Falconets going too. So now he's probably going to go 700 coin. That's what I would think he would do here. But I might be wrong. We'll see, though. So how many Lansoldatars? So he's got about 14. Now he's going to probably queue in another one. Yeah. Very good. Yep, just target away at those Umpakites, try to stall it out. Right now he could queue in a Falconet, but I'm just thinking he's maybe hesitating going with the Falconet just yet because he doesn't know what this skirmish has for him. Like, if he doesn't clean this out and he can't get rid of all the clubmen, the Falconet's just going to be destroyed. So he might just be holding his ground here for now. Yeah, see, he's going to get the Minutemen first. Mix that in with the Lansoldatars. If he can get the clubmen, I think we're going to see a nice pendulum towards Ungers here. If he can't, it's going to be looking much better for Rommel. So Lansoldatars are holding out as long as they can. Just one more clubman to get rid of. And now the town center can start to fire on the enemy. Yep. Taking out Impy. Looks like Rommel is adding in some bowmen now. Wrong unit. You don't want bowman. You probably want clubman. Let's see if he ends up doing more clubman or not. He's got spearman now for siege. That's a little bit better. Oh, no, 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 no. Do not do that. Do not give him breathing room. This is the worst thing that could happen. Because now he can get a falconet. He's going to get one. And he possibly could get two. You see, he's probably going to go into wood. Is he going to go into wood to get chop for wood to get another one? Okay. I'm just watching this very, very closely. So he's shipping about 8 pikemen in for anti-cav, and then he's going to have 1 falconet. Okay, so yeah, he's getting the wood right now. Yep, and he's probably going to readjust his market too for everything else. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, no, he's not going to have enough for falconet number 2 here. If you got, yeah, I guess it's sort of fine. He's getting another market though, so that did hurt him pretty badly. Pikeman right over here, and falconet is going to go into bombard mode right now. Rommel is not going to risk this at all, but he is going to get clubman now. I guarantee you to respond to that. Yeah. I almost guarantee the clubmen are on the way out of these youths right here. Yeah, because with Zulu, you don't train out of any military buildings. You actually turn these little Zulu kids into soldiers. Turn them into impy, clubmen, bowmen, whatever you need. Yeah, so that's what you do. Some more of those, and so that tires there, yeah. Up, see, there's the clubman right there. Those are going to be used for the artillery mainly. Do we see another falconet from Ungers? And we'll probably see the shipment of the volunteers too, so a bit of skirmish mixing as well. So he does actually end up getting sewing machine. Sewing machine will grant some more hit points to his villagers, make them a bit more tanky here, because he just doesn't know what to expect here in terms of pressure. Like, he's got to make sure his vills can withstand a bit of abuse here, basically. Yep, up to about 202 HP there. Actually, no, even more than that. I think it's like much more HP, like 282 or something. So, a bit of tanking there. Falconet. Where are the clubmen, though? Clubmen over here. Pikemen, the good thing about the pikemen is they'll be able to completely dedicate to the protection of this cannon. The pikeman is a really smart choice here by Ungers. You know, because, well, he can chase him with the lance soldatars and sort of use that to keep distance. The pikeman can be right under the cannon to completely shred the clubman that comes after him. Yeah, that's the one benefit of that particular unit. Also, we do see falconet number 2 on the way. It should arrive in time before the fight. Also, lance soldatars will continue to be pumped in as well, which is really important, honestly. He does choose to scout with the pikemen to see if he can find where the enemy position is. Or maybe just to get his explorer Jens home there. Which could be good. Yeah. Could be a good move there. And, yeah. Does he get falconet number 3? Yes. He's going to get another one. He's going to try to get as much artillery as possible. Alright, so falconets, bombard mode, using the explorer as a meat shield, gets a free volley in there. No, clubman, but he sees it. The pikemen getting into position, the lance soldatars getting into position. All he has to do is make sure that the falconets target the infantry, and he keeps the spearmen and the clubmen away. If he can do that, also he is pushing them very hard with the range attacks. Because he's trying to see if he can use the Impy and the Bowman to take out the cannons. Looks like the clubmen are defeated. Falconhead will start blasting away this infantry now. Yep. He's going to try to reach it with Shaka now. He might want to use his shield bash ability to do some damage there. Nope. Alright. I think we see... how's Rommel doing by way in resources? So he's got resources. But he decides... No. Yeah, at this point, he's got a Falconhead. Another one on the way. Probably 2, maybe 3. Yeah, I think at that point, essentially, Ungers wins the game. Really impressive showcase there, you know. This is one of the hardest civs you could do this build with, and Ungers still pulled it off. That just shows you why Ungers is so competitive in the ESOC tournaments. He just knows what to do really well. Big time. Yeah. Ungers is no joke. He really knows his matchups really good. And you just demonstrated really well right there. So now we're going to go into the next game. I'm going to boot into it right now. And what will this one be called? Out of curiosity, which one will this one be? So now we're going into the Cap games. Cap has about 3 1 versus 1s to look at. Smurfing multi-go. Oh, so Cap got into sort of this habit where he's pretending to be other people. You know, Cap is having an identity crisis. He doesn't know if he can be himself anymore. So he's decided, you know what? I'm going to be multi-go for a day, Stiletsy for a day, Rommel for a day. Yeah, Viringo's just... Cap has just decided that he's going to try to pretend to be other people to increase his own self-esteem as a player, because he's been performing exceptionally well lately, and he just needs to validate himself. You know, and I can confirm to you that Cap is probably one of the best Wars of Liberty players of all time. So, yeah, you definitely got to do something to keep that self-esteem rolling as Cap. So we'll see if it pays off in the actual gameplay. We'll see. So here we go. Some Cap 1v1s. I know you've missed these. We haven't seen a lot of them lately, so it's good to see these again. So it's Streletsy versus Multigo, right? So yeah. Who is that? That's not me. I never played the Ottomans. What is Cap doing? Who's this guy? Who thought it was okay to take my name now? That's the question. I see Cap is doing Russia. Is it? Which one is me now? Because I knew Cap was pretending to be me as well. So this has me really confused. Yeah, because I know Multigo actually plays Russia, but I rarely ever play Ottoman. So is this April Fool's or something? Like, I almost want to say that this is Cap right here, but I'll be able to tell right away from the decks and the gameplay style who is the real Cap. Yeah. Well, I know it's not me, because I don't remember ever playing this match before from muscle memory. No. Yeah, no, I don't remember playing this game. Yeah, so I don't know which one. I think this is Cap right here. What do you think? Think this is Cap trying to pretend to be me? Wants to be a gringo muy guapo for a day? Probably. Yeah, so what does his decks look like? So he's got this. I don't know. This might be... Who is this? Who's this person playing Ottomans? Yeah, these are not my decks, so this is not me. This is... I'm not... I don't have decks named like this, so that's not me. That's some Juanito Taco trying to be me. And then on this side with Multigo... This is the Russia deck, yeah. So advanced trading posts, wood trickle, team naturalist expedition, and land grab. Okay, so yeah, because this sort of looks like a multi-go deck, sort of. I don't know. Yeah, my deck. All right, we'll see who wins though. That's how you know who Cap is. The one that wins is Cap. That's the golden rule. If they win the game, then they get the Cap crown. Yeah. We'll see though. Yeah. So now this is an interesting age-up actually. So he's gonna go for the team food gathering card over the wood trickle. Pretty strange actually. I didn't quite expect that, you know. Protectionism. It used to be called distributivism, now it's called protectionism. Because basically protectionism is a lot easier for my tongue to actually pronounce. I can say protectionism real easily, where distributivism is really hard. Basically, yeah. Yeah, I've never seen anybody start with this and not this before, so I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. Going with the Statesman. It's only a Cap thing to do. Yeah, because if I was playing Ottomans, I would go Quartermaster. I wouldn't do Statesman, so maybe this is Cap. The Cap. Definitely looks like a Cap deck. I mean, you got the Royal Decree there. You got the right cards. Yeah. This is looking very Cappy. Looking at this deck. We'll see, though. Yep, the grabbing of the trading posts. Pretty on cue with what Cap would do. Yeah. Big time. Yeah, the reason why Ottoman players always go for the trading posts, particularly in Wars of Liberty, is because they're so card dependent. Either again the crates or the units. So for an Ottoman player, they really need those cards very badly to synergize with their playstyle. Because as you know, the Ottomans are famous for having units that are very expensive. Janissaries, the Delis, the Abbas Gunners, very, very expensive stuff. So whenever you can get the resource crates to afford it, or even ship a few of the units in for the card, that's the much preferred avenue to take. In general, yeah. So yeah, I just figured I'd point that out to you. Yep. So what do we got here? We got a settler under pressure there, yep. And what's Russia aging up with? So they're going up with Artisan. Same as Core Master, so you get about 400 wood. Blockhouse going up right over here, right in this spot. I'm an explorer trying to harass a little bit, but it looks like the Russian explorer here counters him a bit. Vladimiryov. I think that's Multigo's explorer. Then Cap is running El Hotomano. Ugh. Funny one. So how is this going to work? So I think probably what Multigo is going to do, if that's really him, is he's going to do Ratniks or Ratnikis against the Abbas Janissary of Cap. That's what I think. So Cap puts up a tower right over there. Looks like the Cantonists or Radnikis are coming out from Russia right now. The thing that's disturbed me the most about this unit of the Russians is it's changed names about 4 times over the course of Wars of Liberty history. It started as Streletsy, then it became Ryadovoy, then it became Cantonists, and now it's Ratniki. So they just can never come up with a permanent name of this unit, which is so hilarious. Yeah, it's It's like, when are you going to come up with a permanent name for this thing? Just come up with the name for it, you know? Hopefully Radnicki is the end of it. So you don't have to keep learning new Russian words for the unit. Yep, going for the 700 wood now. Alright, went for the 700 coin. So going for a fast fortress, a naked fast fortress in particular, into the gunsmith. So going to get some free Abyss guns out of that, about 4 of them. Should be enough to clean these up, honestly. And from there, you can go 2 Falks, 5 Abyss, 5 Delhi, even Mamluks or Safahi if you have the resources. And that's going to be a really tough deal for the Russians. That's why you see the Russians so active right now doing stuff, because they probably know what's coming to them, you know? Yeah, big time. Yeah, going to try to take out like a trading post. Not going to do a whole lot, though, to save you. I mean, I would be poking at these houses, trying to do that at least, for what's going to come upon you. Yeah, big time. Yeah, good. Get some of the partisan pikemen in there. You're going to need it. You're going to have to siege your way through this stuff and try to get towards his houses. Yeah, towards the houses over there. That's how you're going to clean this up pretty much. Yeah. So we got Janissaries queuing here, and then you got about 5 shipping in over there. Yeah. And what is, yep, shipping in wood for more pikemen probably. Let's see if any of these houses can go down before the H3 is acquired. I doubt it. I mean, he's going to try to go on... Yeah, get these casas down, you know? I mean, I don't think you can do it still, but at least try. At least give it an attempt. Well, yeah, now he's got barracks, and he's going to be queuing in Janissaries as well. There's about 5 of them right there, then the 4 Abyss. Yep, going to ship in the Janissaries for a bit more protection with infantry. And then probably the Falconets are going to come in right after that, I would assume. Yeah, probably. Yep, really good kiting there with the Abyss guns. Kappa's doing pretty good at targeting these Radnickis quite well. Taking like literally no damage on these at all. Poor Multigo there just trying to reach him and stuff, yeah. So here comes the Janissaries and then more queuing in right there, yeah. Here comes the Janissaries, very good. And Minutemen as well. And 2 Falconets. Really good. That sort of seals the deal, I think, against Multigo at this point. Yeah, once the Falconets come out, you're in deep trouble. I do mean it. You're like really going to... All these Radnickis are going to get completely destroyed by it. It's not even a joke. AoE 3 is the best game ever, says IC Cup Radio. I 100% agree with that statement, and it's 100% Streletsy approved. Age of Empires 3 is the best game of all time. Because without it, we wouldn't have Wars of Liberty. We wouldn't have Wars of Liberty casted streams like this. So I absolutely agree with that statement. 100% to the T. It's totally verifiable. That Wars of Liberty in particular is the best game of all time, if you could consider it a game, you know. Not just a mod, but a game. I would say Wars of Liberty is my most favorite game of all time. So yeah, that's how I can cast it for like 6-7 hours a day. At times, it's like really good. Alright, so here comes the Falconets. You don't even need these cannons. Like the Janissary Abyss on their own are already winning, but once the Falconets get in there, you got sufficient siege to start going after the buildings. And then more Janissaries coming in as well. And it becomes virtually an impossible situation to deal with. Yeah. Big time. 1,000 wood. Could have just gone for like the Zelis 2 or more Abyss. That's another option. Would have been totally fine. But I get why he's going with coin. He's either looking to get more units trained, or he's potentially going towards a fast industrial. And going a semi-fast industrial, and then pulling in the really big ticket items like the Dardanelles guns here or the 12 Abyss here. Which would be really powerful. Let's see. 2 stables and another blockhouse. Gonna try going for a Cossack. Way too late though, and you don't have enough coin for that. Do you have a market? No market. I don't see any Mercado here, so can't even trade for coin to get more Cossacks. 1 Cossack against all this is like nothing. Rubbish. Yeah, so Cossack kind of just forced to watch the whole base get sieged at this point. Not good. Not a good day to be Cossack. Yep, and those stables will be sieged down rather quickly now. Yeah. Stable over there getting blasted down, and then the Jan sieging that stable down. Yep. Very good. Get that one there. Very nice. More Radnicki's coming out of the blockhouse, but worst unit to be at that point, you know? Especially with all these Falconets sieging towards you. Yeah. Yep. House goes down. And now, the Radnicki's are going to try to stall up at a time. I just don't know how that's going to go exactly here. Yeah, the Streletsy Smurf has to be cap. Yeah, big time. You can tell this is totally cap gameplay here. The Jan, Abyss, and Falconet set up totally. You just see one more blast of the Falconets to get that blockhouse down, yeah. Good target in there by Cap, finishing off the last of the Radnicki's. And then can go after the TC at last, yeah. Good match there by Cappy. Unstoppable Cappy. And now we're going to go into game number 2 of his. Just boot that up right now. Just load that up. See what Cap has for us now. So let's go into recorded games. Record game number 2. It's going to be the biggest one we got. So probably this one, right? Yeah. So now I am supposedly playing as Japan. And then Multigo is playing as Haiti. Yeah. So, yeah, apparently I've picked up the Japanese and didn't even know it. Yeah. Yeah, big time. Yeah. Definitely making me look like... Definitely helping my ELO score a lot more now. Big time. With the second Streletsy on the loose. Yeah, so gonna start by collecting those cherry orchards there on the Japanese side. And then on Haiti's side, what treasure is he going after at this point? He's going to get an XP one. Nice. In this particular matchup, it can get very tight. You know, Japan and Haiti are considered, I think they're considered S tier civs. Am I right or am I wrong? Yeah, Haiti's definitely an S tier civ, and I think probably Japan is as well, if I remember my tier list correctly. They're very competitive. So, I mean, in terms of civs, it's going to be very even. But I do think the Caps Japan setup here is just really good and going to perform really well against Multigo. Because we've seen the Caps set up at Japan before, of how he starts out very strong with the Shigumas and has a few shipments of Kies to support him. And then eventually he gets the stable set up with the Gunto Riders, and it's just really tough. And then is the last leg of the jury, he goes full industrial age into age 4 artillery setup, and that's really brutal. Yeah, so I think that's exactly what we're going to see here in this matchup, if I could guarantee it. Haiti, though, I'm presuming is going to go with some sort of aggression to try to counteract that, though, or at least defend against the Shigumas. Because the Shigumas, as you know, just like the Ashigarus in the 5th edition, very fast musket. They can get in and out of battle very quickly. And as a result, they can raid, they can push, they can do all sorts of crazy stuff. Yeah, Shiguma is quite a dangerous contender to deal with, usually. So you gotta kind of have to be careful of that, pretty much. Yep. Yes, sir. Sagawai Black said, yes, sir, in the chat. So looks like Sagawai Black is here to watch us now. That's good. Haiti going for 3 villagers. What will the Japan do? Japan will go for Heavenly Kami to make the shrines cheaper and actually pump out even more resources. That's always good. If my stuff is correct, Cap will probably go with the Toshugu Shrine as a greedy age up. I presume he probably will either put it here or, yeah, he'll probably put it over here. You could put it over here too, but that would be too greedy and could potentially get sacked by pickets from Haiti. So, yeah, you probably want to stick it nice and snug over here or there. Probably, yeah. So that's probably what we'll see from Japan in that first leg of the journey. Yep. This is the Cap deck setup, so he starts with Heavenly Kami for the shrines, and then he's got Shigumas he can send in, he's got Kie, he can send in a general, the General Siago Takamori, to train units on the front lines. He can go for consulate stuff here with Diplomatic Intrigue. Does have the backup option of Cherry Orchards if his base is under a lot of pressure. Not a lot of room to go for hunts. Well, wait a minute, no hunts. You can't get hunts in Japan. So, yeah, basically, if you don't have the wood for the rice paddies, you can still get the cherry orchards with this. So up to 4 more cherry orchards to hold out with. And then, moving on, Canal now cannons, Guntos, Shigumas. But the real big ticket is here, going for 4 Canal nows or 4 Moritaros. The Moritaros for the siege, and then the Canal nows for anti-artillery and anti-infantry. So yeah, generally it's a very strong, solid setup for Japan. And here comes that Tsugu Shrine. Gonna go up right over here. Whereas Multigo is going to age up with the German wave, so Uhlans. Okay. Probably in this matchup, I would have probably gone with the Gallegos. Mainly for range support, just so you have another musketeer in there working against the Shigumas. But, you can do Uhlans potentially, particularly if you see Kie skirms become an issue. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see, though. We'll see how it ends up turning out. Yeah, so we'll have to determine that. Looks like shrine going up over here. Yeah, General Japan just loves to build up these shrines everywhere, particularly after sending Heavenly Kami to make them cheaper. Sneeze. Yeah, and the best thing you could probably do is Haiti if you can. I don't know if you get to it, depending on what your build is. Get some pickets out on that map and start sieging the shrines. It will give Japan so much trouble here. That's what I would suggest. So he's actually going to go for a Infinite 5 shipment of Zinglins. These Zinglins are a raiding unit. So statistically, like from a tag standpoint, they're just coyote runners, but they have multipliers against vills. So against like villagers, they end up doing about a total of 36 hand damage when away from the town center. So quite a powerful raiding unit indeed. Yeah, big time. Does have the forward base set up over here though. Unfortunately though, not enough time for when the tower's going to go up over here. So yeah, we do see the Zinglins ship in right up from over here. And we're potentially going to see some successful raiding on this tree line. That would be sort of where I would start if I was Haiti. Start on that tree line. There's like no shrines over here, so this would be your best place to snag 1 or 2 vills. Unfortunately, Cappy is bracing himself for impact. Again, onto this mine. Again, the cherry orchard setup going. So he's going to be in a more defensible position now. Make it much harder for Multigo to get in with his Zinglins. We'll see, though. We'll see if these Zinglins can connect at all. Right now, they just seem to be looking around, seeing what they can get. Going right through the middle here. Yep. Oof. Yep. Let's see if we can get into here. Up. This is where you want to get it. This is where you want to get it. Alright, so you get 1. Connects to 1. He's going to get 2. Alright, so that was very lucky. Oh, but you were unlucky because you hesitated with the mouse. Yeah, see, he would have never gotten that chance if he wasn't happening to build his barracks there. So that was a good timing attack by Multigo. Any more vills here? Nope. So, yeah, he can actually work to try to siege some of these shrines down, at least. He is going to ship in some food and continue to make more of the Zinglins. Big mistake, brother. Big mistake. Because, as you know, with Japan, their favorite unit is the Shiguma Musketeer. Which, as you know, is a scout unit like this is like your worst nightmare. Yeah. And worst of all is he actually engages to fight with them. Which, you know, of course, that's going to go over well. As soon as they start pulling out their katanas, it's a done deal. You're going to lose a lot of these Zinglins now. It seems like they're somewhat winning, though, just because the Shiguma numbers are very small right now and marginal. Interesting. So he actually does get them down. And then he comes in with the Explorer now. Ooh, yeah, nice. Gets another Vill. Gets another Villy. Gets another Villy. Boy, he's doing some work. Yeah. Nice. He's actually pressuring him pretty well. Not gonna lie. He's getting some good work done here. Look at that. Look at all the vills he's like wiping out right now. That might actually stain his eco pretty bad. You know, I think Cap's gonna come out with a big attack now because of that. Yeah, he can't let him grow any momentum now with that much pressure. Big time. He's like really in bad shape right now with that. Explorer takes out another Shiguma. But unfortunately with Japan, of course, they can ship in Shigumas too. Right? And worst of all, Japanese unit cards can ship units twice. Which means he's going to be able to send in a second batch of these. And then he can send in some of these too. Yeah, so Japan in that sense gives you a bit of survivability. Big time, yeah. So we'll see how that ends up panning out over here. Seeing if it actually makes a huge difference on this front. Yeah. So, yep, more Shigumas coming out. Yeah, very good. Zinglins need to retreat at this point. It's no longer feasible to be attacking the Shigumas head on anymore, and I think he learned that a little too late there. Does he get out with these units surviving? It looks like he does, but yeah. Now, basically, if you're Haiti, you need to rethink your army plan. He's still doing Zinglins. He's still doing the scout unit, though. So, if he's going to do that, he needs to be very, very careful. Very, very careful. Like, he needs to be super cautious here. Yeah. He needs to really watch out for where he's going right now. Like, yeah. Yeah, see, this is the wrong spot to be in with these scout units. Like, you want to get some, like, conscriptos, skirmish units in there. Even a few Yulons to mix in with this. Because, see, now he's just going to keep hiding in his town center, drawing it out, continue with the Shigumas head on. There's nothing you can do. Like, the Cappy shield is up right now, and you're really not going to find a really good opening for a while here. So I just don't know what the plan is exactly in the situation. Yeah. I don't know. Should be interesting, though. Big time. Also, a new game just was uploaded by Viringo, it looks like, in the Discord. I was just checking. I don't know if we'll get to it because we got so many games to do, but just figured I'd point that out. So you're new. Looks like the Shigumas are doing quite good at chasing off all that stuff. Yeah, very good. So what does Multigo do now? Well, he seems to have burned through his food. He does have some conscriptos, though, so he does have a bit of ranged infantry. So I can at least use that here, I think. Yeah, which is good. So here comes the Zinglins. Yep, looks like Zinglin should be able to attack from the back while they focus on the conscriptos in the front. He should have all his other Zinglins here, by the way, like eating into him. Like, he shouldn't have delayed it that long because he could have gotten so much more free damage into those Shigumas. He needs to be a little bit more spontaneous here if he's going to go with Scout. Yeah, big time. Because at this point, yeah, Cap also has his Japanese isolationism open with the Onabushis. These are Japanese women with Yari spears, so they're going to be really good against cavalry. And that basically shuts down the whole thing at that point. Once you got the Onabushis out, your whole shock unit setup is completely fried. Big time. And he's got no food to really keep up double barracks conscriptos, I see. So I don't know how that's going to go. Yeah. Really not looking too good. Yeah, shipping coin even though he needs food. Yeah. That start was very good, but he should have just went to conscripto and had like another batch of them. Because I feel like if he had more conscriptos, he could have been his way through the Shigumas a bit, and yeah, big time. So I think that cost him the match there. At that point, he's basically starved out, and and then he ships the coin right to the front lines too. So yeah, no more dinero for you. That's gone. So move that back to the town center. Not that it would have made a difference, but yeah. Good Cap game, though. That was a good setup there by Cappy. Now we can go on to his third game that he did. So he has a record game number 3 here, too. So we'll do that next. Yep. Let's go into it. Let's see what we got here. Okay, where are we at? Record game 3. It would be this one. Yep, this one. So, looks like Cappy will be playing the Germans, his favorite civ. The Germans, jawohl. Against the Peruvians from Multigo. Interesting. I think I've seen Multigo go Peruvians before, too. So, it should be an interesting matchup. But it's against Cappy's best civ, his main civ in the mod, Germany. So you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. You're probably going to lose this thing. GG, well played. Yeah, mostly guaranteed with that one. But we'll see, though. We'll see. Because I think maybe Peru can go Legion Peruana and maybe beat out the line infantry, but it really depends. It really depends on how consistent and strong Multigo is with his build order and everything, and his RNG with the treasures. Yeah, it's a hypothetical. You could potentially beat out the line infantry with the Peruanas, but it would have to be very quick, spontaneous. Have to be a really good setup with the eco. You would have to have an answer to Hussars once Cap adds in a stable. It'd be going mega Viringo build type stuff. And I'm not quite sure if anyone knows how to do that against Cap just yet. Nah, particularly as Germany. If he's Japan or one of his other civs, maybe, but definitely not Germans. Germans is where he's best at. Guaranteed. It's going to be a really tough one to do. Very tough battle. Did he get his first card yet or not? No, he hasn't even picked a deck yet. So no cards just yet. Alright, going back to Multigo. What's his deck look like? So he's got 3 Vills, Wood Trickle, Extractivism, which is the same as Economic Theory. He's got 5 Cholo Villagers, 700 food, 600 wood, 700 coin, 6 Legion Piranhas. This card, Fencing School. Then H3, he's got white cannons here, big food card, big coin card, Sierra Combat, Brenier Combat, select one railroad tracks, fort. Alright, so also in H3, H4 has got a pretty good selection of cards to get for the late game. So he's got mortars, piranhas, and then the Brenieros. So if he can get that way in the game, he's in pretty good shape in terms of getting huge armies going. Yeah. So this is the Cappy deck. So he's got 3 settlers here. He's got Eco Theory, 5 Ills, a bunch of crates, line infantry, Hussar. It's got all the combat cards here, like short range attack, short range hit points, and then hand cavalry attack. And then H3, Jägerbusch to give his skirmishers more multipliers against dragoons. And then long range combat to make both his early and late game skirmishers stronger. And then H4, you got Needle Gun. This is probably like one of the strongest late game cards you can get, because it allows the German line infantry or musketeers to actually fire faster, so they can shoot really fast and become a much better counter to infantry than just cavalry. So, yeah, quite a powerful card. Also, some Eco in H3, Refridge, and Gold Standard. Gold Standard is replacing Royal Mint, but has the same economic effect, pretty much, yeah. Looks like the statesman is researching right now for Germany. Grants them an outpost and some coin. Multigo going up with the Irish wave, which I believe is one of the well, actually no. All the Peruvian immigrant options in H2 do give you a battalion, so that's good. The Irish would give you the Zamoritos, so a skirmisher unit, whereas China would give you a siege unit, and then the Japanese would give you Shiguma musketeer type infantry. So, yeah. I wonder what the Peru player is going to go for then. If he's setting up with that. It's a good question, actually. We'll have to see what the particular build is going to be here. Looking forward to it, actually. Yeah. Picking up hunting dogs, it looks like. Very good. That's exactly what you want to see. What is Explorer doing over here? He's trying to... Oh, yeah, he's almost down. Lutunge. What are you going to do, Juanito? Yeah, probably just wait till your HP recovers a bit and get that. Whereas Cappy is likely going to set a forward base down with his outpost wagon and get a barracks there, too. Yeah. And eventually get double barracks and then a stable. That's the way the Cappy build usually is, yeah. So where is the forward base going to be? So it's going to be somewhere over here. So tower here, barracks there. Put the tower in the front so it's the first thing the enemy sees and feels when they're getting attacked by it. And then the barracks in the back that start making the line infantry. Should be very good. At the market is starting to add in hunting dogs as well for a bit of food. Very smart. Is going to go for 700 wood. That's going to go into a number of things. It's going to go into more of the Mites Caserne houses, since these produce free villagers. And it's going to help set up potentially a second barracks and maybe a stable later on. Otherwise, you might see steel traps be researched with it, or steam machinery, which is the replacement to placer mines. So line infantry are starting to be trained already. Oh, this barracks. And we'll see what's added in after that. Maybe the line infantry upgrade. No, not the line infantry upgrade. The line infantry shipment to keep up with these piranhas. Because see, these piranhas already coming out of the gate and attacking the tower, trying to disrupt his forward base. Because Multigo knows what's coming for him, and he needs to react to this rather quickly. He needs to be pretty spontaneous about this, or else he's probably going to lose. So we'll see exactly what's going to happen here with that. Legion Piranhas. Fuego. Good range attack there by Multigo. Gets rid of one line infantry, takes out another one. Takes out another one pretty soon. Ooh, this one hasn't even thrown his thing yet. Man, he's gonna... that would have been so good if he got the last throw in there, but no. But now Cappy is training some volunteers now, so he's adding a bit of skirmish in there to deal with the Grandier prom. Has to innovate a bit to deal with the new danger. So that's very smart. Now shipping in 6 line infantry. More line infantry will be trained in now because he can't afford any more volunteers. Probably delayed Cappy's research of steam machinery. He can only get the steel traps now, it looks like. What is that? I don't know what he's doing at this point. He's got just going into nowhere at this point, yeah. So he's got double barracks right over here to match against Cappy's base. Forward base, that is. How's this barracks doing? Is this barracks going to get both batches out? I hope so. Otherwise, this could be a pretty quick match. Yeah. Yeah, try to get that volley in and try to get the best possible targeting in there on those infantry if possible. Be your best possible outcome there. Ooh, got rid of a volunteer there. Thankfully, though, Cappy knew to go into stagger mode and retreat properly, so was able to avoid most of the casualty there. Yeah. Very good. Yeah, get rid of the line infantry there. Some Bermudas. Kind of because you can't really afford much else at this point. Yeah. I think Cappy has basically won the ground game here. Should be able to take out this barracks now, and then he can go right for the base. Yeah, he's already attacking his barracks over here with some line infantry, so Cap is already 20 steps ahead. As usual. As usual. Right. And what is he going to ship in next? Is he going to probably do the 600 wood? Maybe. So we can get some more Mites Casernes for free vills. Get a stable down. Get some Hussar going. Since it seems like most of his threats here are going to be in the form of anti-infantry, and he needs something for that. Yep. Yeah, 600 wood is probably appropriate there. You can get some decent number of Mites Casernes for vills, and then that's stable for Hussar. Ford Barracks is effectively destroyed at that point, and now Cap can move in for the other one. Yeah, just go down to this spot now, yeah. Uh, 600 wood. Very good. Yeah, at this point, you may as well just try to mass up the Bermudos as Peru. How's his wood economy doing? Does he have enough vills for that, or what? So, right now, about 13 vills. He's kind of wasted at this point. Like, he's basically burned out of his economy. Like, 13 vills is a lot less than you should have right now. I mean, at this stage of the game, you should normally have, like 22, 23 vills. Pretty good number, you know? Probably a little bit more than that, even, if you're doing everything right. So yeah, you can definitely tell Germany's in a really good position now in terms of military size, map control, really every metric right now. Also going to pick up another treasure, get about 120 coin. That's going to be really good. I'll go right into probably cavalry production. Yep, stable is up now for Hussars. And then we'll be on that into the line infantry, so that'll be really good there. Yep, lots of line infantry for the most part there. Up and also shipping in the 3 Hussars from the 3 Hussar card. So it's going to come in with a very big sweep of about 8 Hussars right here. That's going to be brutal. Especially as more line infantry continue to be pumped in as well. So if you're Germany right now, you're doing quite good right here. Big time. Hussars try to connect with the Bermudos. Very good. Hussars will probably go here and come up through this area, whereas the line infantry will just pursue into the barracks. Yeah, should be a good setup there. Yeah, this match is way overdue at this point. I mean, I think probably Multigo could have resigned a lot earlier, but wanted to make a good show for YouTube, so yeah, just held out as long as he possibly could there, just so he could show the masculinity of Cappy's barrack stable push. Those very strong, tanky hussars joining the fray. Yeah, does try to do a few pardos though. Was he actually going to do with that? Not too much. 8 hussars. Now he's got even more. He's got about 13 hussars. Yeah. 13 hussars alone could beat those pardos right now. Just saying. There's just so much hand damage yeah, these 8 hussars could literally just beat the pardos right in the face right there. Right in that spot. Doesn't even need to bring the infantry in, but he will, and it's going to be a total win. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep, GG. Well played on that one. Very good match. Let's go into some of the Gilder recordings we got now. Let's see what the Gilder recordings have for us today. Let's look here. So what are these recordings called exactly? I was checking some message in Discord from the Age of Empires 2, the American World mod for Definitive Edition. And I'm going to be pretty happy when that gets added pretty much. So that'll be quite fun. Because then we'll be able to do Native American civs in the Definitive Edition AoE 2 game. That'll be quite significant. Yeah. So what do we got here? We got Zulu, Belgium versus Serbia, Austria, Hungary. Quite a spicy match. Let's see what that one's all about. Alright, let's give that one a go. Z is for Zulu. Z is for Zulu, yeah. We don't see a lot of Zulu players, so whenever we see it, it's just really fun. Yeah. This is our second Zulu game of the stream, so we're getting pretty well rewarded today. So it's going to be Gilder playing as Zulu, Aladin playing as Belgium, against Kazan playing as Austria-Hungary, and Bundar playing as the Serbs. Very interesting indeed. So I have seen Bondar play the Serbs before. He's got a pretty good setup for them. And he's got a pretty nasty build for him, too, that we're going to see, I think. Basically, what he does is he sets it up so he can get like 1 million of the emergency units, so they boost his peasants up and they end up stacking like 1 million HP in attack, and then he goes on to the offensive with it. We'll see if that ends up happening here or not, because if it does happen, it would be really fun. Yeah, big time. As for Gilder, we have seen Gilder play the Zulu before, and we sort of know how he stands with that. He's a very solid Zulu, you know. He knows how to rush with Impy really well, set up a good offensive and everything, so I don't think Gilder's going to disappoint at all. He's going to do really well with the Zulu. He's getting up his Akanda, and he's getting up a library as well, which is good. So this is the Gilder Zulu deck. So you got your 3-vills, you got your crates, units, kind of the essentials, the Clubman, the Firebrand, and the Impy. Could have totally put in Spearman and Bowman. I get it. As far as age 3 is concerned, one thing I will note about the Gilder deck, he loves to include the Yulon cards. Yeah. the Chewbacca Yulons. He likes having them here, 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 and here. Yeah, but no Ascari shipments of skirms, though, which I find a little bit peculiar because I'm like, the Ascaris are a pretty good skirm. I don't know why he's not really going for that too much. It's a little strange, a little odd, but I guess it is what it is, pretty much, yeah. So we'll see how that ends up turning out here. Aladdin, he is currently on to this trading post here with his frontier wagon. For his next frontier wagon, he can either go for this socket or go for one of the Wendad native sites up here for their mantlets. Probably either this one or this middle one here would be the one I go for. So how is the deck actually set up? So we've got 4 Vills, the crates, Line Nymph, Volunteers, Hussar. He does have Congo expansion. All your readouts do a one-time muster of a frontier wagon. So this is a pretty good way of actually really expanding on a large trading post map. Particularly like Lost or something like that has like 1 million natives on it. This is going to help you out really well on a map like that. To just really eat up all the natives. Yeah. It's very powerful. And then we also see a card of Zappozaps. The Zappozaps, a little bit situational. The Zappozaps would count as raiding infantry because they have range multipliers against villagers. So that's probably where those would sort of come into, would be useful pretty much. But they also have multipliers against, I believe, natives and mercenaries. Yeah. So it looks like Gilder is here to actually ask a question. Hey, let's say, do you happen to know if Australia has access to Marines? They do not. Unfortunately, they do not. Theoretically, they should have them because the Anglophone culture is supposed to have Marines, but for whatever reason, the devs never coded it in. It is what it is. Yeah, so unfortunately for Australia, they're the one Anglophone civ without a naval skirmisher. You just don't have it. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know why they didn't give them some sort of naval infantry at their schooner or whatever, but yeah. They're unfortunately the one Anglophone civ without naval skirms, like the Marine or anything. Yeah. It's alright though. I mean, I feel like the way Australia plays, they kind of are more situated towards going boomerangs and fire sticks. The whole native skirm logic doesn't synergize too well with the Australians usually. But yeah, that's all I get though. I think once, what's going to happen? Once the Anglophony culture gets dissolved and they move, oh, wait a second, actually. Once that happens, Australia would technically get the Maoris type of sailor. Whatever the Maori eventually get is like a sailor unit. That's what Australia get, because eventually Australia is going to make a move to the Polynesian culture. And USA and Canada will become Ladam civs with like sailors and stuff. So, yeah, pretty much. And we're already starting to see a bit of pressure here by Gilder's Impy onto the the Serbian explorer. Oh, yep, and Aladdin's going to set up a barracks there. He also has his forward redoubt there to help protect both of these buildings. The reason why Gilder is putting in a condo this far away from his base is so he gets his youth spawned up to here, right? Right, so he's probably going to make sure going forward all of his economies are sort of in this general area so he can get the youths right to where they need to be. Yeah. Now, for another player, they would rather ship in some of the matriarchs to be able to move them on the forward area, but yeah, I guess you could move your economies forward as well. Just make sure you don't lose them, because then you lose about 30 population, and that could be pretty painful to do. Yeah, might be very painful depending on the size of the army you need. Impy are starting to make a siege onto the barracks now, looks like. Anything in this town center protecting? Nope. Bondar does get some recruits. The recruits, not quite as tanky as most muskets, but they do have more damage. So they do about 27 range damage. Pretty solid, actually. So, yeah. But you do need to keep in mind that the Impi, again, have a better rate of fire. So they throw the spears more quickly than the musket-type units would do with their attack. Also, it looks like Aladdin has some line infantry prepared from his barracks to help push the assault, as well as a shipment of 6 of them from the home city. Yeah, this is a pretty big push here. Kazan better do something to protect the ally there. It's already over. Also, some Umpakadi clubmen taking the front to meat shield a bit with their pierce armor. Does decide to charge the recruits, which I guess you could do because they're lower HP, but you're going to lose them still. So I don't know if you really... Yeah, he gets away with like 2 of them. Barracks does go down on the Serbs. And does he keep pushing the assault, or does he retreat? Looks like he retreats there, which is pretty smart. Yep. And what do you got here? You got line infantry here. You got recruits over there. Very good. Clubmen, yeah, just retreat there. Be pretty smart. Oh, these are grenadiers. He's got grenadiers here. Boy, he's in good shape. I thought those were line infantry for some reason, but no, those are grenadiers. That's going to be really good against this infantry. Just watch out for the mule artillery. The mule artillery will be really good against this infantry, so beware of those. Thankfully, Aladdin has a 3 Hussar shipment to go after these artillery with, provided the recruits don't block his path. Yep, 1 mule artillery down there, and then get another one over here. Yep, gets them down. Both the cans are down now. Aladdin should potentially focus on these vills. He could get like down 3 vills right here. And that could be pretty good. Well, they get this vill. You know, he could have gotten like 3 vills over here if he just stopped and targeted them, perhaps. And that would have pushed the Bondar into a really bad situation, yeah. Pretty much. Looks like the Impi and Grenadiers are going to do another solid push here and go towards their base. Yep, very good. Yep, take out that Ville, take out that Ville there. Very nice. Yep, get rid of that line infantry, that one. Oop, good one. Oh, Hajuks, very good cleanup here out there. The Hajuks, very similar to the recruits. Their hit points are very low, about 85 HP, but they do a lot of damage. You know, the range damage itself is pretty good, and then their multipliers against heavy infantry is actually 2 instead of the normal 1.25. So they're really good at dispatching a sort of musketeer type unit. Really, yeah. Clubman, though, could be a real danger there, so we'll see if those Clubmen can reach these Hajuks and end them very quickly. Also, what about Kazan? Where's Kazan in all this? So Kazan, he's getting line infantry, right? And with Austria-Hungary, you do get free Hussars with your cards. So, do we see any sort of these cards here, pretty much? Maybe. Yeah. Oh, using the one hussar to go after the clubman and keep him at bay for a few extra seconds. Very smart. Unfortunately, the Impacades are right on top of him now. It's going to go right after his Hajuks right there, which is really bad, yeah. Exactly what you don't want in that situation. Nah, you don't want that. Not at all. Not at all, no. And yeah, just blast your way through all that infantry. Very good. Yep, just sling right through them. Very good. Very good setup there. Here comes the Impy. Impy, is there any vills they might be able to potentially raid? Well, I see Settler here. Could come over here. Yeah. Grenadiers going for a forward push once again. They will be stopped by the Hussar most likely, so could be a bit concerning. He is looking to move along with Gilder, I think, to support him. Has to mind these recruits, though. These recruits do a lot of damage. Be best not to take a volley of them if possible. More Impy, very cool, very nice. Impy. Austria-Hungary going up with the Chamberlain. Looks like Gilder is going on to yellow number 3 from his library. Bandar just doing more recruits. And Alden, yeah, just doing the same, keeping up with military. Let's see what sort of cards potentially Kazan could do here in Age 3. So he's got Bosniaks. Maybe the Bosniaks will be used. It's a big shipment. He'll get about 8 of them, 8 Bosniaks. It's pretty big. They have the same stats as the Stradiot in vanilla. So about 8 Stradiots going into this army could basically rupture all these Grenadiers very fast. Big time. I like how he's using the recruits very sparingly and just trying to keep them from taking too much damage and maxing out his damage on death bonus. Yeah, you see that little Byzantine flag sword thing under their feet? That means that they're actually taking more damage. They're actually producing more damage while that's under them from nearby graves. These little crosses there. So they'd end up doing about a bigger amount of range damage, up to, looks like 33. Yeah, 33 range damage. Pretty good. Especially in Age 2, doing 33 range damage is pretty huge, actually, yeah. The last of Kazan's line infantry scares off the Impy for now. And probably now we're going to see about 8 Stradiots or Bosniaks come in. Yeah. He went with the Chamberlain, so now he's got about 4 veteran Trabants on the field as well. These are basically Austria-Hungary's version of the Doppel. They use a halberd to deal area of effect damage and anti-cav damage, yeah. Yep, here comes those Bosniaks now. Also picking up cavalry combat, so these Bosniaks will be even stronger statistically with about 15% more HP and attack. Taking out that Vil there, it does tip off Kazan that he's coming. Some more free Hussars there, it looks like, yep. Going after the Austria-Hungary TC for some reason. It will trap them in a bit, potentially, so we'll see. So Minutemen come out, start shooting into the MP. Bosniaks are here, doing about 64 hand damage. Very big. A lot of HP on them, too. Oh, they're dishing out some pretty good damage there. Also, Gilder is not paying attention to this battle, and he just sat there in siege for way too long, losing a big number of MP there. That was very devastating. Like, yeah, if you're going to go for that push and continue it, you should at least be focusing on the Bosniaks, because now 7 of the 8 are still alive, and now they can push forward with the recruits, yeah. And it looks like Kazan had another batch of line infantry, Trabants, and Hussars pushing on the Akanda that I wasn't even watching, and this is going to be near fatal right now, yeah. Man, he's just getting on to red number 2 at the library now. That's not good. I will say that. I mean, that means he can't get his first spear upgrade, and he can't get his cowhide shields. So he at least has a bit more HP and attack to deal with all this stuff here. Nah. Quite the fatal situation, yeah. Big time. Yep, and here comes those Bosniaks. It's the finishing blow, yeah. Quite a bit of good damage there, yeah. Yep, siege that Conda down there. Yep, very good. GG. Very good. So let's go into the next one now. See what's up in the next one. And as Sagawai said, Por el Peru. Yeah, Por el Peru is right. So what's this game going to be called? Belgium, Paraguay versus Haiti, Austria, Hungary. So Kazan strikes again with Haiti as an ally. Looks like the same players, you know. Yep, I think Gilder's going to be the Paraguay, and then Bondar would be the Haiti, yeah. From our experience, yeah. This one right here. Very good. So what do we got here? We got Paraguay in this spot, Gilder, and Alden over here in this spot. Over here we got Bondar's Haiti, and then Kazan's Austria-Hungary up here, correct? Yep. Very good. So the map is Alaska. Alaska, very interesting map. So you got a lot of land here, a lot of hunts, a lot of mines, silver mines. If you go to the periphery around the Klondike area of the map, you get actual gold mines too. And then you can fish the water. You can actually fish the water on this map, so there's a fishing component. I don't know if any of these civs wants to use the water. I'm not completely sure, but if somebody does, they're going to have a fun time out here. They're going to get a lot of food and coin out of it. I'm telling you that right now. Another big part of this map we see a lot in 1v1 tournaments in the 5th edition, the Nuka sites. People love these Nuka sites. They always use them. And I don't blame them. The Nuka Clubmen are really good on this map. I don't know if we're going to see any Nuka Clubmen. Probably, there's a good, likely chance of it. You know why? Because they got Belgium on their team. Belgium is going to be able to go forward with this frontier wagon and take one of these Nuka sites, and can actually get the second one too over here. Yeah, so we're going to probably see a big spam of Nuka Clubmen by Aladdin. And for Gilder, he'll probably do Premier de Ligne, artillery, something to back that up. So this will be a pretty good push by them. On the opposite side, though, from what we know with Bondar, he loves to spam Conscriptos' Haiti and eventually revolt with them. And then Kazan will likely do line infantry as well. And then if he's using the same deck he did last game, then yeah, this one. And we'll probably see the Bosniaks potentially make a resurgence again. Yeah. These are pretty greedy decks from Kazan. Like this one. A lot of upgrades here on the military side. And then this one, a little bit less military. But then you got like gold standard. You got refridge. Monetary union. Sport hunting. And then a naturalist expedition. So a lot of stuff there. Yeah. Yeah, this one's more of the militaristic type of deck with a lot of upgrades, pretty much, yeah. I don't know about this, though. Like, I don't necessarily think you need fencing in riding school in a 2v2 deck, personally. You could probably swap that out for, like, adding in, like, the Laudamarian free Cossacks card, so you could get some Hajuks. And potentially add in a textile mill here too for a bit of extra coin eco. You know, because you could probably really use that in a sort of a 2v2 deck, have that bit of extra coin there. Yeah. Alright, so this is the... Oh, interesting. So look... no. Oh, he was scouting with it, but he almost lost it. That was a good save there by Aladdin. Saved it at just the last moment, too. Yeah. Yep, just saving the day there. Yeah, imagine if Bondar was able to take out a Belgian frontier wagon. That's a big bounty in XP. That would have really boosted Haiti really well there. Yeah, but sadly, because of the situation, that means Aladdin will only get one Nuka site if that's part of the plan for him. Now, so we'll see. We'll see if he actually goes for that Nuka site or not, and propels with that. Austria-Hungary going up with the Artisan for 400 wood. Should benefit the fast fortress pretty well, if that's what's happening. Paraguay going up with the Croats for the 300 wood. What else we got here? We got Aladdin going up with Artisan as well for 400 wood. And Bandar. Oh, he's going for the expensive revolt politician. Yeah. Yeah, he's going for the expense. He's going for the super greedy revolt politician Haiti gets. See, Haiti has an option between immigrants and going for the revolt politician. Yep, the new president. So what this is going to do is it's going to deliver him about 5 revolutionary militia. And has this weird negative temporary effect where vills gather slower for 30 seconds to sort of simulate like a mini revolt. A mini revolt. That's what it's all about. Yeah, so Bondar's going to come out of the gate here with that. And the other cool thing it does is it auto upgrades your conscriptos to veteran. So you have musketeers upgraded for age 3 and age 2. So it's honestly a really good early upgrade for you. Yeah. And now he can ship in about 700 wood, it looks like, to get at barracks. It's 4 revolutionary militia now. It used to be 5, I believe, at some point. Or unless I'm hallucinating. Was it 5 before? It seems to be 4 now. But either way, this will be a really good starting unit that you can push with. Particularly, it'll be great for blasting through hussars, dragoons, and also heavy cavalry too. Yep. So barracks, tower, food work. Oh, why is the food works going up here? Man, no, absolutely no. He's really playing into his timing then, because I would never put a food works that far down the line. You know why? Let's say somebody has a bright idea and throws some petards in, or even this Nuka site. They're going to take out your food works, and you're going to be down on so much food trickle. That is very, very risky. You got to make sure if you're doing this, and another one, the woodworks too. So you got to make sure you protect this base with your life, because if you don't, you're going to pay the price for that, man, big time. Oh boy, yeah. That's like so concerning right there. Yeah. It does look like Aladdin does have a shipment of 8 volunteers here, and he will probably wipe out these militia if he doesn't get them out of the way. Yeah. Yep, big time. Well, these militia are actually pretty okay. I mean, their hit points, their speed, they can maneuver around these volunteers kind of okay. For now, at least. Also, Gilder is starting to do Pardos right now, so a bit of Spearmen for Siege. Kazan, training line infantry right now, getting steam machinery for his coin rate, picking up Austrian hit points for his line infantry and skirmishers. So these line infantry are going to be a bit tankier now because of that, which is great. How do you deal with these, though? These seem to be the big pressing issue here, these volunteers. Yeah, they're volunteering for your destruction right now. Yeah, no. Nah. Yeah. Oh. Mosquiteros right on top of the skirmish. Right on top of them. Yep, get those mosquiteros right on top of them. Right on top of them. No. Now you gotta retreat. You just don't have the numbers right now. Sticking the Pardos in the cover mode for slower movement and better response time. Very interesting choice there. Once these militia are down, then you can throw the hussars in too for good measure. Yeah, I would target these militia down. So that way the hussars can do a little bit more there. Yeah. Mosquitero's actually getting a... Oh boy, look at that. Nice. Bundar. More Escopateros, perhaps. Now he's got the Conscriptos now. Remember, these conscriptos are now going to be veteran upgrade because he went with the greedy age up the new president with Haiti. So now these are going to be upgrade and age ahead now. And he should be able to just go in with these and have a bit of a stats advantage in these fights, which would be great. Yeah, big time. We'll see though, we'll see how this turns out. Very interesting. Trying to get those line infantry into position to maybe blast some of those volunteers. I would coordinate that with your ally though, because you really don't want to take these extra multipliers of damage if you can avoid it. Certainly, yeah, try to blast the hussars down too, because you're going to have a problem where these hussars are just going to meat shield all the range attack. Yeah. Well, his hussar's doing kind of okay actually, and actually gets down to volunteer. He's going to get down another one too, which is pretty awesome. Yeah. This hussar is just doing so much value here. Yeah. Look at all the hits this hussar is getting. Yeah, he finally decides to get rid of it. Like, you've got way too many hits in there, Mr. Hussar. Big time. Yeah. So what's going to happen now is Bondar going to push in now and maybe brute force their way through all these range infantry. I would think that would probably be what you want to do here. Yeah. Let's see if the veteran conscripts can actually target down the cannons. That's what I would do. Yeah. Yeah, see, now they have about 29 range attack away from the base, so they will be really primed up for doing that. And now he gets another free hussar from his card now, so he can chase the cannon down with that now, which is really good. Ah, cousin. Use your hussar. Don't waste it like that. You can do so much with that. Alright, okay, so the cannon's down. That's good. That was like job number 1, so that's done now. Pardos are technically useless now, so they kind of have to pull out of there before they get completely shredded now. You gotta stay near these volunteer early skirms if you're gonna survive at this point, yeah. One petty ride there, assault unit. Yep, all the Pardos just vanish now, out of thin air. Kazan will now probably go to H3 with the Chamberlain, right, for those 4 Trabants. And then the wonderful Bosniak Wombo combo, they'll surely follow that. Yeah, good attempt, though, by Gilder and Aladdin. Yeah. I think they kind of anticipate where this is going now, I would think. Yeah. Those Bosniaks come onto the field, then you're really going to have some issues there, pretty much. Yeah. At least it seems like it. Yeah. We'll see, though.
H-Viringo, move nové attack.
Yeah, oh wow, Gilda going into full Escopetero. Ooh. Ooh. Well, it's going to go good for now, and then once Kazan gets the Bosniaks, it's going to not feel so good after that. No, definitely not. Yeah. Yep, getting Mother of Revolutions, it makes age ups 15% cheaper, and it makes revolts 30% cheaper. So, yeah, it's a team card pretty much. So here comes the Trabants. No reason to really waste any of these units just yet unless your TC is really under fire pretty much. Is going to add in some Musketeros for assault now, it looks like. Now add in Pardos for siege. Now we're going to see the Bosniaks, right? Oh, he goes for the Minutemen. Very interesting. Is he going to go for cavalry combat first, maybe? And get 2 free Hussars? I think so. Yeah. It's going to get something, I would think. Actually, yeah, I mean, they're cleaning it up pretty well here, though, honestly. Yeah. Definitely the age 3 stats on these conscriptos are definitely giving them way more value. Yeah, also these Trabants. The Trabants are pressuring them so well. Yeah, that splash attack making a huge difference there. Now here comes the Bosniaks, and then he's probably going to go cavalry combat right after that. Get 2 free Hussars and push them even more. It should be pretty good there, yeah. I would think. House, casa, casa. Casa uno, casa dos. Yeah, all this artisanal cans are going to get completely wiped out clean now. So that's not going to be good. Definitely not. Big time. Musketeros. Cavalry combat. Yeah, I think Bondar, is he going to go for like the, he might go for the greedy revolt age-up politician with Haiti now, and just have all his civites turn into colonial, into militia, and then get the guard upgrade on the conscriptos and making them even stronger. That'd be pretty cool. I don't think he wants to risk that just yet, because there's no telling right now how well the Bosniaks will do. Yeah, these Trabants doing a great job at distracting those Paros though, and leaving the artillery open from the range attack. Yeah, big time. I mean, every Pardo he shaves off means more vulnerability to the skirmish and the artillery there, yeah. Yep, the Bosniaks do connect. Very good. Not enough Pardos there to deal with mercenary cavalry. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. Plain and simple. Yeah. Now he's going to get the Magyar combat for the Hussars. He probably should have gone the Austrian combat for the line infantry first, but that's fine. to be able to get that one next. Now they can siege onto the works. Very good. Oh boy, yeah, he did get the greedy age up. Now all his conscriptos are guard, and all these villagers are now revolutionary militia. Now you can push in with them. The big finisher. Yeah, the big finisher is right. But it also gives you a few villages back, so it's not like a real revolt, and then you can still train vills. And in age 3, you can do the real revolution, and then it gives all the conscriptos the imperial upgrade, and then you got really strong conscriptos. Then, yeah, you can do a lot more stuff, pretty much. Yeah. Trying to go forward with the Coiguas. That's funny. Yeah, these have shotguns, so they actually can do some okay damage. Like, they're really good at, like, combat. Might actually wipe out some of these Bosniaks. Yeah, that one went flying off the horse. Oh, yeah, look at how... yep, another one goes off the horse right there. Yeah. Takes out another one. Ooh, wow, look at these things. Oh, yeah, he's taking out all the Bosniaks with just the Coiguas. Unbelievable. This is unreal. He could back up one more time to take out another Bosniak, but yeah, just resigns. Ugh, funny though. Yeah. It's kind of fun because we usually don't see this Haiti mechanic ever used, but it is an option you can do. It's kind of the more old school way of playing Haiti, but yeah, it's definitely available to new players that want to do it for sure. So yeah, definitely know that that's an option that's always available to you, pretty much. Yeah. So let's go to the next match. See what that's called. This one will be called Bulgaria, Germany, Central America versus Austria, Hungary, Peru, Colombia. And then we have another 3 versus 3 after that. So let's do that one now. This one right here, yeah. So who's in this one? We got Gilder, Aladin, and Mandalore versus Sabero, Viringo, and Kazan. Very interesting. So we're going to be on the Colorado map. One thing you should know about Colorado is there's about 3 entrance ways to get to your enemy. You can go down here through the southern pass, the central pass over here, or the upper one up here. Right? You got like trading posts on it. You also got some Comanche sites too for some maneuver units. So if you need that against assault, you got that option. Yep. So who's playing as who? So Gilder's playing as Bulgaria. And Mandalore's playing as Central America. And then Aladdin will be playing as Germany. Very interesting. And then on the other side, we got Sabero as Gran Colombia. Viringo is Viringo. And Kazan playing as Austria-Hungary again. So this Austria-Hungary thing is not a fluke. It's something that Kazan really likes to do. Yeah. So we'll see which one ends up coming on top here. This Austria-Hungary build by Kazan has been pretty solid so far in the 2 versus 2s. I just wonder how it's going to do in the 3 versus 3. Yeah. I feel like people playing Bulgaria have such an uphill battle in terms of keeping up with upgrades. Yeah. Especially since now their upgrades are an age behind too. So yeah, it was bad enough when the units were an age behind, but now that the upgrades are a page behind, now it just feels so oppressive now to play Bulgaria. Unless you're going for like a Quake Age 2 type of attack. Or like a treaty game or something, yeah. If it's a game where the upgrade thing doesn't matter, it doesn't really, I don't really get bothered by it, but if you really, really need X and Y upgrades, it really hurts, because now you're sort of in the situation where you are trying to fight with Age 3 Assault Cavalry and Age 4, and it's like, okay. And it just puts so much pressure onto the Imperial Age, because you don't only have to get the Imperial upgrades on the military, but you also have to get the Guard upgrades, and in the case of the Honor Guard Convoy, the Royal Guard upgrade, from the town center. So it really just puts so much pressure on you to get your upgrades in Age 5 as Bulgaria. Now, if it's a good thing, a bad thing, good design, whatever. I know they are going to get some sort of bonuses once they rework the nation state civs, but how long is that going to be? Could be years, Not years, but yeah, like this year we're going to see the Middle East update. Next year, probably the African one. Then the Anglophonies, I think, and then they're going to go in nation states, something like that. Or is it Asians? I don't know. So yeah, a lot of stuff like that, pretty much. Yep. We'll see, though. We'll see how it turns out. As for Mandalore, what sort of setup is he doing? So he's got Unionist Conference. This is a really important card to get in Central America, because it lets you rechange your roster very quickly in the event your roster is no longer benefiting you, right? Because in Central America, you play as 6 different Central American countries. You can go as Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, or Los Altos, right? With each has a set of 5 different units of infantry and cav you can make, and then 1 Royal Guard upgrade. Yeah. So if you want more Royal Guard upgrades for the duration of the late game, especially Unionist Conference is really good. Or in the event your enemy changes up their unit comp very quickly and you need to swap, yeah, you're kind of going to want to have this. Yeah. Yeah. One cool thing about Central American cards, though, for military, they come with 2 units instead of 1. So 4 Pardos and 4 Escopeteros, so you get a bit of anti-cav and a bit of anti-infantry. Same thing with this, 2 Lanceros for scout, 2 Mosquiteros for assault. Pretty cool. This will give you 2 Escoltas with 2 Dragones Rojos, so a bit of a anti-scout Dragoon and a assault unit. Pretty good. And with this, you get some conscriptos and some Juanitas Bonitas for the infantry. Yeah. Coffee oligarchy. Each plantation spawns 3 cocholicos. Those are an anti-hero, an anti-explorer, an anti-mercenary, anti-native unit, right? So, very situational. I don't know why, unless you're going up against, like, Bolivia or Belgium or something. We don't have any mercenary-friendly civs anymore since the Habsburgs, went away about a number of years ago. So, really, the only thing we have left is, like, native-based civs. That's about it. Like Bolivia, Belgium, and sort of Paraguay and some other ones to get some really beefy native cards. Yeah, that's all I would say for that one. Technically Brazil, but I've always seen a few people go with the native setup with Brazil before. It's pretty powerful though, yeah. So it looks like he's going with Los Altos. It looks like with Central America there. Notice how your flag changes to Los Altos once you do that. It's going to do Conscriptos, it looks like, yep. Whereas Gilder's going to do Opelshana Cavalry shipment from the town center. And it's going to train Opelshana Cavalry from the stable. Sorry, got a Batsum right now, and is probably going to go around seeing as much damage as he can do here, pretty much, yep. It is a bit weaker than a Hussar, though, you got to be aware of that. But it is a bit cheaper as well, so yeah. Oh boy, look at that. Man, look at the Gaia bugged out. The Gaia unit is attacking his Opel, that's a rare effect, by the way. That's actually the Treasure Guardian reward there. And sometimes it can be bugged into attacking your stuff, which is kind of funny. Yeah. And you actually can't kill it either, because it's a reward unit that you're actually supposed to capture. So you actually can't kill this thing if it attacks you. You have to literally run away from it. It's funny how that went completely wrong on Bulgaria and forced them into a retreat. Especially considering that thing has like actual anti-cap multiplier, so it can actually do some really hard damage to his Opelshana Cavalry if he's not careful. Yep. Speaking of Opelshanites, here's the Opelshana Infantry. They are both considered line units and skirmish units, so they got a bit of both properties. As far as line units is concerned, it has hand armor, but as far as skirmish is concerned, it has 20% pierce armor too, so it's a double armor unit. And has about 14 range, so it can do a bit of kiting. Yeah. Pretty awesome unit if you can mass it up enough. Cost-wise, pretty cheap. I mean, they're pretty affordable. As long as you got enough vills, you can mass them pretty well. And you're probably going to be using them for quite a while until you get to like age 5, age 4 and 5 probably. Particularly age 5, yeah. So you better get pretty friendly with them. Because they're the only units you can upgrade on time. Right, the only ones where you get the veteran upgrades in age 3, Guard in 4, and Imperial in 5. All the R units are an age behind pretty much. Oh boy, look at this raid right here. So, yeah, Senor Viringo! Got that. Right there. 2 vills down. Wow, look at that. Quite a spicy move right there. But they are pushing out, though. You got Conscriptos, you got Line Infantry, and then you got Legion Puanas from Senor Viringo. So they're actually going to go for a push right now. Yeah, I mean, the best thing these guys can do is make sure that these Opelshana Cavalry do not ruin their parade as they're pushing into their base. We'll see, though, if they can actually do it consistently without losing too many units. So that'll be pretty big. 4 Opelshana Cavalry shipment coming in now, looks like, yep. It's a bit more scout. Let's see if these Opelshana Infantry with their 14 range can pull off a lot of good stuff here. Maybe. Looks like Viringo and Kazan go this way. Up against Guavan Genetico. Legion Piranha. Yeah, the Explorer can pull out a Falconet and do like one shot, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Legion Piranhas are going to focus on siege, trying to get the stable down. Pretty good move. The German player does go fast fortress in the skirmishers, though, so these line units are going to have a bit of an issue with that. Senior Viringo mostly trying to siege, but unfortunately the artillery and the conscriptos is going to be a danger to that, so yeah, I kind of want to drop the grenades now onto the conscriptos. Try to take out as many as you can, but now they're on the back foot. They're in their territory, so all these Opelshad infantry, skirms, and conscriptos are going to ride up on them pretty easily there, yeah. Yep, took out one cannon. Definitely some sort of accomplishment. Now they don't really have any answer to the skirms, though. Skirms is like the fatal part of this counteroffensive here. It's going to be these skirms. Veteran skirms. Big time. And does Alden have... yep, he does have long-range combat, at least, in the deck. As well as Spandau Arsenal to boost him up. Does not have Jägerbusch. No Jägerbusch. So if we run into maneuver units for whatever reason... yeah, that will not be a thing. Yeah, I guess it's fine, though. I mean, the Jägerbusch can be very situational. Like, in Civs, I love the Spam Dragoons. Jägerbusch is so great, but it's definitely not as good as, like, an anti-line unit multiplier, I would say. Since line units, by comparison, are going to be a much more common danger that you're going to run into usually in these matchups, I would say. So, yeah, that's definitely the thing I'd be a bit more concerned with, pretty much. Yeah. So we'll see. See how that ends up going. Oh wow, look at that. Man. Yep, it looks like they should be able to push towards this barracks pretty easily now. Huge numbers on the field, yep. Opelshad's gaining a bit of a boost from their fallen chief there, from his national hero statue, yep. Germany getting a fort. Wow, they're going to get a fort probably right around somewhere over here to seal the deal, I think. Yep. Kazan still in age 2, so he's probably not going to get his Bosniaks, which I think might cost him the match, honestly. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about that. That might be fatal for him. We'll see, though. Really depends, I would say, on a lot of things going wrong there. Yeah. Yep, start sieging away at that tent barracks. Very good. Hussars coming out of Austria-Hungary's stable there. Kind of has no choice but to go into full military now. Try to hold this off How many of the improvements did he get? So he got all the Austrian ones, but none of the Magyar ones for the Hussars, it looks like. So he's going to be missing some of that, I think. Yep. Ooh, good throw there by the Piranhas. Good setup there. Fortunately, way too much range units. Even these Hussars really can't afford to go after the skirmish now. Looks like, yeah. Just kind of unfortunate. Yep. Up in Mandalore is now in H4. We're actually H3. Now he's going to get the NECA for it. So where did Aladdin put his 40? So he put defensively. Mandalore could put his certainly over here. So they could go for like a final push and just go into his base area. Yeah, that would be pretty smart, I would think, at this point. Yeah. Most definitely. Very nice. Yep, take out those villagers. Very good. Get rid of those. Kazan is out. Probably one of the two other ones will drop very soon. Sabaro's going to try to counter a bit with some conscriptos. To get too close, though, yeah, the skirms will get him. Definitely the Aladdin choice of Fast Fortress and the skirms, I think, really saved them and secured their military supremacy on the field. To the point that eventually gave Central America enough strength to get to H3 and upgrade their conscriptos to veteran. Yeah. Also some filibusters, too. So a bit of Confederate skirms there. Oh, up, Voltageros. Here we go. Voltageros. Yeah, look at their wonderful machete attack. Does about one splash, 17 damage, and then has some multis against heavy infantry and dragoons. Unfortunately, though, just not enough numbers advance to utilize them well, I'm afraid, yeah. Because now he sort of has to wait back, wait for the cooldown, and then go back in again for another melee round. Yep. Thankfully, the cooldown is pretty short. You know, it doesn't take a lot for the next shot to come out. Now I can go into another melee again. That one did a bit more stuff. Just way too little, way too late. Yep. Big time. Oh, nice. Very interesting. GG, well played on that one. Very good. So let's go on to the next one now. Let's boot in. Boot into the game. What's this recording going to be called? Let's see. Central America, Austria, Hungary, Germany versus Greece, Colombia, Germany. So now we got Germany on both sides of the field. That should be kind of interesting. So we'll see what that's all about. Definitely looking forward to that one. Big time. Alright, let's do that one now. Should be this one right here. Yep. Alright, so what do we got here? So we got Gilder is Central America this time. Kazan will be Austria-Hungary again, and then oh wait a minute, I'm playing in this one. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I have that sort of golden rule where if I'm playing in the match, I usually don't like to do it. So let's go into the next one. Actually, just skip that one over. All right. So what's the next one going to be? It's going to be Serbia, Peru versus Austria, Hungary, France. Now that one I probably want to look at. Yeah, so let's see what that one's all about. S is for Serbia. This one. There we go. So it's going to be Gilder and Viringo versus Kazan and Fierro. Ah, interesting. So this is one of the non-ESOC maps, right? So this map is... What map is this? I think this is No, it's not Galapagos. It's... I can't remember what map this is. I haven't done it in a very, very long time. Yeah, no, I can't remember this map at all. So that's sad. I think the last time I played this map, it was like a number of years ago. So basically, on this map, you sort of are at like the end of the coastline here, pretty much, with these like little bulges coming out where your town center is. And in the center here, you got a pirate native site. And then as you go out onto here, there's actually another landmass where there's another pirate site, and then there is a Jesuit site. Yeah. Right. There's also no trade here, so it's all natural resources. You got mines here, you got birds, lots of resources there, and then up here, you got your guanacos and more gold mines. So yeah. And then for animals, you got sheepy for the herdables. Yep. Oh, should be pretty fun. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Yeah, you can get a lot of sheep here. Would have been a good time for Fierro to actually stick with Argentina almost. Yeah. Like, yeah, man, I wish I was Argentina this time. Yeah, but France is alright. You know, France is one of the most flexible civs in the game, and in this mod too, because they just have so many unit options, builds. Yeah, it's hard to mess up going as France pretty much. But either way, this should be a good matchup. I think it's pretty well rounded. You know, Kazan being the more skilled player on his team, and then Gilder the more skilled one on his team. Yeah. So Viringo is setting up his naturalist expedition for food right now. What's Gilder going to do? Ooh, Gilder playing is... Gilder is going with the Pig War. The Pig War. Basically what this does, it gives you a hunting lodge, 5 pigs, and allows you to make pigs at the hunting lodges. So it gives you a better herdable, because as you know, geese, while very cheap geese, They don't have a lot of food, so you have to constantly be pressing that goose button or that geese button to get food. Now with the piggards here, you can actually get a bit more food out of them, right? So yeah, like these pigs have about 300 food in them, so that's having a decent sized ham and maybe a bit of bacon with your eggs, Whereas the geese, you're just getting the liver out probably to stick on your bread or whatever. Whatever weird European French thing you're going to do. Yeah. And that's the funny thing. It's the nation state civs that get the geese when you expect the French to get it because they love like using goose liver on their bread and their crackers and stuff. It's only a Frenchy thing pretty much, yeah. Bro, no, that was Cap using your username. Go back for it. I think I pinged you in Discord about Cappy's fault. No, I knew about that. I talked to Cappy, DM'd me about it, so I was in on the whole thing too. So it's not like he was surprising me at all. I go like, ooh, who should I copy now? I said maybe Senor Viringo, maybe Rommel, somebody like that. Maybe you should copy Omar. Then Omar might actually get a good win rate. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. Yeah, imagine going in. Imagine if Cap was playing as Juanito Larso, and everybody expects him to sort of, be eating the gummy bears and the brownies, so to speak, and then out of nowhere he starts getting a huge zip of a win rate. Like, wow, what did you do, Lars? Did you finally put the gummy bears away? And it's like, no, I just wanted to win today. Yeah, no, that can't be Lars. That can't be the Lars we know. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. Alexa Nenadovic, this is a barracks politician for the Serbs that they'll grant you about, I believe, 3 Hadruci, yep. So here they are at the TC. Right over there, yep, some good skirmish. Viringo will likely do Illusion Piranha from his barracks once he gets the setup going. He's probably going to put the barracks somewhere over here relative to Gilder. Kazan is looking around with the settlers, seeing where to put his stuff. Yeah. I don't know where he's going to put his things here at this point. No. And Fiero, what's Fiero? So Fiero's getting the barracks, picking up the 700 coin. Is he going semi-fast fortress, fast fortress? Where's he at? I don't know. Like, he's definitely getting the barracks set up defensively in his, base. A little bit concerned for poor, Kazan here, because he could totally get teamed on here if, not careful. Yeah. I mean, he's doing the military granted, but the barracks placement is just really far out. Really far out. Not doing Kazan any favors there. Let's see, he's already in pretty hot waters now because he's got 3 Hajuks on him. And then he's going to have Legion Piranhas on top of him, too. This is a really bad situation to leave your friend in, man. You better get down there very quickly with those volunteer skirms if your ally's going to survive very long. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Gets 1 Vil, that's awesome. So something's going in Kazan's favor, that's great. He gets down 1 Hajuk because of their low HP. Might get down a recruit too because of their low HP. It's down 1 recruit at least. See, now he's already in a bad situation now. Coming in with the volunteers now. See what that's gonna do. Ooh, look at that throw, yeah. More recruits by Serbia. That's a pretty big push there, yeah. I don't know if Kazan's going to hold this on his own or not, because, you know, his allies are all the way back at his base, sending units all the way down, you know? Yeah. Alright, finally gets a barracks here to help his compadre out. Should have done that from the start, I think. Would have helped out with a whole lot, pretty much, yeah. Delivery, so I have to bring that in now. Should only take a few seconds, alright? Let's continue. There we go. So Austria-Hungary adding its Stabelin to counteract the Legion Piranhas. France will have to do volunteers to counter the recruits in. Recruits... actually, the volunteers will help a bit with the Piranhas because they are line units. So, yeah, the skirmish could really make a big difference here. But Hussars will definitely help mediate, you know, the grenade throwing threat that these units, I think. Since they'll take the brunt of it, really. With their high HP. France does add in some grenadiers, though. Getting some pirates to get their treasure, again, their booty. That's going to be a lot of XP. I'm not going to lie, that's a lot of XP there. Ooh, Minutemen, watch out. Minutemen coming in, yeah. Oh man, look at those siege trooper multipliers really coming into focus there, taking out 4 piranhas. Huge counterattack. Hussars. Hussars, if they can do any sort of tanking here, would be great. Fielo, Juanito Fielo, you gotta tank stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's gotta do more damage in these fights. Where he's sort of falling into disarray there, yeah. Because see, now all those Minutemen are going to get shredded by the recruits, and now they're not going to be able to target the, yeah, no. Yeah. Big time. Monetary Union, that should help out Kazan's coin eco a little bit with the mining, since it is a copy of Silversmith. Yeah, this is the more economic deck that Kazan has, so a lot more hunting cards, a lot more mining cards, one more plantation one more mill one. Yeah, pretty much. Fettstunsgewehrlich. This will be good if they need forts, because it allows you to have up to 4 forts as Austria-Hungary, which is pretty good. So here comes the Hussars. So going in again with the Hussars, it looks like. Yep. And in Hajduk's now, so a bit more of a threat to the infantry. More stable to add in more Hussars. Also picking up the team Magyar attack to get the scout and siege trooper attack up by about 15% for everybody on the team, including Fiero's Grenadiers. Should he want to do those at some point again? Yeah, I think the Hussars should be able to handle these on their own. I'm hoping for Kazan's sake. Oh, he's house though, so he can't even get Hussar number 5. Look at that. That's a big issue there, pretty much. Yeah. So Hussar's there. You've just got to bat your way through those Legion Piranhas. Yep. Yeah. See, the problem with the volunteers is if they like take out a Legion Piranha and they have their charge attack available, they'll actually use the speed on death bonus to like chase down the infantry and just completely lob them with the grenades. It's like a two-way street with that sort of thing, so you have to be really careful. Hussars, though, high HP unit that's mostly secure against grenades because they got malice in the grenade toss against them. So yeah, you'd much rather be an army of Hussars going up against these piranhas than the other thing. Yeah, but the problem with the piranhas now is they're boosted by the card over here, the Campagna di Restauración, which means that their hand attack now is actually pretty big. You know, pretty big hand attack. It's almost like it's 19, so it's almost 20. So they could do a lot of damage to like smaller groups of hand cav now than you would even realize. Yeah, it's quite dangerous now. Big time. Peru is going to add in martial arts now. This will actually add, I believe, even more hand attack to his Legion Piranhas, which is kind of insane when you think about it, because I rarely have ever seen people go with martial artists before. Is Peru, because they don't have muskets, but now with the change to the Legion Piranhas, they got a really good incentive to doing that now. Like now the hand attack is 21. Very good. It's like basically on par with almost a Cossack in hand attack. That's pretty fierce. I mean, if they're fighting like hand cav, they can actually really shred them now with those bayonets. It's quite good. Quite good, actually. Yeah. So that's definitely something to watch in the future with Legion Piranhas, is sort of see, in essence, if you're going to see these big masses of the Piranhas actually winning fights against weaker types of scout units, namely Paraguay, maybe Cossacks, sometimes even Ulans. You know, if you're playing as like Greece or Serbia with the Marauders, maybe these Legion Piranhas with martial arts and the Restauración card can actually really shred them. Yeah, speaking of Marauders, here's some right here by the Serbs. Probably to chase down these vills and probably counteract whatever Fiero's doing at this point with his skirmish units. So we'll see sort of if they can hunt anything down. Fiero's doing some pikemen now, some partisans, so he actually is in pretty good shape to deal with that, but not in good shape to deal with the rest of this huge army here. Big time. So pikemen driving right into the Hajuks. The Hajuks they can do somewhat okay with because of their low HP and lack of hand armor, but the recruits, it's a bit more challenging, you know, since they still have some hand armor. That being said, it seems like they're doing fairly well because of their lower HP, though. Yeah, I will admit that these pikes are doing a lot better than I would have thought against the recruits. And here comes the Legion Piranhas right in tow there. Oh, they deflated the hot air balloon. There it goes. It's going to fall right into the ground there. Yep. And more pikemen. I think at this point, though, you kind of realize that pikemen are not going to be able to hold this line much longer. Now, what is Fiero again? He's getting advanced market. Advanced market? Why would you get advanced market? You know, you realize you could get like 700 wood, or why does he have engineering school here? He has engineering school and he doesn't even have the artillery card in Age 4, the upgrade card for the French artillery. This is what I'm saying. It like makes no rational sense to me why Fiero would send this deck up the way he is. It's like set himself up for failure. I mean, he could have had he could have had hussars here, he could have had some line infantry there, volunteers, something to, you know, wait a minute, I don't think they get line infantry in the home city, right? But definitely could have gone volunteers there, like some skirmish or something. This is just like a really wacky deck concept that I think doesn't make any sense unless you're running like a 3 versus 3 at most. I mean, definitely not 2 versus 2. He's totally has to adapt his French decks a bit, I think, for smaller games. You know, 2 versus 2s and 1v1s if he's going to make it with the Civ. Big time. Yeah, I just don't see that concept working out too good there. No. Definitely needs a bit of work, I would say. Yeah. Yep, but now the Legion Piranhas are going to get the barracks down pretty quickly. Why their siege? So their siege is about 22, so not the worst. I mean, they're literally throwing grenades of all things, so you would expect them to break through walls and buildings pretty easily. Picking up dynamite there from the market. That should improve the villagers, I believe, their range attack, am I right, or something else? Yep. think that might actually be the second mine upgrade. Can't remember. Yeah, they basically took all of the European cards and text at the market and the buildings and whatever, and they upgraded the icons and the names to make them more 19th and 20th century oriented. Yeah. Yep, just gradually cutting through Kazan's last buildings there. Now his town center is going to be wiped out up here now. It's not good. Yeah, Fiero at least holding them off for a bit longer with the charged grenade toss. But now this town center is almost completely destroyed. And they're really holding on to very little at this point to defend. Yep, yeah, town center will go down, I think, before the end of the match. Yep, yeah, this Piranha should be able to finish it off at this point. Yep. Yep, look at with how many of them, how quick the TC goes down. That's a lot of applied siege right there. Oh, yep, look at them all going flying now. Yeah. Yep, and this should down the TC. And there you go. TC is down. Kazan has no sort of like defense at this point to put his vills in case of danger. And Marauders will go on top of those Sanscalates right here. Yep, the French villagers. Yep, GG. That was a good one. Good match. Yep. Alright. It definitely was exciting to see a non-ESOC map. Right, and it was really exciting that I didn't have to play with the audio to avoid the Civ themes. That was pretty good, right? Oh yeah. I definitely enjoyed that aspect. Yep. Big time. Less work at the start of the match for me, which I'm always enthusiastic about. So what match are we looking at now for Gilder? Let me look here at recordings. So now we're looking at Tiata map FTW. So is this some sort of Viringo situation that you can't even put into words? Yeah, I've been there before, so I totally understand it pretty much. Yep. So we'll go into that one now. Let's see what that one's all about. Tiata map FTW. T for Tiata, otherwise known as Senor Viringo. There we go. Very good. I just watched the games I participated in. I knew that German Musketeer Rush was familiar. Oh yeah, did you think for 1 second that was me doing that? Like, you gotta know how Cap does his stuff, right? Like, it's so obvious that it's Cap when you see it. When you're dealing with it, you know it's Cap right away. Yeah. Alright, so back to the match. It looks like we're on that river map that I forget about. So sometimes this map is filled with water, and sometimes it's not. You can just walk across the riverbed and all the rocks and everything. So yeah, it's a pretty fun map, you know, especially considering it has multiple variants. It has the wet season and the dry season. Yeah, this is the dry season one because you can actually walk across here through all these rocks and stuff. If it's a wet season, then it's an actual fully flowing river, and you need to, you know, get like a dock there and like go across. Yeah. This side has a Sortoneo town there, so some really strong natives pretty much. Do they get one on this side? Because if they don't, that's pretty insane and pretty unbalanced. Yeah, I don't think they do, so that's kind of sad. They do get a lot of berries on this map, though. I mean, look at all the berry bushes. Berry. It's very delicious, yeah. Speaking of which, what are the civs? So we got Gilder playing as Ethiopia. We got Fiero playing as Francia. We got Kazan playing as Austria-Hungary yet again, and then we got Viringo playing as Viringo. Yeah. So from the name of the recording, I can tell that Gilder already has given us a bit of a wink-wink to how this map is going to go. Yeah. Yeah, I can already tell how this map is going to go for everybody, at least on his team. The thing is, if you're Ethiopia on this map, you're in great shape. This is the type of map where if you pick Ethiopia, you really get him good. Because he's giving you a lot of like space to basically avoid you and everything, right? You got like all this distance here, and then you got the river crossing, and then you can choke point over here and put a wall up, yeah. So I mean, it's really good for that, pretty much, yeah. You basically know where your enemy's coming from pretty efficiently, you know. If it was the wet season variant, you would actually have to protect this whole coastline, obviously. But because it's a dry one, you only have to worry about here and up here, right? Up in this spot over on this side, yeah. Only two sort of entrance points you actually have to concern yourself with, which makes things really convenient for your defense, really, yeah. Which is pretty good, yep. So what do we got here? We got our first porter. I'm assuming it's going to make an apartment, just like this one right here. Apartments start out as very inefficient houses with only 5 pop space, and then as you get additional blue library techs as Ethiopia, they gain more population capacity, up to a whopping 35 population capacity with the 6 library blue tech, yeah. Looks like Gilder already has yellow 1 because he's able to get a market. Yeah, it's generally recommended as Ethiopia to focus on the yellow market technologies because they give you food crates back. So all that food you're putting into aging up and stuff, you get it doesn't end up costing that much because the yellow techs just return the food right back into your hands. And in some cases, you're gaining more food than you put into the tech itself. So, yeah, yellow techs of Ethiopia are wild. But you definitely want to get the red ones and the blue ones too. Blue ones, as I said before, make your apartments hold more pop, but they also improve the hit points of your buildings. Red library techs will make your buildings have more ranged attack. And also all your gunpowder units will gain more attack as well. So, you know, your Neftanyas, your Askaris, your Mihil Safaris, all those things will essentially become much more fierce, pretty much, yeah. About 700 wood. So how is this Ethiopia deck actually set up? So, you got Grain Economy as card 1, which is a food trickle. Got Triangular Trade that exchanges all your food for export. Could be useful in the late game. Other than that, what we got? We got 6 Neftanya, 4 Camels, Camelot Deving revolvers, and then arms sale. Then over here we got now this is the most important card for Ethiopia in Age 3 is Goa Migration. It allows your town centers to produce villagers for free over time. Basically the Ottoman Sid bonus, right? While still being able to train villagers for food concurrently. So you got a queue of free villagers and you got a queue of villagers you're paying for. But what it does to balance it is it cuts the it basically makes villager training twice as slow. So, yeah, pretty much, you know, it evens out, but you're just saving on food, really. It basically forces you to train villagers. You can't just have, like, free vills and not pay for it. You still have to really train villagers to keep up with the economy rate and whatever, but you end up saving a lot of food that can go into infantry, cavalry, that sort of thing. Or, of course, market techs, like the ones that deal with mining and wood chopping. Yeah, pretty much. Looks like Kazan and Viringo right on the push. They're going to rush right away. Barracks for line infantry, and then a barracks for the Legion Piranhas from Peru. Looks like Gilder will be making camel riders from his garrison, right? The garrison works a lot like the war camps in the 5th edition, because it can train both infantry and cavalry. And these infantry and cavalry are considered your early game units, pretty much, yeah. And then the cantonment is sort of more of your later game, stronger stuff, yeah. Camel riders statistically are the same as Cossacks, so they're one-pop cav units, so very massable and very, very cheap for what they do. So, yeah, they're not going to be that tanky, but you can stack lots of these camel riders into one fight and get a lot of damage out of them, right? So I think what they're mainly going to be doing here is looking for areas to target at their grenadiers, with avoiding the line infantry and their bayonets. That's going to be like the biggest job of them right here. So camel riders going right after the Legion Piranhas, right in that spot there. Very good. Pull right out. Don't let the bayonets get you. Yep, he has to be very careful here. And then going right on top of the grenadiers right there. Kazan getting in the repositioning. Up, he's got the bet. He's connecting with them. That's very bad. But now it looks like Viringo's going to throw a grenade. Takes out one grenadier. But now Fierro has more grenadiers, and he could certainly resurge again to go for a huge volley on. Mainly, he's going to want to hit this line infantry, which he hits very well. Taking out one line inf. Takes out another one. Now the line infantry have to move back again to go after the camels. This is a lot of intense fighting here. Like, watching these line infantry trying to cover these grenadiers as best as they can. Taking out two camels. The camels retreat. Grenadiers going for a shot right there. Another batch right here. Let's see when these ones regain their charge attack once again, and then they can go for another lobby. Another volley and lob it at 'em. I said lobby, yeah. I was saying lob and volley. I was thinking of the word that sounds like both in lobby. So, yeah, that's on my... Yeah, I wish I was in a game lobby now, but fortunately I'm casting. Legion Piranhas. Oh, yep, very good one. Sends two of them flying. But now they have to sort of retreat. They do shoot down one of the camel riders, though. They shoot down another one. Because remember, these Legion Piranhas have a lot of hand attack now, so they actually can hold their own against lesser cavalry, which it seems like they can do against these camel riders. You know, these camel riders, not that tanky. Certainly after they get battered a little bit, yeah, the Piranhas can do that. And now they're going to push right onto Fierro's town center. I would suggest you pull back a bit. Try to make a move onto this hunt. Target that house. It's going to be a bit safer. Viringo goes right into hand combat with these camel riders and will completely shred them now. Yeah. Yep, he's shredding them pretty well. I mean, I don't know cost efficient wise if it's good, but performance wise, yeah, they're reaching the metrics that they should. Line infantry trying to shoot back. Ethiopia does send their Neftanya shipment of muskets in, so you guys see those now. There, yep. See, this is what I was talking about. Viringo's doing it perfectly. He's going to get 4 Vils. Sanskalates flying in the air. Like they just don't care. And now you can target this house. This house is easy pickings. This way you cut out Fierro's 10 population with this. And that's going to hurt. You know, it's going to hurt pretty bad. But unfortunately, Viringo does need to pay attention a bit because he is going to be... yeah, I don't know. I think maybe he should have just kept... I would have just shot that Sanscalate right there. Downing even more Fierro economy, yeah. Boy, this is a lot of micro wars here, yeah. Just watching both sides like battering each other here. I mean, yeah, taking out those camel riders now. Now it's an infantry war. Viringo going forward with his grenadiers, doing some really good spread damage there. trying to realign now. Line infantry fighting camels, which should be pretty easy to do but you're getting shot by all this range stuff, so it's not that easy at the end of the day. Yeah, more line infantry coming out, but now they're totally outnumbered by all these grenadiers, which, if they haven't already, should have their charge attacks sort of coming back pretty soon. Yep. They might have to retreat. Yeah, see, they're all pulling back. Make a tactical retreat and don't lose too much army in the process, I would say, is probably the best you could do. Well, they're going to stay around here and maybe shoot a few of these infantry while they're distracted. Taking out some Neftanias in particular. Yeah. They do get another Demofter there, and then another Grenadier. Yep. Don't lose any troops if you can afford to. Yeah, unfortunately with that grenade throw, it's kind of impossible. The speed on Death Bonus will certainly aid Viringo in getting away, but the Camel Riders will still continue to snare at him a little bit, right? But now that wonderful hand attack on these piranhas now is gonna come out, and will allow them to sort of, they're gonna be able to clap their way through these camels. Maybe not the most efficient, performance, but they do finish the job. Now these line infantry are split off, and all they can do is just sort of run through here, distract a bit, and maybe take out a Ville or something. Yeah, that's all you can do. Yeah. So this is the more military upgrade based deck of Kazan. Alright, so not as much eco stuff going on here. Kind of important to keep note of, I think. Yep. It's definitely good beaning. What are you saying, Flavius Leontius? Good evening. Oh, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, good evening to you, sir. What time is it? It's 10:12 where I am, so it's not really the evening anymore. It's like the full-on night where I am. Super dark out. Yeah. Steel traps from Austria-Hungary, also picking up the Magyar hit points. That means we're probably going to see a move towards Hussars at some point. I don't know when, but yeah. He already has the Austrian ones, so may as well get the Magyar ones now with this sort of a base set up. I would also go to H3 now and get those Bosniaks. You're going to need those Bosniaks, I think, to really clean up all these Grenadiers and really send them flying back, Yeah. Fiero's going to go in on his own, whereas Gilder's going to look to do some raiding out here. Yep. Took out all these vills. Look at all these graves here. That's pretty big. Yeah. Fiero, realizing Hussars might be a problem, does start to add in line infantry to mix in with the Grenadiers. Yep. Austria-Hungary does reach age 3 with the Chamberlain to get about 4 Trabants. Then the Tramontan should be good enough to fight the camels. Otherwise, they'd just be cannon fodder against all that French infantry, I would say. Yeah. Line infantry take out about 2 camels, leaving 4 remaining. Camels will sort of hang out around here and force, basically force Austria-Hungary to chase them a bit. Is starting to queue in more Hussars now. Once you get to age 3, you can upgrade your Hussars twice in the home city. You can send cavalry combat, and then you can send Magyar combat. Yeah, both of these cards will upgrade the Hussars, which is quite good. And then eventually, when you get enough coin, you can send the Bosniaks in, which is going to be even stronger, pretty much. Yep, quite solid. And then what is this in age 4? He's got the Grenzers, so you can ship in about 14 Grenzeri. That's a lot of Grenzers there. That's a lot of skirms. So maybe that will be something useful you can send in age 4 if you age up early to fight the heavy infantry that Fiero was doing. Yeah, big time. That might actually be of good use to you. potentially. We'll see though. So we got hussars, we got line infantry. What's Senior Viringo up to? So Viringo is going up, aging up right now, and going double barracks Puanas in his base. This mine just got Ian up. Is there any other mines? You got silver here, silver there. So yep, gotta make sure you protect those mining positions as much as you possibly can. Oh, revolving cans from Ethiopia. That's a good unit. Yeah, these machine guns, they're good against cavalry, they're good against infantry, they're really good against everything. They're like one of the most well-rounded falconet type cannons you can get in the game. Since they got the properties of a machine gun making them good against cav, they got the anti-artillery part, and then they in their multipliers, and then they also have anti-infantry multipliers. So they're just really good at most tasks that you put them at. Provided you can keep them alive, that is, yeah. Looks like Kazan's hussars connect with his Neftanyas and actually does some pretty good slashing into. Oh, whoa, 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 hussar, 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 hussar. Pretty slow reaction time, buddy. You could have actually cleaned that up over there. That would have been a good snipe and would have actually sent them strutting a bit. Now, you gotta put in like twice the effort now to get these cannons down. Who knows if you even do it. Yeah, see, these things are very dangerous. So be careful. Yep. Not even a malice against cav, so yeah, they're just like shredding through cavalry HP like nothing. Yeah. Ringo shipping in about 3 artisanals too. Kazan, not nearly enough coin to get his Bosniaks out. He's going to want to get those Bosniaks out to really force them back. Otherwise, it's going to be a real tricky situation. Has to send in the Minutemen now. Minutemen should be targeted onto the Grenadiers if possible. But it's not that perfect usually. Yeah. Kind of realize that at this point. It would be great if they could do that, but unfortunately, no, it's not a guarantee. Oh, yep, takes out some infantry there. I guess he might try to target the artillery with the Minutemen. Hussar is eating into the cannon a bit. Alright, so they fight their way through all that. Yeah, that artillery's going down no matter what. Like, if they can't get that artillery down, they're done. Very good. Looks like they take that out. France has a forward base of 2 barracks. Ethiopia does not have any forward buildings at all here, though. But they are moving into Peru's base to harass with Neftanyas. It is possible these two combined could force their way to the French forward base here and push them back. Counter push, perhaps. But Ethiopia is repositioning to go straight on to Peru, though. Yeah. So they have to be really careful about where they position and make sure they have a counterattack if Ethiopia goes full into Peru, which looks like they're doing. They have to kind of prep themselves for that, pretty much, yeah. Ooh, Flavius Leonidas, good evening with the Galician accent. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, we got the artisanals. And do they connect at all? Yeah, they're done. They're done. Woo! Yeah, that's a lot of flying there. Winning with flying colors. Yeah, flying colors. Alright, and this forward base is essentially abandoned now because they can't really do much with it. All that line infantry Fiero had sort of has to go back there now. Austria-Hungary picking up Radetzky's hussars. Remember, with Austria-Hungary, they get their Royal Guard upgrades in Age 3 as part of the veterans. So, yep, Radetzky's hussars are here now. A whopping 46 hand attack and 544 HP. Even enough to deal with small groups of line infantry, yeah. Quite good. Yeah, big time. So they'll just clean through that, yeah. And yeah, now the Vills are basically forced to go into their farming area. Yeah, go into their town center, away from their farming area. And these Hussars are going to actually try sieging somebody's houses down, you know. How much pop does Viringo have? He's got 90, so even if he loses a house or two, that's fine. It's certainly a loss, but yeah, something he can recuperate from. Viringo doing pretty good over here. Getting veteran upgrade on the Legion Piranhas finally. Probably when you can get a foundry will upgrade these two, since the veteran upgrade is so cheap. It's only 100 food, 100 wood. Hussars, the Radetzky's Hussars going right into those villas, taking out a good number of them. And we'll actually look to siege onto their tower now. But probably is going to have to retreat at the end of the day. Yeah. Yep, retreat. Just go back across the pond there. Don't really have the army to really fight them over here, so you kind of have to prep for that. I'm kind of wondering what Kazan's going to do now in this circumstance. You really should not push him with just the Trabans like that, no. Because they're still pretty close to you over here. You need to prepare for that. Picking up the Team Magyar attack, which will boost scout units and siege troopers. So that's actually going to synergize directly with Viringo's Grenadiers now. Yeah, these things are going to go up in their attack by about 15%. Bringing their range attack with the musket up to, I think, 25, 26. Same with their grenade throw, and then their hand attack should be something around, guessing like 22, 23, yeah. Not bad. Not bad for a Grenadier. Here comes the Radetzky Hussars. That's a pretty big mass of them, too, yeah. Viringo picking up the double-sided axe. Really should get some wood eco at this point. Especially if they are going to forward base again over here pretty soon. One structures. Start sieging through all those houses now. Looks like Fiero has double town center for protection. But I think, yeah, definitely this TC is going to get completely blasted down, yeah. Yep, get that TC there. Very good. Alright, nice. Siege a house down. Think that TC out there, yep. Yep, take those vills out. You're gonna kind of have to hope that Gilder can hold the line now, since it looks like Fiero's score is basically in shambles at this point. Yeah. He does get the Dum Dum Bullets technology, the card. Dum Dum Bullets will make these Neftanyas much, much better. Yeah. Once you get Dum Dum Bullets, the Neftanyas take a bit of a hit to their range damage, but they gain one splash, so they actually do damage to multiple units when shooting, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Looks like some of the artisanal survive, and they'll continue to... One of them survives and will continue to support the anti-infantry effort there. Yep. Very good. Hussars here are merely a meat shield to help protect all the piranhas. And the line infantry there, they continue their range assault. Yeah. Some Trombanton is still alive too, adding an additional layer of meat shielding. Yeah. Peru sets their barracks up over here so they can add in more Legion piranhas to the front lines. Yep. No forward basing from Austria yet, unfortunately. Once they do that, I think things should start looking pretty bright for them. Yeah. Looks like Ethiopia starts to ship into mountain guns, which are heavy artillery. On top of that, he has his factory. The only factory he can get is an African civ, by the way, to produce steel guns, which is the European heavy artillery. Here called the Stel Canones. Yep, here you go. So about 3 pieces of heavy artillery. Actually, I already got one, so he's got 4 pieces of heavy artillery here to like really suppress them and push them back. Yeah. Let's see if these heavy artillery pieces end up doing much. Well, it seems like the heavy artillery right now is just really forcing them back into retreat. Kazan resigns. Kazan resigns? Why is he resigning? He's doing totally fine right now. Why's Kazan resigning? He was totally fine. He had all this protection and everything. Yeah. Even, I mean, Viringo might still win it, but leaving a man high and dry there. Tell me about. Yeah. So Kazan's internet died in this game, just FYI. So, okay, all right. I figured something went wrong. I figured A, he either disconnected, or B, he had to go, like, I don't know, to like the supermarket or something, you know, to pick up a couple of bananas or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I figured it happened to him in that one. Like, I know Kazan, he's a very good, he has a lot of sportsmanship, he's very wise and very strong in there. He wouldn't leave for no reason, yeah. So yeah, I guess his internet died. I've seen it die before in matches, like, I'm like, oh, come on, I know, now it's going to be either Kazan or the other one. Yeah. Alright, so looks like Viringo needs to make sure he puts this in the melee, though, because if he gets in the melee and he micros it, he could actually beat these cannons out. He's just not doing that right now. He's really not doing himself too many favors right here. Yeah. Yeah, see, Viringo could still win this if he really wanted to work it. I mean, he's just being very sluggish here. I don't know if it's the lag or... I don't know. Like, he's just not... doesn't have his head in the game right now. He could totally... Yep, he ended up going for the white cannons, which is another option you can do. But, yeah. Just retreat. Go back. You know how much space you have to retreat? You got all this land over here. Got all these buildings over here that hypothetically Gilda would focus on sieging first to reduce lag. So, yeah. Just go back to your base over there and, like, retreat or whatever. Yeah. Big time. That's what I would do. He's picking up that card so his vills can get a bit more gather rate out. Yep. Yep, get that foundry down. Oh. Yep, he's going to put down the Foundry right here. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he still could have won that one. It was basically a 1 versus 1 at that point. I mean, just saying, he had enough to age up, get to age 4, get, like, guard, Legion Piranhas, get the guard, white cannons called the Grief Cans, and could have just completely came back from that. But, I don't know. Yeah. See, one man's Wi-Fi can ruin an entire match. That's a fine example there. Kazan always crashes. I mean, haven't you crashed a few times, Omar? Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's not much you can do with internet, you know. I think I've disconnected like once or... I used to, back in the old days when I had like a much worse PC, I used to always crash in Wars of Liberty games, or at the very least I used to lag out. Yeah. Yeah, someone has to do it with hardware, and then some of it has to do with Wi-Fi too. Like if you just don't have the right hardware sometimes too, you can run into issues. But I haven't had hardware that bad in a very long time that I'd actually have to worry about something like that. Yeah. So what are we looking at now? Bananero Sape. Argentina versus Central America. Should be an interesting one. And then after that, we got Maoris. Wow, that's a good one. You'll definitely want to watch that one. Let me put this one up here. Let me pull this back. Baneros. This one right here. I'm guessing it's a Rommel versus Fierro match. Because who else would play Argentina? Actually, no. There's a lot of Argentina players. Oh, this is a new player here. Gruff. Well, it's Graul Yatel. Graul Yatel, who's that? I think I played him before, but I can't quite remember how good he is. He's playing Argentina here. This should be fun. Let's see how this turns out. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of Argentina players. You got Fierro, you got this kid, you got Metal. Metal's a really good Argentina. You got Jeff. So it's not quite as Viringo-y. It's not like Viringo in Peru where it's like, oh, it has to be Viringo when you see Peru. Now, you don't necessarily know who's playing as Args because Argentina, I feel like, has a bigger player base than Peru does, just because, you know, Argentina has a better, I guess, performance rate in certain metrics, like resources, cavalry, reaching great war age. There's a lot of good metrics for Argentina. Peru has good metrics too, but it's just a little bit more spread out. Yeah, and not as intense. Let's see what this deck looks like. That should basically give us a bit of a warning of how good the player is. And you know what's another way you can tell how the player is when they idle their villagers for this long in Age 1. Where are you going with this one? Either he's lagging very crazy or he's trying to put his thoughts together. I can't quite figure out which it is. Oh, he's put it onto wood right now. That's a red flag. Yeah. You really shouldn't be going onto wood as Argentina. That's a big no-no. Yeah, you should never see... this is not a good Argentina. This is okayish Argentina at best. Let's look at his deck at least, because maybe Rommel's actually going to fight him in the late game or something to give him some time to prepare to do something. Maybe. Yeah, let's see what ends up happening with that. So, yeah. Where's his deck? So this is his deck. He's missing cards, by the way, which is really weird. This is like a treaty deck, so he's playing treaty. Yeah, he's playing treaty. This is a treaty deck. Yeah, he's got Virgin Forest. He's got Advanced Stock on a map that... It does have some water. This counts as water, so I'll give him that. This little piece of water here in the Klondike map. This is a little bit of water. So it's not as bad as you think it is. But yeah, this is a treaty deck. Like, these are all upgrade cards. Yeah, you got Cimolones, Butchers, Alderos, the important ones, as well as Advanced Mill that we see a few people using now. But we also see some rarer ones like Mercado de Abastos, as well as Naval Combat. Yeah, a really good one for a map where that has this much water on it. Quite a smart move, actually. Yeah. 4 Maxim cannons, or 4 Maxim guns. This is the one that really isn't a treaty card, so yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here with that. We really don't know. And then Rommel, he's sort of playing the treaty-ish deck too, but not quite as much, because we see artisanal cans here. We see the 10 Moon Children natives here, the Swarudos, and then the Age 4 Padreros card, yeah. But other than that, though, yeah, you see a lot of eco cards here. In particular, these two, or actually these 3, Naturalist Expedition, the Sport Hunting, and then the cochineal farming are going to be really good for Central America in particular, because they can build berry bushes. They can build bananas, right? They get these special villas called the carreteros, right? And the carreteros can construct natural resources, so they can make banana plants for food, they can make gold mines for coin, and then they can make tropical trees for wood. So yeah, Rommel's actually going to have a really sound food economy without even doing any sort of farming at all, which is pretty cool. Yeah. And to boot, this is a really good booming card that Central America can do, called Reglamento Jornero, which allows you to make villagers from your native embassies, and unlocks them too. Which means you get 3 super cheap town centers to make more villas from, basically. That's all you really need to know about that. Yeah. Mosquito smuggling. All immigrant colonies will spawn a small batch of immigrant units. Spanish, about 6 Croyos. Poles, about 6 Danube legions. The Scandinavians, about 5 ski troopers. And the Confederates, about 6 filibusters. Yeah. Pretty interesting. Pretty cool. So is it like a one-time muster, or can you do it again and again? Yeah, that would be kind of insane. Imagine if you could, like, how much does this cost? It costs about 300. Imagine if you could keep rebuilding it again and again to get more units past your build limit, your pop limit. Yeah, that'd be pretty scary. I should try that. I should try abusing that build and seeing if I can do something with it. Because if that's the case, man, that could be pretty significant. Especially in a treaty situation. Yeah. Definitely be looking at that pretty much. Yeah. Big time. It just happens because he plays a lot of games without starting his game. That's why. Well, the thing is, the restarting of the game would have nothing to do with the match if it's that late into the match. If you have one of those restart game related bugs, your game's going to crash in the loading process. It's not going to crash by the time everybody's in age 4. It's going to be like right at the get-go. Yeah. Now, I have seen a phenomenon where even in Legacy it exists, depending on the map it is, where yeah, sometimes people will do a re-end match in LAN on Game Ranger, playing Arena, and the game will actually out of sync if we don't restart the game. But I think it was something that just happened like on a few occasions. Yeah. Because sometimes we can do re-end LAN consistently, but sometimes it just doesn't out of sync. It's a bit different than Wars of Liberty. Wars of Liberty, your game wouldn't load for that thing. Usually when we get to the second round of the arena, or whatever, it just out syncs randomly in the middle of something, which is super strange. Yeah, super strange. Just figured I'd bring up that cool fact with you, so whenever you send that thing up, you can know about it. Yeah. Rommel actually going for the Scandinavian immigrants. Very interesting, yeah. One thing to note about Scandinavian villagers, they actually have really good line of sight, yeah. They have a line of sight of about 18, which is pretty cool. They still apparently have their range multiplier against Treasure Guardians, so they can still... Yeah, that's pretty awesome, actually. So they can still help you with treasures, which is pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, this guy is not making the wisest decisions. He's just targeting a villager with his explorer. Yeah, Rommel, just going into bayonet mode with him. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so at this point, since it's obvious this Arg is not going to be too much of a danger, it allows Rommel to get his sport hunting, otherwise known as spice trade in the Legacy game, to get his berry rate up. He's going to want to also get Naturalist Expedition for that, as well as cochineal farming, yeah. Pretty much. Artillery attack. Very good. Okay, so let's check back in with the ARGs now and see what they're up to. So far he's got Cimarrones, Advanced Mill, and Virgin Force. Honestly, that's not a bad set of cards to do in that order. So, on one sense, I'm very concerned for the lad. In the other sense, he seems to be doing the card build order fine, I guess. Yep, getting Butcher's next. Yeah, I mean, I can't complain too much. He seems to be doing the cards at least in a decentish order. He's got a barracks with some Patricios. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell the difference though. Like, look at the score. I mean, he's got 77, he's got 57. Now it's 58 to 78. Like, clearly Rommel is managing his stuff a lot better. But at least it seems like this participant sort of knows sort of what he's doing. Maybe. It might just be more of a treaty player. Who knows? Yeah. Still, I would say he's kind of slow reacting with his Vil item list to be a treaty expert. Yeah. Because when you're doing treaty, you have to really make sure that you get your early game macro really good. So that when you go later into the game, you're going to have more wiggle room time to fight the enemy with those resources. Yeah, because everybody else is going to be on top of the clock, like racing to do this and this. And you have to sort of have the same mindset when you're doing it. Yeah. Got some Patricios there, yeah. Yeah, the Patricios will, in general, be a good deterrence against Rommel because the Patricios have some good HP on them. About 200 HP, so they're pretty tanky. And they should be able to beat Conscriptos in a direct fight. Picking up the stonewashing for the mining. Next card I would get would definitely be the Solidaros, I would say. Yeah. How many pastures is he on? So he's got 1, 2. Very good. You should never have your gauchos farming on the pastures, though. You should have them either eating the cows or on the nearby wood. That's because the farming rate on the pastures is very bad. You can farm it, but it's just really not worth it. It's better to just be eating the cow meat. Yeah. Now he gets Solidaros, which will be really good. Pretty much, yep. I'm presuming Rommel's going to get the Reglamento Honero next. Seems plausible, yeah. Veteran conscripts on the conscriptos, yeah. Gets a foundry, which I find kind of interesting. So might add in some artisanal cannon to the mix, yep. Seems possible there. Yep, go right under the wood. Would be good. Would be good. Yep. Kind of have to watch out for that. Like, look at all the idle he's doing. It's never good. You want to avoid that as much as possible. Yeah. For artisanals. And the advanced plantation. This will unlock plantations for him in age 2. So he can actually get late game eco early. I don't think we ever see people go for that card, but I guess why not today, I guess. Anything's possible, right? Anything is totally doable. Yep, definitely. So we'll see if that how that ends up going. Rommel does add in some filibusters and some ski troopers. Right, I'm presuming he sent this card here, the Moskich smuggling. Yeah, I would send this card after I get all of them. I get my Spanish immigrants going, and then after I get a Polish colony. That way, again, the most maximum value out of the card. Because think of it this way: getting about 6 grenadiers, 6 muskets, 5 late game skirms, and 6 early game skirms, all in one card for like 1 shipment in age 3. Well, you begin in age 4. You begin in age 4 because you need age 1, 2, and 3 age ups to get all 3 immigrant colonies. But still, that's a pretty good value. That's a huge army of mostly anti-infantry with a bit of anti-cav in there. Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't be complaining with that too much. No, not at all. It's like Rommel has his Beneficio Cafeterio here. It produces coffee plants over time, which your villagers can gather very quickly from. Yeah. I guess he sticks his Scandinavian villagers on it because their gather rate is atrocious anyways. So he figured, hey, they might be able to get the coffee a bit quicker, at least. Yeah, I guess so. Back in the old days of Central America, when it was first released into the mod, this was actually the ultimate building of Central America. And then I guess Maston and some of the other team members decided to make it a regular building and then make the fourth thing over here, this Poloneca, become the actual ultimate building. Because back then, the Poloneca was actually a common building that you used to train your infantry and cavalry from. So it was like a fort, like a big fort. Yeah. But I guess the problem was that people really struggled because you basically forced you to play turtle when it really didn't make sense to, from a Central American design standpoint, to have them beat a turtle civ. Yeah, because all you'd be able to do is build like 4 or 5 of the forts, and then you couldn't do anything after that. Now, you could make 6 of them, and then after you make those 6, no forward basing, nothing. Which is pretty sad, yeah. Pretty much. So now they can actually use barracks and stables and play a bit more normally, which is great. Looks like Graf makes it to H3, picking up the veteran upgrade on artisanal cannons. Does he have it on his Patricios yet? Nope, he should probably consider getting that at some point. Because the Patricios is going to be the backbone of his army for the most part, so definitely wants those upgraded. Yep. Pastures, building pasture number 3. That's totally fine. I usually go with less pastures. People like Metal swear by having more pastures. So, yeah, I think Metal says he prefers to have 6 to 8 pastures going. Which to me is like, in one sense, it's good to have the cows coming in faster, but at the same time, there's always the chance that your vills are not going to be able to react with their AI properly to keep eating the next cow. Because it just feels like it's too far away for the unit and it's AI, so it just idles there instead. And then you have to keep checking back and like, okay, are you eating this cow? Are you eating this cow? And no, they're not. Yeah, it's kind of obnoxious. Definitely is very annoying, I would say. In that sense of it, yeah, pretty much. And what do we got over here? We got Ville's going for another hunt, which is pretty good. Yeah. Very nice. Wood shop in there, yeah. Going to H4 now with the 3rd Italian wave. So he went Italian all the way. Yeah. Naturalist expedition. Also going up to H4 with the 2nd Confederate wave. Yeah, the H4 techs for Confederates are usually the best, I think, when you're playing Central America. At least from my opinion. So that makes total sense. Lots of cows, yep. Conscriptos. Yep, and Rommel's picking up refridge, the last food card he needed to max out his food eco on the bananas. Yeah. Alright, he's still eating his berries, so he doesn't even need the banana plants yet, which is pretty cool. Yeah. But once he runs out of those berries, he'll be able to rebuild banana plants with these calateros to keep that food eco going really good with all the berry upgrade cards he has. Picking up the infantry range combat for the patricios. Very smart. See, he's got a lot of beef here that he could be utilizing, yeah. Looks like he's getting it now, though, which is good. Yep. How many vills is he on, by the way? 29. Not counting the immigrant workers, right? It's got about 2 of these, so kind of low, I would say. So I should be getting more gauchos for the plantaciones, I would say, for the coin. At least, yeah, big time. Because essentially you're going to need to have coin to be able to afford things like escoltas, patricios, artillerias, Argentina. It's not all about food. And eventually the market rate's going to get so atrocious that you're not going to be able to trade for that coin anymore. After a certain point, it's just going to get too hard for you to do. Yep.
Dígame, señor. A sus órdenes. Por la patria, carajo, preparado. Preparado. Por la patria, carajo. A sus órdenes. Dígame, a sus órdenes. A la guerra. Dígame, señor. Preparado. Por la patria, carajo.
So what is he going to get now for a card? I don't know. And now that I think about it, he's missing a lot of critical cards here. Like he's missing hand cavalry combat, hand cavalry hit points. He's missing the horse grenadier build limit improver. Yeah, he is actually missing some pretty critical cards here, I would say. And personally for me, I would rather have the Troy Kierlo Infinite card here than this, because I could use it again and again. The 4 Maxim card one, you can only use it a maximum of 2 times, right? You can use it once before Imperial Age and once after Imperial Age. So it just does not make a lot of rational sense to me why you would set it up that way. I guess it is what it is. Whatever, so I guess, yeah. Seems like it. So yeah, pretty much with that. Kind of falling asleep here because I'm waiting for something to happen. I'm like, yeah, that's sort of how I'm thinking. Like, ooh, something gonna happen already. If I wanted to watch a tree match, I would have watched a tree match. You know, it's not even a tree match. You know, if it was a tree match, they would again be doing all sorts of important stuff and send things up and whatever. Here they're just sort of sleeping there in place for like a half hour. Same amount of time you could watch Las Bonitas Muy Bonitas, you know. Oh, he does get the Maxim guns, so there he is. He has the machine guns there again. Second time we've seen those today. The first time, obviously, we saw them was when Bondar was doing a revolt as Haiti. Now we see a shipment of them right over there right now, yeah. A certain number of Latam civs actually gets access to these Maxim gun cards. So that's pretty good. I think Brazil gets them too, which is pretty neat. And then there's some European civs that gets the shipment of them as well. Namely the Danish, Dutch, I think, and a few others. Picking up some units now, yeah. Very good. Rommel's picking up Ladinos. This is a Royal Guard upgrade for the Conscriptos that you can get as Las Altos. Yeah, which Rommel is right now. So here comes Rommel. He's finally going to do something this whole game. Man, he's not even having him in bombard. What are you doing, Manito? Manito Bonito! Not even targeting properly with these things. What a waste. Alright, now he's sort of doing something with them, which is good. Rommel's gonna snipe his... Rommel knows what he's doing. He's sniping them. He's not letting him get too much value out of them. Yeah, no. What a total nightmare of a scenario. So, yeah, that's not how you're supposed to manage those, you know. No, absolutely not. Not what you're supposed to do. Big time. Yep, get that cannon down, yeah. Yeah, I don't think he can hold the line here for much longer. What's his resource count at? Yeah. Oh yeah. He's Argentina, so he's got like unlimited food. Yeah. So yeah, if he was in Argentina, I think he'd be in deep trouble right now. But yeah, you're Argentina, so the normal rules don't apply to you in gameplay. You can just hold it out forever and ever and ever on the food front. Yeah. Big time. Yeah. Yeah, now he's just getting destroyed as soon as he walks out of the barracks with those cannons. Yeah. He's gonna get a fort now, but unfortunately he has no space in his base to put it. Could put it over here, I guess. If you really wanted to stall the match out by another 10 minutes or something, you probably could put a fort there. I suppose. Why you would want to do that, I don't know. Hasn't the man been snoozing for like 30 minutes? Something like that. I mean, I could tell you from the way he's performing right now, I wouldn't be surprised if he was literally binge watching a series on like Netflix or something while he's doing the match. Like he doesn't even care about the performance, just putting on a show, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, why are these Infernals not upgraded? They should at least be like veteran. Why are they not even veteran upgraded? Beats me at this point. Like, that's sort of the stuff you need to work on, man, when you're setting up your strategies. Puts the forward right here. Has an artisanal can right on top of it. So yeah, it's gonna do some okay damage. No, yeah, it's already down. There's that forward. What are you gonna do now? What's the next step in your plan? You got no plan. Big time. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't even get the guard upgrade on these Patricios at all. That was his main unit, and he didn't even upgrade it. So I'm like, what is this man doing? What is the method to his madness, or is it just madness? Yeah, exactly. Some more Patricios there, yep. More artisanal cannons here, probably to finish them off at this point, I would say, yeah. Big time. Ladinos and the good artisanal cannons. Is picking up the fencing school right now, so he can train these a bit faster. Not that he's probably going to lose many of them, but never hurts to have fencing school on your Ladinos. Makes a single unupgraded Escolta, or 2, 3 unupgraded Escoltas. Actually, 6 Escoltas. Very good. Well, not good, but it's something. I want to see what that Maori match is all about. Yeah, sugar refineries for the plantations. And second fort, cash cementation. Cash cementation in Wars Liberty gives you benefit of being able to actually construct forts with your explorer. Yeah, which is pretty cool. So here we see the artillery rolling up with the Ladinos. Yep. So let's push forward a bit. Yep. Escoltas. That fort's probably going to go down quicker than even the other one did. Yep, just blast down that town center there. Yep, very good. Alright, let's get into the Maori match, right? Yep, that should be fun. Very fun, actually. Alright, let's see what that Maori match is all about. See what that's... Alright, I'm going to boot it up right now. Let's get into it. Right over here. Yep, very good. Let's do it. What's it called exactly? Let me see. I think it starts with an M. Mauri's es una experiencia única. Alright, let's go down to this recording here. Yeah, Mauri's es una experiencia única. Yeah. So it's a unique experience to go up against Mauri's. Oh, it is. I mean, Mauri's is one of those most craziest civs they ever made in Wars of Liberty. It's one of the only civs. It's the only civ that belongs. It's the only civ of its kind. Meaning, Maori is the only Polynesian civ in the mod at all. There's no Hawaii, no Rapa Nui yet, just plain old Maori. Australians will join them when they dismantle the Anglophone culture and change the Latin American culture to the American culture. So yeah, basically USA and Canada will join the American culture with the Latin civs, and then Maoris will will share the Polynesian culture title with the Australians. It should be interesting, yeah. Definitely. So it looks like Rommel is playing Maori this time. And he is actually doing something interesting. He's using his Explorer's Trading Post travel ability. It's a unique sort of mechanic that the Maori Explorer can do. Instead of building trading posts directly, he can train these Travois to build a trading post for him, which is pretty cool. That way he can build multiple trading posts at the same time without even being there, which is pretty great. His name is Life is Surf. So, can't remember what film that's from. I remember that Easter egg from somewhere, but you'd have to remind me about that one. Either way, he's playing against the Dutch. Dutch are a very solid S-tier civ, so Maori's got their work cut out for him. Because if you remember one of those tier lists that I've done, Maori certainly have a lot of work to do with their balance. Namely because it takes a bit to get them out of the gate running. You know, they used to have some really bold, bullish type of builds like the mercenary build and stuff. Now it seems like they don't have that anymore. They're just sort of sleeping at the wheel in like early game, and then when they get to like mid to mid-late game, that's when you see Maori really ramp. Like if Maori can pull off like a fast industrial or at least a fast fortress, Maori's great. But if they're like in a bogged down H2 sort of skirmish, things go really south for them pretty much. Yeah, big time. Ooh, it looks like I see Cup Radio. This game is just the best. It is the best. That's why I've been streaming it for 6 hours and 16 minutes now. Yeah, 6 hours and 16 minutes. I wouldn't do that for a game if it wasn't good. I'll tell you that much. You know, from the time I finished my programming job to the moment I almost go ready to go to bed. Yeah. Wars of Liberty for life. I recommend you. You know, I recommend you live your life to play Wars of Liberty too. Yeah. And your children and your grandchildren. You know. Don't let your kids watch Skibbity Toilet. Have them watch Unstoppable Stiletti's Wars of Liberty streams. Now that's truly educational. It probably is educational, you know what I mean? It seems like with the younger generation of kids, most of the stuff they watch is brain rot nowadays, so it's not even informative or logical or anything. At least Unstoppable Stiletti's stuff is, you know, actually teach you how to play this game and stuff and give you advice on cards. They give you information. There's some logic to it. The stuff they watch, it's like, what is this even about? You know? Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully our economy can survive when they get in charge. That's all I'll say. Don't need to get too much into that. I mean, if you want to be a political pundit, I'll certainly mention a bit more of it, but until I run for office someday, yeah, no. Definitely not. Yeah, so what age up is he doing? He's doing the Statesman. It seems to be a pretty popular one. I like the Governor one, because the Governor one lets you get like a mill, and I think a mill is just a cool thing to get. Because then you can take all your food settlers onto the mill, since your villagers gather from mills 30% faster, and it facilitates you turtling really well. Yeah. Yeah, because if you run into like a pressure situation where they're trying to raid you a cab or something constantly, it's better to just have a mill parked right against your town center than it is to, you know, have to worry about herding the hunts in all the time. It gives you like a freebie pass in that sense. Yeah, it most definitely does. So, yep. And what's going on over here with Rommel? He is going up with which voyage? The voyage to New South Wales. This is part of the standard Maori Fast Fortress build order. You do the New South Wales voyage, and then you do the journey to the voyage to the southern island, the South Island is the second one. With the voyage to South Island being like sort of the exiled prince fast stage up. And then this one sort of being like, it's a moderate age up. You know, it gives you some food. It gives you a couple of trinkets or whatever. It's nothing too crazy, but yeah. I prefer to go greedy, fast, industrial with Maori. That's the only way I really like to play them nowadays. I don't do anything too normal. So yeah, see, it gives you like a crate of 500 food, and then you get 2 dingoes that you can use to help you, get treasure guardians. Sam Rev, the pet dingo, yeah. Samurai Revolution is Australian. I didn't know that. Seemed pretty American to me. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Is that reference to Sam Rev or like Samurai Revolution or what? Yeah, I never quite figured that out about the dingo names in this game. What they're actually referenced to, pretty much, yeah. Yeah. $800 wood and 6 villagers. Maori gets these really cool cards where they can essentially get like double value. So I'll show you. So this card here is a card that actually costs 2 shipments and not 1. But what it does, it gives you 800 wood and 6 villagers. So it's like a really, really valuable card. Because you're gaining... It's actually more valuable than the card would be if it was just one of those things. So if it was like a 1 shipment villager card, the max vills you can normally get is like, 5? But with this, you're getting 6 villagers. So it's like an extra one add on top. And then from the crate standpoint, you're getting 800 wood, right? So it's almost like you're getting a Chilean crate card in that sense of it. So yeah, quite good. And the same thing continues as you go further down. So here you get about like 1.2k wood, which is really good, and like 8 vills. So that's pretty big. That's very big, actually. Don't even discount that. That's like a lot of value you get. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, so, yep, he's going to do a journey to the southern island now, pretty much. Yep, here you can read what the voyage is, and then here you can look at the cool GIF, or GIF. Yeah, it's a GIF, it's not a GIF. And they even have the cool wave sort of thing coming through here, yep. The weird thing about when I look at this, it doesn't even, to me, seem like a historical representation of a voyage. It just looks like the Maori visit some El Cheapo water park in America. Oh, this is a wave pool. Get in your big ducky tubey and ride around in the wave pool. That's what I always envision when I look at this thing, yeah. And then they just flip around at the half point and then they're going back in that direction. Yeah, no. To me, it looks like one of those weird, like, water parks where they have, like, the waves in them and you sit there in your float or whatever. Yeah. Haven't seen those things in a long time. Yeah. So, what is Rommel getting now? He's getting the Bank of Iotua. Yep, basically just gives you a bank. I don't think you can rebuild it, though, so make sure you don't lose the thing. Once you lose it, you lose it. You lose that coin eco. So make sure you hold on to it. That's all I can say. And you got a livestock pen here full of pigs and coconuts and bananas. Yeah, I see bananas there too. So they definitely do a good job feeding their oinkers here, you know. Lots of yummy sweet bananas and lots of yummy hydrating coconuts. Yep. Putting the bank up right here. Now, question is, what will Rommel do? He'll probably go 11 marksman, and I'm presuming he's going to go Purakumu. Yeah, he's going to go Purakumu. I don't think he's going to go Tupara at all. If he went Tupara, I'd be pretty shocked. Since the Purakumu sports having a lot more range, which is very important, yeah. I don't think, because this is a swamp map, I don't think he can actually get like a dock here, I believe, right? Because if he could get like a harbor, like get a free port here, he could actually upgrade his Purakumus with breach loading, I believe. Yeah, breach loading, I gotta look into that with the Maori. I gotta sort of do like a hybrid land-water deck with the Maori and see what happens if I, get breach loading with them, because it will essentially allow the marksman to actually shoot faster. Because basically what happened in Wars of Liberty, if you didn't see my old upload for the latest patch change, they did a big overhaul on the European arsenal. They got rid of counter-infantry rifling, and now they got breach loading, which basically allows the skirmisher to shoot a bit faster. So it's not really specialized against the muskets anymore, but it's going to be better against dragoons now too, because it's shooting more frequently, and it'll be better against other skirms as well once you research it. Pretty much, it does. But from what I remember, from when I was testing the Middle East stuff, I think they're still going to have like some counter infantry rifling type technology from their arsenal stuff. And to boot, I think too, anti-skirms will also gain improved multipliers in their area as well. So it'll be a much more efficient technology, pretty much. Yep. So here we got Purakumu, and the 11 marksmen will arrive and turn on the Purakumu marksman. There we go. So full 20 range on them, so that'll be pretty solid. As of right now, their multipliers are about 2.25 against heavy infantry, making them a little bit more specialist against muskets than your average European skirmisher, which is pretty good. Also picking up Komara storage, which allows all your town centers here to trickle food, which is really nice. Also, I should mention the bonus, what this bonus is. So basically with the Maori, when you defeat an enemy unit, your units gain a increased attack damage for a period of time. So it's the complete reversal of the Serbian bonus. The Serbian bonus is increased attack on death, but for the Maori, it's increased attack on enemy death. So you're actually encouraged to chase down units and hunt them and snipe them and stuff, just so you can max out more and more damage against their HP, which is really good for them. So here we got about 21 Purakumus. Also, he's going to get the Tehedawa Spearman upgrade, which allows Maori Spearmen to do more area of effect damage, so splash. As you can see, you also got these cards here, like the Advanced Purakumu Marksman, that are basically boosters. So when you get that particular upgrade, it will give them even more hit points and damage and +1 range to the Purakumu, and in this case it gives the Tehedawa more speed. And then likewise with the Huera, that simply would give it more armor, which is pretty cool. So definitely you should make sure that your map and your deck to have the advanced upgrade cards linked to the ones that you're actually going to do. Yeah. Unfortunately for right now, though, I think the only option you have with the Spearman is the Tehedawa. They don't have it for the Tau Spearman yet, for whatever reason. It's because the Tau Spearman was a more recent creation, because they had this old Spearman called the Tia Spearman, but it ended up getting changed into a completely different unit for the Civ. So yeah, I guess they never got around to making a replacement card to that, or yeah, I don't know. They should probably get around to it at some point. Just saying. Make things look a little bit nicer and neater and tidier. But I don't complain too much, since again the Maori aren't the most competitive Civ, and I'm not going out of my way to do them unless I just want a little fun, you know. If I want a little bit of a fun time, I'll do them. But if I'm playing seriously for like a tournament or whatever, Maori would be one of the last picks that I would probably do. At least in their current state right now. Yeah, big time. In Bayou, you can build docks, but ships don't work. Oh, thanks for telling me that. So That's good for me to know. Like, if I'm playing Maori here, I'll actually be able to put down, like, my Freeport and upgrade my stuff with it. That's awesome, because then you can get breach loaders on your Purakumus, and then you can get the irregular unit armor upgrade on the Tahitiwas. So that should be really nice and nifty. Shouldn't it? Yeah. But enough of Maori. Let's see what Dutch is up to. So Dutch is actually getting a fort right here, which I think should be pretty good. I mean, the fort is going to go up. Whoop. Yep, just got up just in time. Just in time before it took any real hardcore damage. He's going to Industrial Age to pick up his ultimate units. Units, I said. Yeah, similar to Grand Columbia, which we saw earlier today, Dutch can actually get 3 ultimate units in Age 4. They can get their a wood costing one, a food costing one, and a coin costing one. So sort of in a one-to-one correspondence with their villager system. So, you know, African stuff with the Dutch cost coin, food for the European, and then wood for the Indonesian. So that's exactly the way the ultimate unit system is for the Dutch. Their African ultimate unit is a coin costing, their Indonesian is a wood one, and then their European is a food costing cavalry. So yeah, let's see what his plan actually is here. So he's got some flankers, right? Does he have any Age 4 cards? He's going to get the Machazi followed by the Zwart Hollanders. I would get the steel gun still. Yeah. I don't know why he's doing that. Yeah, I don't know why you'd resort Hollanders when there's so many marksmen there. It just seems a little bit misguided. But maybe he's worried he's going to lose the artillery too easily because those Tahitiwas there. Maybe. That's all I could think of, personally, with that one. But, yeah. So the barracks just goes down right now. He has to build another one in the back area now. Looks like, yeah. And comes the Tahitiwa Spirit. Oh, look at the Machazis doing their job there. Quite good. If you didn't know, the Machazis are basically a Dutch Mushatero, but much better, because these ones actually have 2 area of effect and not 1. So they actually shred through stuff way better than the Latin American Mushateros do, which is pretty brutal. Yeah. Quite a brutal unit overall, I would say. Yeah. Look at it right there. Big time. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Here's some Zwart Hollanders. Yep.
Commando.
See, the Zwart Hollanders are basically just a musketeer that has more armor. 40% hack armor on a musket is like extremely rare, so that's sort of what that's all about. Looks like Rommel did ship in some redcoats here. What you can do is the Maori pretty much, yep. Essentially the way these redcoats work is they don't have any armor, but they have naturally higher stats and hit points and attack. And even multipliers against Cav too is actually higher, so yeah, basically just a better overall musketeer, just doesn't have any armor protection. Yeah. Looks like Dutch did have some mortars saved up over here, and now they're going to push in towards Rommel, it looks like. He's trying to put down a training ground. The training ground is where you make your fighters, spearmen, and marksmen and upgrade them, right? So that's what you would use that for. And then Maori gets a combat school where they can make more specialized units, and then they get the siege workshop where all the siege weapons are. Yeah. Yeah, I said siege weapons because they don't necessarily just have artillery. They got ballistas, catapults, rams, whip spearmen. The Maori gets so many fun siege units. It's almost like you're playing Age of Empires 2 or Age of Mythology, which is pretty neat. And hopefully Australia gets all that stuff too, which will be really fun. Yeah. Those steel guns are doing a lot of damage to that, as well as the mortars. Yeah, big time. Shipping in about 8 slaves now. That'll really help the coin economy. Veteran, right? So at least has the veteran upgrade. Very good. Oh, he's got the fighters upgraded to the Huara fighters now. The Huara fighters actually have some splash, so they're actually somewhat assault-like while still being under the scout category. Here comes the Huara fighters right there looking for an opening. They could totally get the mortars, but I don't think they can get the steel cans, though. No. Steel cans definitely get their marksmen, though. That's pretty huge, yeah. Big time. Yeah, he's kind of getting creamed here, though, so he has to kind of be careful here with how he handles this. Big time, yeah. 100%. Yep, see, those bonuses are stacking up now, especially with the area of effect on the Huara fighters, which is making their attack even beefier now. Might be enough to actually finish off his entire army there. Not quite, but definitely wiped out the artillery, though. See, now he still has a Huara fighter that's still bashing right through him, yeah. Have to watch out for that. The man's got so much comida. He could be doing stuff with it. Do you have a stable? Yeah, get like the Washmeisters from the stable. That would be a really good move because it's a anti-cavalry and it's a hand cavalry. So he'd be able to like really shred through a lot of stuff by doing that there. Big time. Yeah. 100%. Picking up infantry combat. Guess you could do that, but still get a stable, get some Washmeisters. Even within the build limit of 15, they can get a lot done. Yeah. Absolutely. No ultimate unit combat, I see. That's a little sad. I think that would have totally helped with the Marchazis and all that. See, if he did Marchazis with Washmeisters, he might be alright. He'd be in really good shape here as Dutch. Big time. Because he'd have the anti-cav from the Washmeister cavalry, and then the Marchazi would be the anti-infantry. Plain and simple. Yeah. That's the way I would see it. One thing about this map, the Manchak, you have to be careful when you're up here because if you're like hunting or mining in this area, you can't put towers here, so basically you're gonna get raided like crazy. Yeah. You see here, though, since he's on the grassy land part of this area, Dutch is actually able to put an outpost up and set that protection. But if you're in like the swamp water like this, you can't do that. No. Oh boy, yeah, again. See, this is what's destroying him. He needs to target this and just get rid of it. This Coera fighter is completely shredding him because it's snaring him and giving the marksman more time to spray into him. Absolutely insane. Yeah, now he gets the stable. It's like he finally heard me and like, okay, I need the Washmaster Cavalry now. I need to actually use my ultimate unit bonus to my advantage. Not my disadvantage. Alright, so yep, he's going to get some of those now. Those will have great anti-cavalry properties against the Coera fighters. And they'll be really good against these skirms. They'll even be somewhat decent against the spearmen. Sort of, because they have hand armor. So they'll actually somewhat counter the hack attack of those spearmen, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Big time. Most definitely. Yep. Here they are. Look at these stats. Hand attack of about 45, and then 2x against Cav. Also 2x against Mercenary, too. So if you're one mercenaries as Maori from their home city, or from the Freeport, yeah, Washmasters are really well equipped for that. They're really just Dutch version of the Infernals, but they're an H4 unit, so they're a bit beefier, a bit more damage, and then obviously have the added perk of anti-mercenary built into it to make them good at shredding things like Mamluks and hackable type stuff really easily. Picking up the Uperhof now to make his mills and plantations cheaper by about 50%, which is pretty significant. Rommel going to H4 finally with his voyage. Which one? Oh, he's doing the Tasmanian one. The Van Diemen Island one. Very good. I believe this one will actually give Rommel a shipment. See, some of the more expensive and longer taking voyages actually grant you shipments as well. Which leads to more cards. Or, in the case of the card I showed you before, like this one that just has more value, you'll be able to get those 2 shipment costing cards a lot easier through it, yeah. Pretty much. Now he's making his Machazis too, which is highly recommended. Yep, that should help out quite a bit there. Getting a lot of raiding done too. Getting those vills on that hunt. Very smart. Looks like, kind of caught in a sticky situation there between the spearmen. No, that's horrible. See, this is the issue. If these were like muskets, you'd be a little bit better off, but the problem with spearmen is spearmen have anti-shock multipliers. What does that mean? In the case of these infernals type cavalry that doesn't have a scout or an assault tag or a maneuver one, the spearmen are always going to have multipliers against them, whereas things like musketeers that have multipliers specifically against assault, maneuver, and scout, they're not. So when you see any sort of like hand infantry, definitely run away with any type of cavalry you got, even ones that don't have a proper tag, like the infernals or mounted skirmishers, because mounted skirmishers normally are encountered by like muskets. They're really not. But pikemen, yeah, they'll counter mounted skirms if they're sitting there idling too long. So you really need to watch out for that, like your battles. Like you're playing Brazil, France, with mounted skirms, make sure you keep them out of the range of those spearmen. It's absolutely fatal and will completely crush you. Yeah. Picking up the breech loaders now. Funny fact, breech loaders will actually improve the flankers since they have a skirmish tag. Yeah, kind of a fun fact, you know. Because normally breech loaders will only affect like your regular skirms, but because the flankers are a hybrid between like crossbowmen and muskets, yeah, they're actually going to start to shoot faster now against all this stuff attacking, which is kind of funny. Yeah. So let's see if the flankers with the breech loading actually do much better here now. Yeah, they're already starting to fire a bit quicker, as you can see, right? Yeah. And here comes the Machazis and the Washmeisters going for a big push on all sides. Well, just not enough. Not enough stuff. I don't know how... Bondar... I think if he had a bit of artillery, he'd be in better shape. You know what I mean? Because British... Maori get this really powerful card here. I'm going to show it to you. And part of the reason why Bondar lost. It's called British Expeditionary Force. So it's a 2-shipment card. Gives you about 18 redcoats and about 2 rockets. Both of them are quote-unquote consulate units, type proto units, which means they get shadow teched. So the rockets are really guard upgrade, and then the redcoats are also guard upgrade. Pretty good. So for that sort of thing, I would say get some artillery for that. Is Dutch. You know, mix that in with your ultimate units, you're all set. Like you're at peak performance in that situation, yeah. Big time. Absolutely. Most definitely. Yeah. 100%. What other games are there here? So we got 1, 2, 3. I'm counting the 2 versus 2 we received during the stream. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So about 8 more games. I gotta go do some like worky stuff now. But I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you a challenge. Because I wanted to do this challenge at some point. So if you can get me enough recorded games by Saturday or Sunday, one of those days, if you get a lot of recorded games, like a whole giant stack of them, we could hold another casted game stream on a weekend day and have it be a 12-hour stream. 12 hours of casted recordings done for you. Something I haven't done before. It'd be something new. Not really new, but something a bit more extreme, which would be great. Yeah. So if you can get me enough record games between now and Saturday or Sunday, I would be happy to do a casted game stream, a 12-hour one, through and through. Would be pretty fun. But I need enough recordings for it. So right now we got about 8. And from looking at the OBS, we're closing in at about 7 hours. So you're going to probably have to get me about 30 or so recordings on top of the ones we already got. Yeah, so if you could get me 30 recordings between now and, the weekend, something really insane. I'd prefer, like, really good matches, too, like really tight, intense matches, not just like type stuff like that. I could totally cast like a whole weekend day for you, which would be really fun and different. I've never casted for 12 hours straight before. I think I might have done it a few times for like the Wars of Liberty Leagues, but never for like regular gameplays like this. That would be something pretty unheard of, actually, and would probably, attract a lot of people on the weekend and stuff to these types of streams, which would be pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, definitely. As far as me, I am hammered right now. I'm ready for bed. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I'm actually ready to go to sleep right now after casting for that many hours. Like, whew, yeah. Especially since I only eat once a day and stuff. That like drains you like crazy. But yeah, it was awesome. We had a lot of good recorded games today. Particularly the Gilder ones were very good. The Cap ones were funny. Ones from Fiero and Viringo and stuff that I got to do were pretty neat. But next time, what do we got next time? What we're going to start off with? We got some with Viringo, some more Rommel ones, and then we got one Omar one that just got submitted. Oh, I didn't even see that one, so yeah, I didn't even see that one. So there's a new Omar one too, or a Black Dragon one, so that's awesome. So see, we already got 9 recordings. If you could get me like another 21 of them, or even more than that, between now and the weekend, I'll do a casted game stream that's 12 hours on the weekend. Yeah, but you gotta give, you gotta provide those recordings, otherwise it's just not gonna work, basically. Yeah. So yeah, signing off now, and see you next time. Yeah.